topic of hot discussion, what 4 teams are going to be able to qualify from the group stages into those knockout stages and make it all the way to the grand finals for those to be held in Atlanta's DreamHack. And those matches are going to be going on at the exact same time too. So if you're wondering where exactly the team that you want to support is playing, make sure you're checking both streams. They might be playing on the other.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just setting the foundation here. We quite literally are having this stage built below us for the big time Friday that will be coming actually on Halloween, which is such a fun way to kick things off here in Atlanta. This is your first time over to America, so
yes.
We're glad to have you and welcome you. What do you think so far, Moxie?
The water tastes a little bit funny, which I found out immediately, and it wasn't as warm as I thought it was going to be. The people, though, the reception has been as warm as I was expecting, and something else that is incredibly hot is the amount of money that is going to be up for grabs. The total prize pool of $1 million, with $320,000 of that going to the team that picks up first position.
Yeah, 1 million, that's a lot of skins. That's a lot of Luna skins that you can get in game. 320,000 to that top winner, over to 160. But we take a look at our 2 groups, y'all, of the teams of 6 is the split amongst them. And looking at it here, I mean, Moxie, it is crazy when you have Group A, Group B. I want to focus on Group B. This is the elimination group of just pure terror. I mean, look at how stacked this is.
Yeah, this is the most competitive grouping I have ever seen in any esports. Like, it's going to be so hard to be able to predict. I know so many people have tried to go for the predictions and the tier lists, but let's be honest, there is very much any potential upset that could hit any of these teams in Group B. It is so hard to try to work out which 4 teams are going to be able to qualify, and it's all going to start in our map rotations. We're going to be going the traditional route. We're going to be starting off on that random generated domination before we head into either Convoy or Convergence. We might only get to see 2 maps in some of these matches, Cozy, because it's a best of 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, with best of 3, the format changes so much and just getting adjusted. Domination could go either way. We've seen that so many times. Sometimes the better team, doesn't start with the best footing, and then they have to make up back-to-back matches. Very hard to do, but domination, such a fun way to kick things off. That Marvel Rivals pace that you're used to right away, the superheroes clashing here. And then, of course, going to Convoy or Convergence. A lot of teams have different picks of the game modes that they favor and different comps, but that also means when we go into domination, we're going to look a little bit differently at what teams are going to pick to ban and bring to the game. And Moxie, when it comes to our first matchup, I mean, what a way to kick things off here in the grand finals. The champions of North America and 100 Thieves versus OUG.
Yeah, I mean, Thieves, they were able to do it. They were able to silence all of the doubters. They walked away with the bag on America, and unfortunately for them, the reward was put into Group B. So it's like, congratulations, guys! Here's your trophy, here's your prize pool. Now you're up against some of the toughest teams, but 100 Thieves can absolutely hang with the best because these players are the best of the best with Terror on that duelist role.
It's been so fun to see the story of this team. Way back when they were mutants, they were all players on console. They've come together and just gone through every single storm, and they've always said to themselves they've never gotten to that big stage and matchup and won it, and they did so in the group stage. And so they're setting the precedent with a great way to get into Atlanta, coming over as those champions. As you said, they did get into the tough part of the group here, but they have what it takes to win this whole thing. I mean, if we take a look at the roster, we start with Terra. If you have been watching anything at all in the America region, you know this is one of the best, not only duelists in America, but in the entire world. This guy makes the clear difference, not only in the grand finals, but across the different matches I've watched him play. Terra the Terrifying doesn't shock me at all. Delina here, I mean, as well, the 1B to the 1A. If he's playing on all cylinders, Moxie as well. This team is quite unstoppable.
I mean, especially on the 4.5 patch, if anyone is fitted to be able to move over to that Hela, it's Delena. He has been absolutely terrifying on it all the way back in Season 0. Well, like you said, they played under a different title. And now we're going to be looking at TTK, who, in my opinion, is just the best Emma, definitively in the world. This guy is absolutely insane. From being able to use that Stone Destruction to get his team into retake positions, or just stopping the Psylocke ultimate coming on for the tail end with the Carbon Crush, TTK is able to do it all. And speaking about someone else who's able to do it all, Vinny, because he's been flexing things up, moving away from just that group.
Yeah, Vinny really just showing that he was known as the group guy, and now he's the guy that can do it all, really making it just a nightmare for the strategists in the backlines. We saw that when they went against Envy in the grand finals, and you can just see in the strategist matchups that they weren't able to do their complete job. And when we look at Harvey and Millennia here, what they've been able to put together, Millennia was the sub whenever they were at the mid-season final over in Guangzhou, China, now earning that final spot here for the team and really shining. They love to do different comps. They love to have more traditional as well in certain matchups and modes, but as you just said with Hella, I think this is a meta that's going to favor this team a ton, even compared to what we did see in the group stage to set this whole thing up.
Yeah, I mean, they were one of those teams that didn't really rely as much on things like the Ultron and the Torch, but let's have a look at their competitor, because it's going to be OUG. However, unfortunately for OUG, due to some travel complications, it's not going to be the full roster of OUG, but still familiar faces. They've been able to pick up some pretty stacked players. We've got another team coming on through from China who took 4th in their region for Ignite Stage 2, and then we have 2 players coming out from Chopped, who were part of the EMEA team, who very nearly almost made it all the way here as well.
That legend you just saw in the glasses, Mulan Ron, one of the best, known as the best Iron Man in the entire world. Not the metaphor, but maybe we do get a little tease. But not only that, they're not getting that hometown buff. You know, I was talking to them on stage in China. You have their entire crowd going wild for them, right? And so a little bit of a different look with a different team, but also a different location here as we now take a look at our first map. We get our first view of this whole thing to kick it off, guys. Once again, this is the grand finals. It all starts now, and it's map 1, Krakoa.
Krakoa, oh boy, one of the best Adam maps. I mean, we're still going to be seeing things like that Mantis Instaban come on for us. 12% ultimate generation is just a little bit too much if it's a one-sided composition pick coming on out. However, with the nerfs onto Ultron, it's likely that we don't get to see one of those bans or save slots for that strategist, which means that something else powerful is now going to be looking to get targeted. Maybe something that got buffed on 4.5, the Venom with the new anti-heal effect, or potentially the Psylocke if you're worried about that dive, and the fact that Dance with the Butterflies has moved away from just forcing a strategist cooldown to actually being able to find an elimination through a strategist cooldown.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you look at 100 Thieves, they have such a great Adam Warlock alone that's being banned, and so when you have that with Krakoa, that's another thing to look at. But y'all, we're getting the stage set, the foundation ready. We're actually going to take a quick break, and then we're going to get right into the action. It's going to be non-stop, so don't go anywhere. Get reset, reloaded. We'll see you in just a second.
which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Hello and welcome back to Atlanta, Georgia, and the Grand Finals. Now, as we're jumping into Krakoa in our first map, Moxie, listen, it's Season 4.5, Daredevil's coming to the game, and the meta, if you haven't been able to climb the ladder, has changed quite drastically, not only on that ranked ladder, but also here in the pro play. Talk to me a little bit about what we expect to see in comparison to Season 4.
Well, I mean, the biggest change, honestly, for a lot of the pro play coming over is that Ultron has gotten nerfed, because that's sort of had a butterfly effect, right? We look at ultimates as a sort of, you either use it to take momentum or you use it to stop momentum, and Ultron is one of those characters who gets to do both. He gets to stop momentum because it's a healing ultimate, but he also gets to take momentum because it does damage and lets your team move forward. So that was one of the go-to ultimates that everyone would use if they were playing into retake and trying to get space or force the enemy into having to react. It was also something that was mostly used to stop Jeff. You know what else was also used to stop Jeff? Phoenix. You know what else got put a little bit into the ground? Phoenix. So Jeff the Landshark continues to just grow even more of a menace.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix had a huge slew of nerfs that's going to really slow down the heat of the ignite of that hero, especially helping out Rocket Raccoon, because that was obviously the big kind of rock, paper, scissors to that ultimate. But on top of that, Rocket also getting more of that damage amplifier is going to really allow teams at top play coordinate that. And we've seen that a little bit in Scrim, so I expect to see more coordination on that front. Now, Extermination might be going down a bit on Ultron's side, but we're going to see more Extermination, if you will, from a couple duelists. The duelist scene and what that looks like right now, Moxie, I think it's somewhat similar to Season 4, but there's some drastic changes. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, I mean, I think Phoenix, she's still likely going to be seeing a little bit of play, given the fact that, like, the stun is just insane on coordinated play, right? You can straight up take a player from full health to 0 without them getting to react and hit their ultimate button, which for a strategist player is absolutely huge.
Yeah.
But we're going to be seeing a couple of other things start to take a little bit more space, right? Ultron going down is going to impact the use of Star-Lord, because he was one of the main things that was trying to counter flyers. And speaking about flyers, you know who's not flying high right now in the sky? It's poor Johnny Storm. We got the fire extinguisher out when we moved on to 4.5, and the man got hosed. He is not going to get any really play unless we're going to see him used to try and put pressure on things like grounded vanguards. And with Ultron getting put out of pocket too, he loses his pocket uptime and you'd have to rely on invis instead.
Yeah, the Vanguards are looking pretty strong across the board. Excited to see kind of what compositions we go. A lot of teams, you know, they love doing full strategist bans, full Vanguard bans, but for me as a Psylocke main, first of all, I'm so excited for the Psylocke changes. I've been enjoying them, and we have some Psylocke players here.
Yeah.
I mean, the quite literal best in the world. If you're a fan of any hero today, I just recommend watching the Masters at Craft and how they take their routes in their different fights and using their abilities and their key abilities. I want to talk about that too for a moment here, Moxie. When you look at ults, they're important, but there are some abilities in this game that are just as important to watch for the cooldown, and that's one thing I want our viewers to kind of focus on here. Outside of something like a cloak bubble, that's kind of like that mini little ultimate to keep things up, what are some other key abilities from heroes that you would suggest to keep an eye out for?
Adam Soulbind.
Fair enough.
Straight up, it's not a cooldown, it's an ultimate on a cooldown, and that's absolutely huge because that means that when you start the game, you have that defensive, right? There's a reason why we saw the rise of the Adam composition on Domination when it had a 73% win rate in the first week of EMEA, which was absolutely insane. It started to fall off a little bit, and I think Psylocke actually getting buffed is inadvertently going to batter Adam down just a tiny bit, because one of the things that we started seeing was, even though, you know, Soulbind is such a good cooldown and Karmic Revival, the full ability to revive your team after everybody else has overcommitted their ultimates, it's really easy to mark an Adam's position. If you manage to take him down and he's forced into using that regenerative cocoon, you just have something like a Venom or a Psylocke or a Star-Lord, look for the glowy mirror image of the Adam and then track down, wait for him to self-res. He's going to res in an isolated area, which means if he's got Soulbind up, he doesn't have anyone to tether onto, and then you're going to be able to pick him up a second time, only this time he doesn't get the copy. And that's actually something that Jeff, any Jeff player, right? If you want to play Jeff in your ranked games, this is my biggest bit of advice to you. Use it against Adam, because what you can actually do, there's a little bit of kit, which means that if Adam is taken out by an environmental falling off of the map, even if he has the self-res up, it doesn't actually get to come into play at all. He loses any access to it. So what we're starting to see a lot of Jeff players do is use the It's Jeff, and especially on Krakoa, whether we get to see it on an area like Grove with the portal into the waterfall drop-off, they'll just eat the Atom, take him off the map, and it doesn't matter. You don't have to overcommit a position to get the Atom out first, and then get him out a second time.
Yeah, certainly better maps than others for Jeff. And when you look at something like Hell's Heaven, I think it's always just that matchup to watch for, is the Jeff versus Adam, Jaws versus the man himself, John Williams music queuing at his finest. You know, for me, it's been a lot of the Hela in this Phoenix battle, you know, quite literally Season 3, you know, we had the rise of the Phoenix, everything going in that direction. And obviously Phoenix really took a jump there. With Hela's rise, I think there's a lot of these players that used to love the Goddess of Death, kind of had to take a, you know, a little bit of a quick spot over to Phoenix. But one thing I want to highlight is the original X-Men, one of them, the King of the Sea over there in Namor. And there are team-ups that come in this game that we look at and they look really flashy and great, and they are, but in the pro scene, you don't see those comps come together too much.
Yeah.
But Namor Hela, that's something we expect to see a lot, and there's so much there in that team-up, right, Mox?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they don't need to actually find the elimination themselves, it's just counted off an assist. You do one dot of damage from either the Hela or the Namor, and boom, undead monster spawn rises from the ground and is invincible for 3 whole seconds. And you can have as many of them on the field as you possibly can. There is no hard lock. We're gonna get Marvel Zombies in an actual PvP mode rather than the PvE, if that gets to go through. And it sort of also pushes Hela back up, because one of the problems that both the Hela and the Namor had on the previous patch is that you were playing for an off angle, but you were playing isolated.
Yeah.
So we saw, you know, the Hulk, we saw the Namor, everyone went, oh, Namor's really, really good for being able to stop dive because he's got the monster spawns. They'll be able to fire at a dive character. They'll be able to scout out where the dive is coming from. They've got an off angle. They'll be able to peel for the backline off of pressure from somewhere the dive doesn't touch. Here's the problem. Namor needed an angle. He actually needed to already have that off angle to be able to pressure the dive. So what teams with dive started realizing was, we have really high mobility in all of our kits, and our damage spike, our peak potential, is at the beginning of this fight. What if we just walk before the Namor is set up, and they would either walk on the Namor or they would walk on the team call when the Namor wasn't there to be able to protect them and the Hulk wasn't there to protect them. But now that we have Hela, you've got a decision to make, and it's a 50-50, which a lot of the time you're going to lose no matter which choice you pick.
Yeah.
Because you've got Hela playing on one angle, you've got Namor playing on another angle, and that means that if you decide to go for one of those isolated targets, there's another isolated target on an entirely different angle who is uncontested, and at this level, an uncontested player is going to be hitting the shots.
Your Marvel Rivals Encyclopedia, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Moxie, I love to hear it. You know, speaking of Hulk being gone, right, I think finally the Gamma God is kind of free from the shackles of the team-up. And, you know, when it comes to what we expect in the Vanguard position, obviously Venom right now, extremely dangerous. I think Venom's been great, actually, patch over patch, but this time being able to set up the team the way it does. And for those that don't know at home, what Venom does as not only just the hero or the villain, either way you look at it, but the teammates, is that caller mid-fight, and that's such a huge, important role for the team. And we have just great ones at that today. You know, when we look at, let's say, 100 Thieves on this first matchup here, the Vanguards, they played less of Venom. Vinny is going to dabble a little bit into Venom. He's more of a Captain America, but we see that, right? If it's not Venom, it's Captain America right now. Hulk's probably going to take a backseat a little bit.
I think we're still going to be seeing some target focus on specific Cap players. I know Polly's Cap is just too strong. Like, we got to catch up with some players. We got to ask them who they thought was the best Captain America. The answer was unequivocally just Polly. Immediately. There was no debate. There was no discussion. There was no one closer. It was just straight up, yeah, it's Polly. And I think Polly is going to get a Cap ban because of that. But for everybody else, the Venom is more important for a number of reasons. Like you said, Venom is really, really good at doing everything that Cap does, but he gets away with it. That's the difference. If you're playing Emma, even if you manage to get Emma through the ban draft, a good Venom is not going to get caught out by the Carbon Crush, because it's a dead giveaway, right? The Emma goes into Diamond Form, oh, that's going to be a Carbon Crush opportunity. Here's the thing, Venom has so much mobility on his kit, he goes in, he baits out that cooldown, he's gone. If the Emma has given up her position on the front line, that front line is now left vulnerable because Emma is the the one thing buffering. She's the thing that stops that rushdown composition. So you just get to play entirely around it. And not only that, Venom has so many good team-ups.
Yes.
The symbiotic shenanigans with Jeff has been running an absolute foul of so many teams on domination, where we got to see the rise of an undiveable composition, which wasn't a dive hybrid. It wasn't like a Venom and a Mag or a Venom and an Emma. No, this was straight up all 6 characters get to play that dive, and you just do not get to play if they're in control of the space.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if you saw that graphic when it showed all the team ups and how their win percentages are doing right now. Symbiotic Shenanigans at the top of that list. Little crazy, and especially with how useful Jeff is right now in this meta. You're just fueling the fire, I guess, the water for that team to be able to help them out more. And yeah, I mean, looking across the board with that, to your point, with the dive, which I expect to see plenty of that heavy today. When it comes to 100 Thieves, because we are moments away to look at what they are to bring, they typically like to go with what they know best. And I would say, even though this meta does favor them a good amount, I expect them to go with the old Delina's going to be playing the Adam or Hella Classic. Terra can flex to anything. The teams want to ban Terra, not a hero that he plays, the full one. I've heard a lot of compliments to his Wolverine's really the thing that separates him, not the best meta for him right now. Before I dive into them too much, though, because I'm going to bring up Daredevil, I know a lot of viewers at home want to see the devil let out, right, guys? So do we expect to see Daredevil a lot? I think he's a little bit of a snowball hero. Pro play could look a little different. Yeah,
I think he's definitely going to be played, but I think it's more of a backup option. Here's the problem for the draft, because I was looking over this. I don't know how these coaches are going to have to approach this. It's going to be an absolute nightmare because so much is good, and it was the sort of problem that we had for Vanguards. Remember when everyone went through that sort of phase? It's not just a phase, Mom, I promise, where everyone would just ban out Vanguards. And they would be like, okay, cool, we've taken out a Cap, we've taken out a Venom, we've taken out a Mag, we've taken out an Emma. Here's the problem for Vanguards. So many Vanguards are in the game that just do the same thing. They don't have the same abilities, but they have the same sort of rewards at the end of using all of those. And now the duelists are in a very similar position when it comes to dive, because Daredevil being added and Star-Lord being seeing a lot more play, Psylocke getting buffed, all of those characters are dive, which means that no matter what you do, no matter what you ban out, dive is still gonna get through. So we're in such a snowball heavy meta where honestly on domination especially, I think it's a real big risk if you go for that Hella Namel, because if you lose the first fight, you're never getting that space back.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, this is laying the foundation for the knockout stage. The group stage is set. We find ourselves 100 Thieves versus OUG. Thank you for waiting as we find ourselves in the map of Krakoa, location here in Atlanta. We start again, Moxie, with the immediate ban of Mantis.
Yeah, there goes the Mantis, and there goes the Jeff save, because just as it's a very strong Adam map, so too is it an amazing Jeff map, and 100 Thieves in response have to ban the Venom, because as you talked about, that symbiotic shenanigans team up is just a little bit too strong. Do they go now for the save onto the Jeff themselves, or are they going to try and force OUG onto a line that now weakens a dive composition? This is a very good bait from 100 Thieves end.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we actually just talked about this in the green room. We said this is exactly how we expect the stage to be set in most of these matches. So what you're seeing here is probably what you're going to continue to see outside of some of the mirror matches and protecting here with that Venom. Rocket Raccoon. I know people might be a little bit shocked to see that, but again, what we just highlighted in the pre-show and the difference of that damage amplifier, setting up the team for different combos, the Star-Lord ban to match.
I mean, not just that, but also the Jeff with the rocket. That's a really good 2-2-2 backline to be able to play a full dive composition. Now, if they want to go for an undiveable composition, they have to play Jeff with the Ultron, which has been massively nerfed, and we can see 100 Thieves prioritizing now. They go for the Invis save, so if it is dive, they've got the CC. If the Star-Lord gets through, they've got Invisible Boundary to be able to stop the Galactic Legend.
And just having Harvey comfortable. We've seen a lot of teams actually target against Harvey in this initial ban phase too, so having the Invis, he does a lot of cloak, we know, but Invis is going to be another one there to grab. But Psylocke is another hero we expect a lot of ban today. And listen, even though Delina doesn't play a lot of Psylocke as of recently, you have to nowadays with how well that hero is able to perform. That ultimate is absolutely crazy. We expect to see a lot of dance execution today. Last save here for OUG in the last ban. What do you expect to see here potentially?
Maybe this is going to be, well, I mean, OUG, they can't actually go for the Winter Soldier, which would have been my want for a ban against 100 Thieves here, because like Jeff in play, that Kraken impact is going to be very targeted when the Jeff comes on through, as OUG are going to be managing to save themselves the Star-Lord. 100 Thieves now now, they could go for something like the Luna, they could go for something like the Invis, but they decided to go for the Captain America to, again, weaken that dive. Now, if OUG want to actually have a Vanguard that gets to dive, they likely have to play something like the Hulk, or potentially the Angela, and that is going to further empower the Invis woman pick from 100 Thieves' end.
Absolutely, Viz, just such a great way to handle there the one-wing Angel. Love that we're starting things off with Angela here from OUG. Again, y'all, this team, they've got some great players, and even though they have 3 new additions to it, I expect the talent level to still be there. We'll see how they kind of lock in the coordination. That's what we have to look for when you do have new teammates come into play. 100 Thieves on the opposite end. They've been playing together now for about a full year. Can't believe we're approaching 1 year of this amazing game here, but they've been playing since Alpha Beta, so they are locked and loaded here, Mox.
I mean, 100 Thieves also have so many good turns that they could go for if this composition doesn't work. We saw a hint just that they haven't fully walked out of those spawn doors. We don't know if this is going to be a lock, but that was hella Namor that we got to see. So this is going to be a full counter dive composition, which gets to work off of the fact that you got things like the Luna and the Invis through. Harvey is likely just going to be utilizing the rocket now in spawn to be able to get the armor packs before swapping over to the Invis, so that you have the shield to be able to help the off angle of either the Hela or the Namor. And then Vinny on the Venom is going to be tasked with going in, disrupting, and allowing the space for the Hela and Namor to be able to find one of those magic picks. But no, they had the Invis woman, and they stick with the rocket. They're going for full damage output.
Well, that might change when we see the Angela here in just a moment from the opposite side in opposition. Terra, as you know, usually Delina's going to play that Hela, but Terra can play anything in this game, as we know, and Delina's going to be flexing over to that Namor pick, which, you know, we just have to have that team up on live, locked and loaded. Terra and the visual set to go. Team split up again. I love Terra here on the off angle. That's what you want as Hela, to catch them off guard here. Now, trying to push in. The point is open. Moxie as a beginning to fire away. Harvey with the res on Terra, who goes down immediately, caught on that off angle. Now it's going to be here a bit of Molan Ron, who's going to be playing that Jeff. Not for long, though, as Terra quickly silences him to the grave of the respawn room, and it's looking like 100 Thieves is using their aggression that this team is known for to get the point early.
Yeah, and we're getting eliminations coming on through, which means that those undead monsters are spawning, and OUG don't have any way of being able to take them down. So for 3 seconds, for every single one of those spawning, both the Star-Lord and the Ultron are being hard focused down with no way of returning fire, which means that those flyers do not get the space to be able to play with. And 100 Thieves, that was the hardest fight for them. They're now going to be in a position with both the Hela and the Namor on an off angle, so far away from OUG's initial dive that they're going to lose a play potentially on the reset.
Yeah, absolutely. Vinny can set up perfectly here. They've got the ult charge advantage as well. Getting that first point is so important here on Domination. As you know, Hellfire Gala is hosting this grand finals to start things off now, as we have Delina setting up those turrets ready for any type of flank. They see Ultron now behind, even though we didn't expect to see a lot. This is the way they're going to roll in the skies, and it is a great opening here from OUG. Do not sleep on this team. You may not know a lot of, but right now it's the Vanguards getting it done now, as both Angela and Emma getting it quickly done, and Taro Cookie getting up the scraps there from Star-Lord.
This is really problematic for 100 Thieves as well, because TTK on the Emma has sort of been the anchor on the point, but none of these fights are really happening on the point. There's no one for the Emma to be able to walk onto, so the ultimate that you would rely being your retake, Psionic Seduction, is not yet charged, which means that OUG are going to get an opportunity. They can disrupt on the walk-up, they can try and force some of these ultimates, and then they can move away. Or they can just go first with Rage of Ultron and push 100 Thieves out of being able to build an ultimate up to try and contest.
Yeah, it's the 4.5 meta, but there it is. Extermination opening the fight. This is an aggressive team, and I love both of them clashing together like the titans they are, as the grand finale pops from MASH now, looking for the opening for this team. Tara Cookie got that pick there on Venom earlier on Vinny, now looking for more. The whale comes out, lands. It's Moby Dick going down on Luna Snow, taken down quickly here, moving forward. Delina is going to look for more, but Taro Cookie wants to see if they can match. Good seduction there to counter a little bit of that Galactic Legend along with Harvey, and just like that 100 Thieves, they slow things down and get things back in their favor.
OUG are still trying to win this, though. They popped the itch. Jeff Mulan is going to have that healing puddle on the point, though it has already flipped over to control of 100 Thieves. So this is just a matter of trying to find some of these late picks for OUG's faster moving composition to be able to set up faster for the next fight and go when 100 Thieves are lacking one of those main strategists. Harvey being picked means that the BRB is not in position, so 100 Thieves can't hold as close and be as punishing on the dive as marking them as they have been previously.
Yeah, and that's what they like to do, right? They love to keep that aggression forward, so they're kind of caught caught a little bit backhanded, but wow, look at this absolute aggression trying to force not only the blessings of the deep, what a huge ability to get that out early, but they just want the full elimination here as Delina's just begging for life, does not find, he gets at least a squid help there, but Tara and Harvey picking up there on the elimination. Tara Cookie going to be going down. That's going to shut down the duelist threat that is going to be on the off point, but right now it's the Emma show, and as you highlighted, TTK, the best at it, shows DRP what's up there as they get that elimination. Tara picks up the scraps, and now we're at 93%.
Yeah, Vinny as well, body blocking, so the Heller is able to get away without being punished, which means the Rocket BRB is still going to be up in play. Tara hasn't been forced into using the Goddess of Death, so he's going to have it for the overtime, which means OUG have to go directly into this. As they go for the Strange Portal, they've got ultimates to come on through. It's going to open up with Heaven's Retribution, paired with the Rage of Ultron when everyone's just trapped in that space. But do they have the damage to be able to find the picks through the sustain?
Wow, look at the Goddess of Death just throwing it down. Tara opening this with an absolute show, ladies and gentlemen. Now it gets 2 picks and more, 99%. Just a pixel left on the overtime. Tara looking for that off angle. Vinny with the capitalization. Svalt getting out of here, and the Luna, the team trying to hang on. OUG is going to go and fall on the first point, and a lot of those ults with it, Moxie. And so going into this next one here in Carousel, they're going to have to look to bounce back.
Yeah, and it's Carousel, not Cradle, which is really unfortunate for both the Adam and the Jeff composition to come on through. I will say, though, Cradle is probably the better map for the Heller and the Namor because of the really, distant angles that you have, and also the space that you can rotate around the map. If you fail into winning the first fight, you can at least take the portal to avoid the poke coming on through from the Heller Namor. Here, it's going to be a lot easier for OUG to be able to get directly on top of either the Heller and the Namor, which has been so problematic for them on the previous map.
Certainly, and Adam is available for both. You know, obviously what you point out that last map is all the more clutch with the Adam. Taking a look though, like we said, Tara and Delina, when they're both lock and key, they are hard to stop 100 Thieves, and look at this, 7K, 7K, 13 and 3, 15 and 2. That's exactly the start they wanted to have. I will say I'm impressed though, Moxie, with OUG and the tenacity to just go right into this and pick up from that aggressive playstyle, even out a few members.
Well, speaking about tenacity, we're going to be seeing a change come on for Merlin Run is actually onto the Psylocke, and now we have the 50-50 battle of whether or not you can win against the Hela before she hits the Soul Drainer into the headshot follow-up. It's all going to be about this first fight, but like you said, OUG burning their ultimate economy in the last one sets 100 Thieves up for a massive advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is now they trying to get this early setup. Again, as you said, this first point is kind of the hardest one for 100 Thieves to land, and once they got it from there, the defensive effort a bit easier, but it's going to be Tara Cookie trying to take it right to Tara, but found a battle. He does not want to fight with the Goddess of Death. Goodbye, Peter Quill. It's going to be the Goddess of Death getting the best of that one. Tara now hunting for more, but Delina, TTK pick up the rest of the scraps, and as you said, Molan Ron there, great at the duelist position, but not much you can do when your whole team's out.
Yeah, and the Astral Flock as well coming on through from Tara so that he can reposition, get the Snowflake coming on through from the Idol Ore, fully stabilized by the rest of his team, as we're going to see OUG actually now swap. Tara Cookie is going to go over to the Winter Soldier, the Bucky with the Bionic Hook being able to put pressure onto the Venom, who's looking for just token disruption, is now going to mean that Venom could potentially get pulled into overextending, so Tara and Delina lose their setup.
Yeah, that's a good thing to identify because it is right now Vinny, and what he's continuing to do is that rotation, just make things struggle in the backline, and there it is right there, ladies and gentlemen. Molan Ron getting the best of Tara this time and getting that last laugh, now going invisible. Looking for more is going to be the ninja herself, the Yokai Slayer. It's going to be the Dance of the Butterflies going to activate, and right there just going to go ahead and at least bait out Millennia and getting that show rolling for the team, and that's going to now have the whole entire OUG with the seduction, eyes on the thighs, as Shiv likes to say, Tara and more, getting at least a little bit of momentum down with Molan Ron being eliminated. OUG, though, has the gauntlet of ultimates here, Moxie, to utilize.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves are there, but the weak conditions, though. Out comes Sonic Seduction. It's going to be countered by the Fate of Both Worlds coming on through from OUG's end, but look at what Terra is doing. He's waiting. Out comes the Soul Drainer into the Goddess of Death so he can avoid the Kraken impact connections. Coming on through from Tara Cookie, and everyone on the point is just going to be able to absolutely melt through the Hela's overhealth, and finally OUG should be able to find this win. The problem for them is the amount of point percentage it's costing them, as 100 Thieves are still stalling this point.
Blinken is 78% already against TTK too, just absolutely getting it done. The rest of the team fell, and you did have the res there on Delina, but TTK, just an absolute monster in Fortress, quite the literal definition of a vanguard for this team.
Oh,
Moxie has set up 90%, and here they come.
There's no portal for overtime. This is a huge investment coming on through from OUG's end, and they don't have an ultimate to be able to come out of the back of it. Out comes the Tidal Dirge from Delina, putting that damage in, but also slowing everyone on the side of OUG so they get pushed back by 100 Thieves, and they have no way in overtime of getting onto either the Hell or the Nemo.
What a way to open things up with the Dirge to get things rolling. Vinny is going to get the best of the strategist out of there. And on top, look at Vinny and what he's able to do for this team. They did get the recap, and so yes, that full portal commit was a lot as Delina, though, continues to clean up. And now there's nothing they can do to bounce back from this stagger. This is going to be a point that looks to be lost, unfortunately, because that full commit there, 93% in.
Yeah, 100 Thieves have spread themselves. Dive looks to find isolated targets and stack numbers so that they're taking the advantages at the beginning of those fights. And that was something that OUG also found out to their detriment, right? Dive at the beginning of the fight, when it has access to all of their cooldowns, is at its strongest. If those fights go longer, it's really, really weak in comparison to the overall sustainability of a Hela, a Namor, an Emma, a Venom, a Luna, and a Rocket, which meant that 100 Thieves, all they really had to do was absorb the initial commitment of that dive, and then they would just be able to lengthen the fight out until they hit one of their win conditions, and the dive had to back off and look for a stabilized opportunity. And when it's played on domination, teams having to back off from fights and get baited into taking longer fights, losing point percentage, then puts them into a really uncomfortable corner when it comes to overcommitting ultimates so they can finish a fight.
Well, TTK got the MVP, but I want to shout out the Vinny effect. You can see right here, look at the difference in strategist healings and eliminations and what they're able to put together. I mean, that's with Vinny just constantly in that backline. It's going to take away their ability to be able to heal and keep their team up and having to help outside of that with the elimination front. But TTK 19-2, 11 elims up. This is looking like the team that I left here in the Grand Finals, Moxie. And what a way, again, to open. I love that we have two aggressive teams because, you know, when you have that kind of more defensive-focused teams, we have a little bit of a different rotation. Portal at 93%, I think that's the definition of aggressive.
You know what I love as well from 100 Thieves? The fact that they had the invis, like they went so far as saving the invis. And then they actually picked the rocket, and it's so smart. It actually makes so much sense because if you go for the rocket, right, you've got the BRB. If they're looking for the rocket to stop the BRB from coming on through, they're not looking at the Hela, they're not looking at the Namor. If they go for either the Hela or the Namor at the beginning of the fight, the BRB is still going to be in place, so they commit their positions so deep into 100 Thieves' end, which is then punished and traded, and there's no trade back. The stock exchange absolutely crashes in comparison to the absolute daylight robbery of a deal that 100 Thieves are able to make out with. More point percentage, still getting their angles, and a full reset of their duelists into a better safeguarded position from where the BRB is stationed.
Yeah, there's at least 3 just clutch reses there that really kept the momentum on. I mean, 70% and climbing. That sustained effort of keeping the point on theirs, especially on that last point, was purely because of that res from Delina after TTK kept them afloat. Do love that. And I love when we see that from teams. You see the picks come in, the saves, and then you don't even see that hero whatsoever.
Yeah, and you would think Harvey would go for the invis, right? Because he used to be known as like that Loki, then he started branching on out. We've seen him on so many heroes, but you can literally say, right, you've seen him on invis so much, it's a staple.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, listen, this is what this team does well. They don't always just focus one thing. Their flexibility has gone up massively. What a way, ladies and gentlemen, to open up the Grand Finals, but it's best of 3. We've got more action coming your way in just a second after this quick break.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Hello and welcome back to and from the break, y'all, as we find ourselves in match number 2 between 100 Thieves and OUG. And Moxie, I got to highlight right away when I looked at OUG. Again, the talent's there. We saw some good team fights, but the coordination is what we need to see change here, and it's tough to have such a quick change going into match 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be even harder as well because now you've moved away from domination, which is like the coin flip, right?
Yeah, right?
At the beginning in those first fights, no team has the advantage, no team has that prior positioning. Now whenever you move, if it's convoy, if it's convergence, it's regardless of the map type. At some point you have to walk into a defensively set of 100 Thieves, which means at some point you have to walk into that Hela and Namor angle. So is it worth actually target banning it out immediately? There's the Mantis. This is something that we're going to be seeing the entire day.
Yep.
I have no doubt of. I want to see how OUG adapts into the Hela Namor though.
Yeah, so OUG will be selecting Midtown as their map of choice to try to bounce things back here. And again, yeah, that first ban, we can just call the Mantis ban. We can almost talk right through it. We just know what to expect at this point. We're going to get the Emma save over there from OUG to try to help again with what is going to be pretty relentless in the dive front. You're going to have the Jeff there, going to be banned right after that. So do you expect the same kind of song and dance here with the save this time around? Oh, going to Emma for TTK.
Yeah, I mean, Emma has to be one of those vanguards you look to in the convoy because we know at this point, right? First hold is going to be triple setup, and Emma with the Carbon Crush is one of the things that can actually punish vanguards just staggering their position on the objective to stall out as much time as you possibly can. So even if the attacking team manages to push through the first point, they don't have anything left into second or third, as we're going to be seeing the Venom taken out now from the side of 100 Thieves, as Jeff was still in play too.
Yeah, and I think the Venom is just a good identifier of weakness there for that team. I think Vinny, obviously, we just saw what it did there to the strategist backline, but Vinny's just going to be able to flex right to Captain America if he chooses. So unless they go for both dive, which I don't expect. Adam Warlock not being banned on domination, but they are going to ban him here on the old Midtown, which I do think is a good play. You know, we do see, not from 100 Thieves specifically, but we've seen double res at times from 100 Thieves. Delena just playing this role so well. Same with the Invis save, though, here on the back end. We got one more ban left for OUG.
Yeah, I believe they actually have played the Loki Adam Mantis composition before. They played it against, I believe it was FlyQuest on Symbiotic Surface. So OUG have done their homework, and there it is! I was right!
Yes.
Hela and Namor team up divorced, as we're not going to be seeing the title dirge. The Goddess of Death is going to be sitting this one out, as we can see what exactly OUG want to use this last save slot onto. They can't go to Mantis. If they want to go for a dive component, they could go for something like a Star-Lord, or they could try and go for a strategist set up here, and they decide to go for the Venom, so that we're still going to be seeing the dive, but also the anti-heal effect on the Feast of the Abyss to punish if 100 Thieves stack up.
I gotta hand it to them. Sometimes you see kind of the same team go with the same strategy they had in map 1, but they are directly targeting what was their weakness there in domination. May not, you know, come to full because this team does have so much flexibility. Not even sure if 100 Thieves wants to run exactly that comp to begin with, but it is smart to separate the power duo right now outside of Moxie, myself, and Namor and Hela. Now looking at our last bit of homework and what has been put together here. Luna going to be that last ban, and so to shut down a little bit what this team can do on the strategist front, but triple Vanguard up top there to set things up defensively.
Yeah, the Luna is going to really weaken the staying power of the Vanguards, but it also means that the Venom's Feast of the Abyss isn't going to be able to sync up and become a duet with Fate of Both Worlds and Feast of the Abyss. The 40% pump on it can be pretty lethal in terms of 100 Thieves having to deal with it. However, Loki managed to make it through, and Rocket managed to make it through, and we haven't seen this composition in Ignite, but there was actually a composition which was starting to pick up traction in both the Marvel Rivals Championship and a couple of grassroots tournaments, where you actually got to play Loki with the Rocket, and you would utilize the fact that the Rocket's ultimate now having 40% damage amp, you would copy the Rocket. You would get 2 Cosmic Ion amplifiers off, though I feel in the composition like this, where you don't have a hyper-carry duelist to look for those damage boosts, it's far more likely that Harvey's going to be copying Delena on the Invis instead.
That's what I expect as well. You just call it the Animal Crossing backline with a little bit of trickery now there, with Harvey being on the old favorite of Loki. And hey, don't let Terra fool you. You can play duelist, but this man is a mean Sorcerer Supreme here in Doctor Strange as the teams get set. OUG, again, in these offenses approach to make this space. Typically, you know, we did see Storms in the past of Season 4. They're going to be going with the Psylocke into the Star-Lord, trying to split things up. Again, we saw Molan Ron do good and get a couple picks early, but the team follow-up is what we want to see here. So taking the high ground, and right away, there's that aggression actually just putting these strategies. Sfold is almost going back to the spawn, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, regen domain. They're going to be able to find the first pick, and it is crucially going to be a Millennia, which means that no
Huge
rocket
pick.
BRB to be able to bring them back. And then Harvey goes down almost immediately afterwards, as Invis is just not going to be in a position to be able to help them. She's trying to help the Vanguards so that she can get the most amount of pierce coming on her from the primary, and off of the back of that, OUG managed to brute force the first fight immediately. We're getting to see that dive properly come through. We're going to see a strange portal from 100 Thieves, I would imagine, onto the high ground so that they can try and drop down onto the objective, or they might hold it as, there we go, it is going to be a portal, but it's going to be on the objective instead, so they can rush one of these players who's a little bit weak and separated.
Absolutely, that's where the Strange comes in so much handy here, especially making it almost a 4-fight win for point number 1. But to your point, OUG is already locked and loaded now with the ult economy pretty close on both sides of things. The strat just going down early, though, is going to give that advantage to OUG. Looking early, it's Terra trying to get the pressure on Shield, going down quickly. And Delina at this point on the invis. You do have the res on Harvey, but right now they are just targeting, finding, and hunting right now, shall I say, Moxie. These 100 Thieves players, Molon gets another.
Yeah, and I mean, 100 Thieves at that point, they just didn't have the damage to be able to break the Cosmic Gun Amplifier in time, so OUG essentially got the full impact of the 40% damage boost. So because they used ultimates at the beginning of the fight, the Rocket ultimate has now allowed them to rebuild those ultimates and have them back up for this next fight when we know that 100 Thieves do not have the Strange Portal. So out comes the counter dive measures. It's going to be break glass in case of emergency. Terra's going to go over to the Winter Soldier, manages to retain 50% charge to that first Kraken impact, and it's going to be up to Vinny on the Captain America to keep the objective contested. But easier said than done when some next selections in play.
Absolutely, OUG has everything on lock, and they're using it right away. The Infinity War coming at us here in Atlanta, Georgia. TTK trying to slow things down with the seduction, and Terra's so close with that Agamotto. Now, again, breaking glass in case of emergency, but the glass is already broken in the terms of 100 Thieves team. Now, it's just OUG full gas up Main Street. That wasn't even a competition of 3 different fights, just rough around the edges, and really, as you know, it could just snowball through these points whenever you're unable to get things rolling.
Yeah, this is a one fight into half turn fight meta. Essentially, 1.5, 1.5, and that's perfect tempo for a dive composition, because you're already getting to see here. It's just OUG sending in their Venom, disrupting 100 Thieves, making sure that they don't have an angle for the Winter Soldier to mark things like the Psylocke and the Star-Lord, and then apply pressure at the front line and wait for an opportunity to move in. However, Terra is able to find the pick onto Dudu, and that is now going to mean that the Venom disruption has been removed, and OUG have to rely on Brute healing instead.
Wow, and so what they have 100 Thieves here, as Delina's going to be popping up that invisible boundary. Harvey will be able to help out as well to get a little bit of that sustain rolling to help through this 40%. And look at that delay of the Legendary to now bait out Harvey and get that ultimate out. They did great ult tracking there, as both strategists now found empty in the ult economy. Terra throwing it down, that Kraken impact, not getting an impact this time around, trying to get that reset. And great little hide and seek there behind the pillar, as they're just trying to hold on, get back with the team. Nice little Captain America team up we don't get to see often. Moxie'd love to have that there with Steve Rogers and co. But Delina does find Terra, which has been a big threat to them in that back line. So this at least gives them a little bit of breathing room through all this, as Vinny tries to hunt down the remaining members of OUG.
OUG aren't full going for the reset. They're wanting to hold this position because they're going to come on through with the Dance of the Butterflies and the Sonic Seduction, and it's going to have to force 100 Thieves' hand. They've got to use the Emerald ultimate to break around that corner and push into OUG to turn it into a brawl.
Wow, Terra with the 1-2 quick pop there, and even though you do get the res, they are going to be able to keep that snowballing here. We just talked about Winter Soldier being that snowball. Terra doing it at best now in a pistol fight there on the top end of Terra. It is going to be Winter v Winter. You've seen it before in the multiverse. Now it's here live in Marvel Rivals. TTK get the best, and they really shut down this Venom very well. I think that's what 100 Thieves has done well in this first bit of the fight. And like you said, there's these half fights right now. We're finding ourselves right before that here as we're about to jump into another Moxie.
This is a full reset though. Now OUG do actually have to go for those really punishing chokes, although 100 Thieves don't have a position on the high ground, and it's going to be Sonic Seduction coming on through. Good force physics there from Delina to make sure that the Emma doesn't find the opening immediately into the team, and they get the opportunity to disengage without using an ultimate and can just take cover and win the ultimate economy when the fight begins anew.
Absolutely, got the Feast of the Abyss ready here. He's going to be looking for his prey. He's going to be popping it up, and Terra's trying to find it from it now, going up in, munching, not getting anything successfully from that damage amplifier as well. Great job, 100 Thieves, staying alive through it. Terra hunting down quickly. The Venom has been easy prey so far, but this time wrapping around the back end, but bam, pop, goes the Ima. DRP is down, followed by Mash. Terra and TTK continue to get it done, and they push back alongside it. Millennia hunting out the prey. What a win on the one-on-one there from Mulan Ron.
There's a danger here, though, because the 100 Thieves used Invis Boundary in that fight, and Taro Cookie is still going to have the Kraken impact. However, OUG, once again, to be able to use those ultimates, they have to first get into position to be able to use them, which means Lucky has to go through all of the damage that the 100 Thieves could do, which is going to give Harvey that opportunity to build up the God of Mischief and then copy the Invis.
Yeah, Harvey at the perfect spot right now, 74%. It's going to be right there on the money. We're going to see who pulls the Q first in this regard, or the double sticks if you're in the terms of TTK now pushing forward. Is going to be Terra Cookie with that Kraken impact. It's just so many metas before it. Winter Soldier has just continued to rain down on these heroes, and Vinny just getting the best. Once again, it's going to be, unfortunately, the Venom, which is going to have a full little stop here as we reset and reload.
That was the BOB. I mean, it was the BRB. At least they're not going to lose all of the momentum. They're at least, for the most part, through that choke coming on through, which does mean that it's not going to be a full reset. 100 Thieves aren't going to be able to use it to leverage a position onto the high ground to be able to mark out the dive and then have to like take the fight, find a pick, punish the BRB's use, and then just keep again picking at that thread, stopping the dive. There's a reason that we say that dive is strong when it's in control of the space and horrible into having to play into retake when you don't control any of it.
Yeah, if you get picture, I mean, it's just going to be over from there. The pace has been relentless thus far, so we just take a little breather now to reset and kind of what we've looked at. Yeah, breathe in, breathe out here, both here and at home, y'all. But yeah, what I want to say is OUG opening up perfectly, correcting the mistakes that they made there on the initial front. Those pick and bans actually coming to light a ton too, as we've highlighted with that Namor Hella comp. It's giving them no time to breathe whatsoever. Terra was at 94% when he swapped from the Strange to Bucky. They had to roll that route, and so that point 1, they just answered it all perfectly. Point 2 to point 3, though, I expect a little bit of a different momentum heading in.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to dive on second because there's just so much natural cover for the defense, right? Because first part of the part of second, yeah, a lot of it is out in the open and there's high ground and verticality everywhere. But then you get to the second half of second and all of a sudden you've got subway coverage, which just means that the defenders, we saw it so many times, right? Force physics when you see them looking for that approach, and then literally everyone just turn tails and kites. And you don't need to use anything for it, and that's where things like the Loki comes into play, right? Loki, yeah, he's been hit by a lot of nerfs. I know, I feel you. I was a Loki main in Season 0 too, okay? But he's still incredibly strong in professional play for the reason that regen domain is a cooldown that has the effect of an ultimate, which doesn't come with an ultimate cost, which you can then weave. That's what we're starting to see from things like the Loki. It makes up for the windows when you don't have an ultimate ready to go. So if you're going up against something like a Starlord's Galactic Legend for the dive team to be able to retake into that space and move forward, everyone just uses the regen domain 1, 2, 3 as stepping stones to get into a safer position.
It was those abilities that aren't the ultimates that we kind of highlighted at the beginning of the show. There's so many of those that play that important role altogether, and it's just so fun to watch these top teams, the best in the world at it in OUG, and what they're bringing from the China front over to 100 Thieves, and how metas change, hero, different locks. I mean, again, Mulan Ron wants to play that Iron Man, they know it, but doing a great job there on the Psylocke. But for me right now, I think the difference is that dive hero, as you pointed out. Vinny versus Dewey on the other side. I mean, they've really figured out how to do a quick stop, and if you're Taro, I want to see them be able to do a little bit of a better job slowing down Vinny. That's been a big highlight for me there, Mox.
I mean, a lot of it is just off of the cooldowns that this poor Venom is having to dive into, right? Like,
yeah, fair enough.
At the beginning of the fight, we've talked about it, dive really, really strong at the beginning of the fight, all of your cooldowns are up. However, when you're beginning to dive, so too are all of the cooldowns up for your opponent. And that's why, like, a lot of the time when we see dive compositions, we talk about the different kinds of dive. It's not just we dive for an elimination. No, dive is like the most complicated kind of coordinated play to actually pull off successfully, because you have so many different types. So you've got your very basic, right, your hard dive, which is the most common. It's literally like 3, 2, 1, we're all going to hit this one specific player, we're going to jump on him, and we're going to eliminate him almost immediately. That's your hard dive. Then we have something called a soft dive, which is sort of like a staggered dive, right? Yeah. You sort of rely on just like one person going on through, typically your Vanguard player because of the mobility and also the additional health pool that they have, so that they can survive that focus that is going to be there, because when you dive someone, you're expecting pure to come through. So when we talk about soft dives, we're talking about like you're in for 2 seconds, you're gone. You go in, you put a little bit of pressure, you're not looking to stay, you're not looking for the elimination, you're just trying to force a resource. So something like a Force Physics coming in from an Invis, regen domain is like the golden ticket if you're up against a Loki, but at the same time there's a counter to that, and that's if you get wizened up to, if teams realize that it's just soft dive, soft dive, soft dive, they start ignoring it, and you start losing all of that momentum.
Yeah, Yeah, that pressure, not just for the Vanguard to roll all the time, to continue on, just going in and out. Obviously, heroes like Venom doing such a great job at that. Psylocke as well. As we get a little bit of Psylocke v Psylocke battle now. Looking at the Seduction rolling right away again, where we pick up Harvey's going to get that ultimate in time. We're going to have the invisible boundary come from the Psylocke. Mulan Rondo completely out of there, getting nothing from the dance of the butterflies. And it's going to be Terra with the Kraken impact instead of Taro that we're looking for. A little bit of name play there as Mash goes down, Strategist down. Terra, though, turns a corner, peels for the team, does get a duelist out of there to open up 11 seconds, so not much Moxie, as now Millennia is going to get the best of DRP.
Portal. There should be a portal. Because they were able to buffer 100 Thieves walking to the spawn, OUG got the portal through, and they've got players on objective.
Wow, I just can't believe that we had Terra able to get the one, and Terra had to use their entire Kraken impact to make no impact but keeping their team alive. We got the Wolverine coming, little bit of Logan play as Harvey gets the rare copy on Wolverine to open things up. Nothing from it, but man, he does get the aura points. I'm going to have to give him that. Now we've got Vinny with Mash again. Mash just seeing the respawn room the entire time in this early offensive push now, and 100 Thieves just has to clean up the scraps as Dude goes down as the Strange Mulan run, trying to get Harvey down, but man, that matchup's so tough on the sideline. Loki, this is looking rough.
Yeah, this is just treading water. At this point is the phase of the fight that I refer to, and it's quite literally because we've got the Edge Chef coming on Pro 2 to make sure that he gets the eat onto any players looking to move through those chokes and onto point. That's one of the problems with Dive, right? When it's not in control of the space, the wheels really start falling off the closer that the defender's spawn gets to that fight, because those fights are going to go long, and the amount of eliminations that you're actually getting, they're so few and far between. The regroup is almost immediately there for the defenders in comparison to the dive, where you have to walk so far forward. Like, yeah, you've all got mobility and you're all very fast moving, but the second that one of those players falls, the brawl comp's just going to move forward.
And the longer the fight, the more coordination needed, and that's right now. We're seeing that talent come from OUG, but the longer the fight, the more edge you get to 100 Thieves, as we see kind of the old, what we've been seeing in the America region. Again, this opening of that Storm damage boost, Omega level X-Men able to get everyone rolling. And I'm telling you, if you're a Moon Knight main, you're going to see plenty of it here in Ignite, not only because we do have more Lokis getting out there, but just what Moon Knight can offer in this opening get out. I mean, Khonshu's ready to throw the hands out within seconds here. Watch Terra's ult meter as we go and open up the gates here shortly.
Yeah, not just that, but the Moon Knight's able to go through and play on the high ground. So you really punish, like, a lot of these triple compositions need to have staggered positions on the objective, which means that they play for low ground. They play for that brute force main fight. They give up positioning on some of those side angles. So someone is going to have to detach from the team and check and clear the lane of Terra on the Moon Knight. Otherwise, the Hunt of Khonshu is just going to build up way too quickly, and they're going to combine it with the Strangling Prison as gates open, and OUG, because of that ammo from TTK, can't have their cap in that position.
Yeah, you know what I want to look for here is that Terra uses the ult before Vinny's able to get up. Sometimes we see the aggressiveness from this team. We've seen it before with 100 Thieves in the high ground, as you said. Right now, Mulan Ron going to be up there in Magneto. We'll see if the Moon Knight wants to try to match now, jumping down. Good positioning here, like the role that the OUG is trying to play here, but right now just surviving the initial onslaught. It's all pressure and push right now for this team. Love the new skin here as Delina is flexing there from Storm and that damage boost, staying close to the team and getting the pressure now back on him, forcing him off the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, the force physics into the Groot Wall isolations too, so that OUG with things like the Adam lose the LOS to be able to keep these players up. Rocket BOB comes into play, but unfortunately by the time it takes for the player to get back into position, everyone gets walked on, because 100 Thieves, not only do they have the Moon Knight, they've got the Storm for the spawn break opportunity too, which means that you just pop your damage boost and everyone moves forward.
Yeah, here comes a portal, and I don't know if they're going to go right into the hand of Khonshu, but it's going to be Terra.
He's charging it. He's waiting.
Oh my goodness.
It's position.
Look at this. Ready
Here
to go.
it
Just rolling right down. Come on through and get your admission to the respawn room, as they're able to use some of the cooldowns to get out of there. But again, that's going to slow down that mobility initial in this opening fight. Terra Cookie's going to use that passive right away. Mulan already so short there, trying to get that battle on Moon Knight, probably their best matchup.
This is really rough for OUG, because like you said, they had to use the self-res, which means that Terra Cookie, even with comic book, it's the Jeff Nato. Citadel! We've been looking at Citadel bots 100 Thieves. I see you. Take them out of Invis Boundary. Out comes that Jeff Nato. There's the comic revival. Everybody getting the overshields, and everyone's just right back into the fight when OUG still have all of the economy with the Dance of the Butterflies.
That is what you can do when you play Marvel Zombies with the respawn there from Terra Cookie. Great job being able to stay out of that Jeff Nato. I mean, everyone win, but the most important hero in it, and that gives them life here. In fact, a better life in the .1 that they had against Terra, or against 100 Thieves here. Now, Harvey does have the invisible boundary. Terra is obviously going to be close to the Kraken impact to get things rolling for them, so they have the sustain and that pressure, but on the opposite side, I mean, they're going to be able to deal with that any way they want. Choose their poison here.
Dance of the Butterflies is going to force out the invis boundary on main, and out comes the Ivac. Oh my goodness, TTK! He gets the Carbon Crush onto the Strange, and he stops the Ivac motor being able to punish the emphasis position.
This guy's game sense is absolutely phenomenal. Vinny now pushing forward as the Groot, 50% and climbing now. Terra to follow. We're going to get that full pressure pushing. Mash out of here. Point 1 going to 100 Thieves now. Pushing into the subway coverage change. As we just said here, Vicky, and what do you expect to see from swaps of OUG?
I mean, it's Kraken impact time. Straight up Kraken impact time. Yeah, well, actually, no, it's going to be dive counter. So they look to 100 Thieves composition, and they're going to be swapping over to the Hela and the Namor to have hit scan to pressure the Storm.
Yeah, I like this actually. You know, you bandit, you might as well use it on your side of the coin here now, trying to pick up this back flank again, trying to get these off angles, get your squid set up, but it's going to be tough to do when Terra and TTK are both locked and loaded. You can see the seduction into the impact. We choose to go that route, but it's Vinny just doing it the old-fashioned way. He's going to be a hero that doesn't speak a lot, but his ult speaks volumes as he charges up shortly due. Going to get Terra out of here, though. That's definitely going to help them just get the aggression off, but as you said, the momentum is going to continue to push.
OUG are going to keep pushing as well. Sonic Seduction versus Psionic Seduction, but Taro Cookie gets the better with the hit scan taking down the Storm, and we're going to see 100 Thieves start to lose some of these players. They do trade, though, against that Namor, and they're really holding on because Vinny and Terra are about to hit the Wombo combo. Can OUG position around it, or are they going to lose all of that team in one fell swoop?
Yeah, there's not a lot you can do about how strong the combo is. They were able to at least survive last time with the Atom, but this time, obviously, you've got Terra now on the Hela, who's not even going to be in the first fight to find it. It's going to be Terra, and oh my goodness here. Spell's going to bring Terra back, but okay. I have to say, great job surviving what was going to be the onslaught there from Vinny. The Kraken impact did not follow, and at this point, just trying to escape Vinny. Good pressure.
It was DOP. DOP comes on through. Yeah, Strangling Presence manages to find the hit, but it's DOP who buys the space back with the Meteor and puts the pressure onto Terra so he doesn't feel confident going for the follow-up of the Kraken impact, and off of the back of that, OUG stabilized the hold.
Huge small play there from DRP, or big play, small thing, big play, as I like to say, but looking at it now again, ready for the next fight. 100 Thieves has exactly what they're ready. TTK already back around. I mean, how is this absolutely possible?
I mean, Molan Ran too, with the Horn of Proteus, can put it right onto Terra as well with the Earthbound properties to be able to stop the Bucky's mobility when he looks for that ultimate. There's so much workaround now for OUG. They've really bought themselves a huge breathing space against the win conditions.
Wow.
As Terra just gets picked. The Tidal Dirge team up, it doesn't just do damage, it's got slow on the properties too.
Yeah, and that anti-dive you just highlighted. Now, whenever you get that first win, it makes it so much easier. It's that first win that you got to get, then you can set up, get that high ground, get ready to go in the off positioning, and that makes it so hard. We just saw Molan Ran be able to collapse the entire sea with him as they just continue to hunt down their prey. Vinny now, as Steve Rogers, trying to get a little bit of space to that backline that he did so well in domination, looking for more. Again, you do have Delina that can go with the dance execution. It's going to be, wow, Delina out of here. That's, wow.
It was a bait. Taro Cookie knew it was a bait to get the Psylocke more space to get into position to use Dance of the Butterflies. And OUG read it perfectly.
Complete perfection there. They escaped all of it. I mean, Terra had no impact, quite literally, there on the Bucky. And great rotation here from Match. I mean, what a huge defensive effort from 100 Thieves, but OUG matching it with this quick switch of the combo. Laurent gets another pick on Terra, but Millennia getting it done, at least making this somewhat of a fair duelist fight. Delina has to nail this dance. Execution, DRP throwing it down, the connection's not there, no all-oop to be found. Can Delina find the angle? It's going to come down to this quick play. Millennia also being able to keep the team alive, and there it is. Can they get one? He found... There's some help from Millennia. He's going to go for the other. DRP trying to stay alive. Good sustain there, though, from OUG.
But there's another fight after this. OUG don't commit ultimates. They know that they're going to lose. Their Stance of the Butterflies, they have nothing to be able to stop it. They don't want as well to stagger themselves out. So they all let the Psylocke get those eliminations so that now they can swap over to things like Venom, Molan run onto the Atom to have the Soulbind, and you have advantage into this next fight. You just have to survive the ultimates that 100 Thieves have, especially with Terra moving onto the Punisher. Now on overtime, everyone's got to walk directly into him.
Yeah, this is OUG's fight to lose. I mean, they have everything ready to go. I love Molan Ran here on the Atom as well, but Terra finds the best of GRP with that shotgun. Going to be a quick res to bring him back to the fight, but that is going to give them plenty of momentum pushing forward. Here's the show, keeping the team alive with the sustain, and that just helps Punisher fuel the fire that much more. Vinny finding more of that venom, and Terra throws down the Kraken again. Terra, though, it's Terra v. Terra. My goodness.
The res!
Oh, wait!
Oh OUG, they tried like so hard. You could see the game plan starting to form, right? But unfortunately, the strategist ultimates from 100 Thieves, like, they were just so bull.
I wish you could see the camera on both of us. She's pointing at the res, I'm pointing at the point. It all collides into one, and OUG with a monumental defense to try to keep things their way on point 2 was not enough. 100 Thieves is going to be taking this first match in the round robin of this group to get the first win over OUG. Wow, Moxie, what a way to open things up as we look at the stats.
Yeah, 100 Thieves looking really, really strong. I mean, we were looking at the roster and we were like, this is such a good meta for them, right?
Yeah.
Like, the fact as well that it's Terra for the most part who's moved over to the Hela, and Delena who's actually been playing other things when we saw Delena be the staple Hela player, just goes to show how flexible Terra truly is. Like, what a star duelist player this guy is. He really is like one of the future stars of Marvel Rivals Esports. Cannot wait to see what he's going to be able to do in years to come with the team to be able to support him. But OUG, like, they had these really good moments where they showed that they understood when Vinny swapped over to the Captain America, because they saw that the Groot and the Winter Soldier would just keep getting desynchronized. Winter Soldier, I talked to you about this actually in the green room earlier, doesn't have a direct hero counter. You just have to macro against him. Like, you have to put the pressure onto him and look for the setup to be able to isolate the both of them. If they're running the Groot, you put the pressure on either the Groot or the Winter Soldier, so that if one isn't in the fight, they're not going to commit both of those ultimates. At the same time, we saw him go over to the Captain America to try to be like, okay, I'm going to run to objective, I'm going to draw as much attention as possible, the rest of my team are going to be able to get that free passage to walk onto objective, everyone's going to look to peel me, my Solok's going to be able to get into position, use Angela Butterflies, get all of the eliminations in the backline. Nope.
Yeah, I mean, they were so focused on the strategy that was helping them win that the point was left out of there, and they had pretty much everybody up to roll with the res being ready to go. I mean, that was going to give them a huge advantage on the flip. I was thinking OUG could pull that off, but yeah, to your point, not a lot of things to slow down Bucky, but they had it. They had that setup, and just the flow of the ultimates weren't even connecting. I thought the Terra pick over to Punisher was actually a bit risky going to that last point, but paid dividends as the shotgun quickly found the symbiote there on our first matchup. I mean, that was our first one. What a way to get things going. Any final thoughts on 100 Thieves and OUG and what you saw?
I mean, it's just going to show meta, right? Because that's the thing. 4.5, these are the first matches that we're getting to see the professionals play on 4.5, and it was a matter of who's going to be able to adapt. Faster is going to be the one who's at advantage at this LAN, and it looks like 100 Thieves, they're already on the new meta. They're up and running all of the new comps.
And for those that don't know, if you saw maybe on X, Terra, he was in the hospital yesterday trying to figure some things out, so he's not even in full form. You know, he's only in Super Saiyan 1. Who knows what else we are going to see from them, but that's 100 Thieves to kick things off in this first bit of the stage. But listen, we are just now setting the foundation here in the group stage to go to the knockout stage. Again, the stage is being built right below us, and next up, what a match. Crazy Raccoon versus Citadel Gaming. This is going to be a matchup I cannot wait to see. I'm sure you guys can either. Don't go anywhere. We're going to reset, reload after this quick break.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Hello and welcome back to Atlanta, Georgia in the grand finals here for Marvel Rivals Ignite. Again, I am Cozy, joined by Moxie. We just finished 100 Thieves versus OUG, and now we've got an absolute banger lined up, Moxie, in our next matchup.
Citadel versus Crazy Raccoon, and I mean, I was so happy when I saw that we were the ones that get to take this game, because Citadel and Crazy Raccoon, like, they're two teams that are very similar in terms of the identity that they like playing and also the aggression. Like, Crazy Raccoons, you give them space, they'll take it. Citadel, you don't give them space, they'll take it themselves and make it.
Yeah, absolutely. Citadel, probably one of my favorite teams to watch in the midseason at LAN. Just the way that they flow and the talent that they have at the roster and the coach position as well. We'll get to meet them here in a moment as we bring up their roster, but I have to highlight, because we're not going to look at the coach, so I want to highlight him first. We can actually hear him in the background, just wiles up. It's Sala. What a great coach, and he's actually in charge of a lot of what the bands are there for the team. Just what he brings, the energy, is what kind of defines Citadel and what they're able to do.
Yeah, and Citadel is one of those defining teams. They sort of innovate. They're very similar in that aspect to teams like FlightQuest and also Na'Vi, where a lot of people look to see what they're doing with the new metas, and I mean, it's such a Citadel-coded meta, right? We can see so many of these players getting to see as well. Polly, we're going to be seeing this player a whole heck of a lot. We're going to be talking about him even more, because he was one of those people who struggled. He was known for things like the Captain America, right, in mid-season, and then Envy, they cracked the code.
Yeah.
Just ban out the Captain America in Citadel. Don't get to put Polly onto that hero. Now, though, he plays everything. He went away and he plays literally every single Vanguard map, basically.
Yeah, and hey, listen, I mean, you can't talk about him without talking about Enzo on the other side. So some of the biggest Agamottos in the entire mid-season now back in action here for the Grand Finals. Can't wait to see what they're able to put together. I think this team really doesn't have a weakness. I think that's what makes them great. And you look at the duelist department, I mean, between Pokey and Tanuki, listen, that is just a duo I would not want to go up against in my own personal ladders.
Yeah, I mean, the Citadel Jeff NATO was so feared in Stage 2 that Virtus Pro actually banned it when they went on to combo against them. And you know what? Virtus Pro won that map. It was one of the strategies that Citadel had been relying on, given the fact that it entirely counters Invisible Boundary coming on through. But like you said, Citadel, they play everything. Like, all of the duelists, all of the strategists, all of the vanguards, no matter what you give them, they'll make do with it. They were one of the first teams that were really starting to run both the Rocket and the Ultron compositions coming on through, so I know for sure they've got some really fun compositions cooked on up. But one thing that I want to talk about for Crazy Raccoon, because this has been a matchup that I've wanted to see for so long, is NX, because this guy is absolutely stellar on the Starboard.
Yeah, if you don't know Crazy Raccoon, this is a team to get to know. They have talent from top to bottom, and NX just an absolute animal in the duelist position. Again, I know a lot of you guys watching over in America don't get to know this team and see this team as much, and as we break down what they're able to do, I mean, I think this is actually going to be a good matchup. Citadel obviously is such a formidable team, but they've got everything that they need to win and get that success. You know, when we looked at OUG, the synergy wasn't quite there. This team has plenty of it.
Okay, well, they already have my heart for doing soda pop. Says the hero shots. Amazing, and I mean, like you said, they're absolute characters. Crazy Raccoons, they're going to be playing some really fun compositions. We can see Heian, who's really like the go-to Psylocke player coming on for it, but he's also able to play things like the Winter Soldier, and I think like that was one of the things that the Asia teams struggled with in the mid-season. They had like one go-to composition, which was the Mantis, but then Mantis became the immediate go-to ban, and we didn't really get to see the adaptation come on through to be able to flex onto multiple different compositions. Looking at the Asia matches, looking at Crazy Raccoons going up against, you know, the likes of Gen G and then also Reject, they were already showing that they could flex over to all of the different compositions that we're still going to be seeing today. We get to see here in the highlights they were playing things like the Adam. They've already been playing the Loki Adam Mantis compositions coming on through. They've started playing more Jeff as well, which is a big thing.
Yeah, Ribisoko 2 and JT3, what they can put together, they have a deep bench as well. I mean, they have players that can flex in, they have different things happen to them over the course of the tournament here. And listen, just as that core strategist build, I mean, we obviously see Sung Hoon here play Luna in this clip. Great Luna, but the Invis, kind of that staple for the team, if you will. And that's where I think it's going to be the big heartbeat behind it. Are we going to see Citadel play that, what we would expect, a bit more of that aggressive approach that Citadel likes to play, and that's going to get the strategists off their back feet and a little bit more rough. Love the Black Widow, by the way, there. Quick little, that's the first of that at the tournament.
Yeah, Vital getting to come on through here. We sometimes get to see him, and he plays things like the Adam really, really well. Like his hit scan prowess on the Adam is just crazy strong, but so too is one of the pickups that this team was able to find off of their success in MLC. It's Lastro. This guy, they added him to the team. He's now the main shot caller as well for the team coming on through, but he brings so much experience already having been a pro in a very similar game, so we're going to get to see that macro sense really develop for this team too.
And this is a team that's thirsty for more. I mean, both of them, you know, for Citadel, second place might as well be nothing. Like, first place is their whole goal, what they aim for. They got that in that group stage heading in, or the seeding to get in, second after that. But when it comes to Crazy Raccoon, they weren't even there in China for the mid-season. I know that crushed them. Now they're going to really showcase what they can put together here on the biggest stage for Marvel Rivals thus far.
And we're going to be starting off on Domination, as is the norm. So let's have a look and see which Domination map we're going to be headed over to. It's either going to be Burning T'Challa, Hell's Heaven, Krakoa, or Celestial Husk, and it's going to be Hell's Heaven, despite the fact that GeoGuessr would
green
suggest
Hell's Heaven there.
that it was a Krakoa coming on for. No, we're headed over to Hell's Heaven, and immediately the ban draft. Like, Citadel are going to be so happy. This was their comfort map coming on through. They were basically undefeated on that map type all the way back in stage 1 until they lost a map to Virtus Pro with it, and it means that Tanuki, his hero pool has just become a much bigger problem for Crazy Raccoons to have to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, expect to see a bunch of Baby Shark here too. I mean, Hell's Heaven is such a fun one for me because Domination is already such, can go either way depending on how the game flow is, but even on Hell's Heaven, even more so. There's so many more opportunities for the environmental eliminations, but also the way that the map flows all together, I think really complements a bit of communication here. And when we look at Hell's Heaven, I want to ask you this, favorite Domination map?
Hell's Heaven.
Is it Hell's Heaven? I had a feeling. I'm a Krakoa guy, but I do like Hell's Heaven as well. What do you expect to see Citadel play here?
Starlord. It's probably going to be like, we're going to see a lot of Starlord, we're going to be seeing a lot of dive as well. Like, Hell's Heaven is such a good dive map.
Yeah.
It's really, really strong. It forces as well a lot of teams, if they're not running dive, to go into very specific rotations. If you look at a map like Eldritch Monument, if you're up against a dive composition, you can't go main. You've got to take side room, which means that you then lose monopoly of the rest of the space. So many of those angles open up to the other team just for the start of those fights, rather than actually getting to take it, win it, and then set up for the next one. But something to talk about is definitely that Starlord, because I'm expecting him not to make it through. Hell's Heaven has so much natural cover for flyers to be able to hide behind, and I mean, my jaw was on the floor when I was looking back at some of those gameplays of Crazy Raccoons versus Reject, because NX had the coolest Starlord play I have ever seen from any duelist. You know what he did, Cozy? Right, I'm gonna set this in. He's looking around, he's not looking at a Magneto. There's a Mag who's charging up ultimate behind him, and off of the sound cue alone, he hits his iframe on the right click and dodges it frame perfectly for that Meteor M to impact into one of the pillars behind him in Eldritch Monument.
I've heard so much about him as a player and just the level. We have a lot of great Star-Lords here, but I've just heard what this man can do, and you're right, there's a lot of good room for dive and the peekaboo moments and get good little coverage to go around. But for me, what we saw a lot of in America too, with the Jeff comes the Adam, so we did get plenty of Adam Warlock play in here, but also we got a little spiciness of Angela from time to time, especially I believe, the name escapes me on this certain map type, but right there
Super
we
Soldier
get the,
Factory.
Yes, exactly. Super, I mean,
The
there's
second
just
you said
so
Angela,
many.
Lava Pit and Environmentals. Anyone who has an opportunity to push someone, so like you said, Jeff with its Jeff, just having that immediate go sign of I don't have to really walk away from a fight for so long and potentially get picked before you can get people off the map, and then Angela with the Assassin's Charge being able to just spearhead people off of the map.
The creative ways too to save themselves. I've seen Emma's go diamond form, kick up and make it out. The old Magneto rising from the ground with the meteoriums that they didn't want to call, but they have to. Hell's Heaven, I feel like just always such a great stage when we do jump into domination here. For Citadel too, I feel like this team, when you look at what they want to do, I mean, again, if they did their homework, Captain America is not going to be available, right? And I've heard some teams say, okay, listen, Paulie, that's what you can play. We're comfortable on other heroes, but anything but, right? I mean, Paulie has great flexibility in what he can bring.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be that Enzo was the Venom guy. He doesn't really get as much Venom game time now, and he's actually really happy about it. So we get to see Polly now flex, and if Captain America and Venom both get through, they're going to be more than happy to be able to play both of those dive vanguards and just go for a full dive composition. If one of them gets banned out, that's okay. Enzo's going to be able to flex onto something like the Magneto, or the Emma, or the Strange, and just get to be that anchor vanguard, while Polly is going to be going in and disrupting, because, oh my goodness, the guy just does not die.
And I feel like with this team too, and we're seeing it here at Ignite, there's a coach buff. I mean, definitely what a coach can provide for the team, not only mentality-wise, because I'm telling you, if you guys haven't heard him yet, he's going to make his way through the microphone at some point there at LAN, and definitely on the big stage. Again, if you are just now coming in, this right now, we're just setting the stage, the foundation of what's going to be the knockout stage in the grand finals. We can hear the stage being built. Quite literally, it's going to be setting up the stage there for around Halloween time. Look forward to that madness of what these teams have to bring. But yeah, you have the coaches buff with that team, but I'm telling you, the way that this team operates, even off of the field, if you will, I see more friendship and community with them than I have most of the other teams here, which I think is special.
Yeah, well, they boot camped. They found out that they were going to Atlanta, and they literally, out of their own pocket, arranged for their own space to be able to stay. They had all of their players there. I mean, everyone's seen on socials all of the food pictures. They went on essentially a tour of every single fast food chain in America to be able to rate it. Everyone's also seen the tier list coming on for, and I mean, I talked to Citadel, I said, was that purely rage baiting or was that serious? And they said, yeah, it was serious. Like, they genuinely do believe that teams like Chopper Mag are on the same level as Virtus Pro, and you know what? I'm kind of there with them too.
I live for it. I love those tier lists. I love the healthy competition. Behind us, we're hearing the clap that they do in Sala. Because the clap, right? They say they all clap together, because if they can't even land a clap together, how are they going to do teamwork and comps together, right?
It's the dive. So basically, Polly tends to lead it because he's the one who leads all of the communication in the dive, and they count down, and then everybody at that same time goes for the clap. And when you go for the clap, that would be the moment when everybody would hit. And as you say, if you're running dive, everybody needs to hit at the same time. Otherwise, you're going to have one person getting too much damage because they go in too early and booking it, and hopefully that's not a Vanguard player, because that's your damage sponge. And if your duelist hits after your Vanguard's already started leaving, they're going to get picked immediately.
For me, you know, it was kind of in the midseason, we have a lot of the battle of EMEA versus America, and that's where I want to see the Asia region step up and see what we have. Obviously, we saw what OUG did for China, and they're still putting some pieces together. Just talk to that team. They're ready to roll here for the next one. But when it comes to the Asian regions and what they can put together, the Asian regions, I feel like we don't know what to expect, because Crazy Raccoon, they do so well against their own competition, but we haven't seen them here in the land stage comparative region to region on the same ping and everything.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons for that is that the Asia teams, they run very similar compositions to each other. So like, their insta bans was actually Emma, because they both like running dive, which means that the Mantis would be able to get through. Something that I for sure do not believe is going to occur here for a moment. You cannot give Citadel access to one-sided Mantis, and that's one of, I think, the problems for a lot of those Asia teams, like, because they play such similar play styles, when they go up against some of the international teams and they run so many different things, and it's not just a mirror composition, suddenly you're getting counter comps, and playing into a mirror, your cooldown rotations changes entirely. Like, you have to play for second better of those resources, rather than getting to go super aggressive and using a lack of resources from the other side to be able to find a moment of weakness.
Yeah, what's cool about this compared to midseason as well is the server time that these players have had is a little bit less than last time. And so last time they had not only more time, in Guangzhou and to get set up there, but also in the server, the meta's still not only developing, but you also have the LAN meta that happens. I mean, we saw what Rad at the time, now Navi, what they brought, right? And I don't expect something as crazy, potentially, but right now, speaking to a lot of these teams, they're still buttoning up everything together and what they want to roll with. We didn't see Daredevil at all last game.
We haven't seen him just yet.
Kind of hoping to let the devil out here and what they've been able to do. Again, we highlighted why not as much, but because we saw more of the Psylocks kind of make their way through in that first option for the duelist position.
I mean, I think it's going to be really rough, though, for Crazy Raccoons to, approach this ban draft, because the thing about, Citadel, like I said, they play everything, but it being Hell's Heaven, Dive becomes a problem, Black Panther becomes a problem. Also, if there's one person that I would expect to see wanting to immediately play Daredevil on day one of the tournament, it's Tanuki. He loves his melee characters.
Yes.
They've been trying to make things like the magic work the entirety of the year. So if there's an opportunity to get to see Matt Murdock actually get his debut on the Ignite stage, this is likely the moment that we see it.
Well, listen, y'all. Right now, the map is Hell's Heaven. The location, Atlanta, Georgia. We are here for our second matchup of the day between Moxie and myself. Citadel Gaming versus Crazy Raccoon. Here's a ban face, what we like to call it, the old Mantis ban. We'll see if we see something different.
There's no way. This has to be. Oh my goodness, they did it!
Look at us. Look at us, Moxie.
I said that's the thing that they do every single time.
Jeff,
Crazy Raccoons going to be taking out the Emma, which means that Mantis gets through, and we're going to be seeing Citadel taking out the Jeff, which means that, that Mantis is going to be up available potentially for both teams here. But we're actually going to see, Citadel take the Jeff instead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, taking a look, I love the Jeff ban right out the gate and the Jeff save because we just talked about the environmental and what they're able to do with the hero, the Atom as well. So right now, I'm going to give the tip of the cap to Citadel for their pick and ban to start things off. Let's see how they adjust in the later half. It's not just that first bit of the draft. It's getting into it. The Star-Lord gone. We thought that would happen. You thought we'd see a lot of, with that with Citadel, but no, they did their homework there.
I mean, it's going to be the Star-Lord getting removed, but that also means that we're still going to be seeing it potentially up for the side of Crazy Raccoons with the Mantis, which means that the generation of that Galactic Legend is going to be very fast indeed, as we're going to be seeing Citadel now removing the Emma, so they're definitely going to want to be playing Dive as well, as the Jeff save has now pushed Crazy Raccoons into going for the Venom Burn, so that Symbiotic Shenanigans is not up for the plate.
Yeah, no mother this time around. Double banned with the Captain America save. That is huge. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not seen Paulie at his craft, get ready because he can quite literally do it all day, the man himself. This is one of the most feared here in LAN at the Vanguard position. Last ban here, setting up for Crazy Raccoon when you got the Captain America. Which way do you think they want to roll here, Moxie? There's a few ways I'd go about it. Having Adam,
Bucky.
Maybe Adam, the Bucky's smart though.
Bucky's really good. Bucky's really good because it means that the counter dive composition is weakened, and it also means that if you want to go for something like a triple strategist line 2 with a flyer, then you're going to not have to worry about him putting the pressure on that. I would expect this to be something like an Invis Woman save or potentially a Star-Lord save coming on through so that Citadel can't target out of it, but it's actually going to be, you know what it is? It's the Loki save with the Mantis so that they can guarantee get the damage boost, with the Vibrant Vitality and Deific
Might as well get some team up.
Oh boy, they're gonna have so much damage boost, and it's not even really like a Star-Lord ban coming on for their duelists either. They're gonna have so many cycles of these ults.
We just talked about Matt Murdock not making an appearance, but we might. Nope, he's. Yeah, of course. I fell for the old Tanuki special. But yeah, taking a look, it's one team like the comp a bit more, but yeah, you're right. The damage boosting capabilities of this team below is scary. That's why you might as well have that Ultron to come into play with the Star-Lord as well. And so I do like the comp down here. This is going to be very interesting, and these teams are going to have to adjust through the first fight.
So as well, we're getting to see that Ultron come on through. Like, yes, he's been weakened, but he's still very, very strong alongside the Star-Lord. Plus, he makes up for one of the main weaknesses of the Loki. Loki having his primary heal actually be tied to AoE, he's rubbish at healing flyers.
Yeah.
Especially with how Star-Lord is going to be maneuvering around, he's going to be trying to hide behind all of those pillars, he's going to be dodging all the damage coming on through, which means he's going to be dodging healing from his team as well. So you put the Ultron in and you're going to be able to keep NX up. This entire composition is make sure that NX gets to play with as much as he possibly can. So for the side of Citadel, it's going to be about depriving the resources from the Star-Lord and hitting the backline instead.
Absolutely, it's a lovely point. That was even before the nerfs to him. He was bad at healing flyers, now even worse. Enzo with the Strange. Just wait to see what this man can pull as a Sorcerer Supreme as well. And the Hawkeye from Tanuki, we see an Icy Arrow sometimes here, or a Push Arrow to get a little bit of disruption, but we're going to have Enzo look at that preparation. Love to see it right off the bat going aggressive.
It's also used to stop the Strange Portal from the other side because it goes all the way through the map, including that cover, and Citadel now are going to be in a position to cut off Crazy Raccoon's rotation. They knew that the Star-Lord was still going to be up for grabs for NX, so what do? Get into a position where they're going to be able to mark the Star-Lord when he approaches.
Yeah, we saw Rad over there for America pull that off a couple of times as the teams clash right away. This is a point that's not taken fast too many times, but oh my goodness, Citadel already halfway up and climbing. Good little escape there from Miller, trying to hunt there for finding the real Loki as they continue to push in the aggression right off the rip there from Citadel Gaming now. Good rotation over. It's going to be Pauly though with the first lap. Good trade-off from J-Mac, but Enzo and Melio get the best to get the point rolling.
J-Mac still going to be there on the Captain America looking to stall out, but like you said, it is going to be Citadel walking away with that cap. So everyone from the side of Crazy Raccoon is going to look to get out as quick as possible and not get staggered. Can J-Mac make it to his team? Yes, he can. The heals are going to be coming on through. NX 50% of that first Galactic Legend, and that goes to show how much pressure Citadel are putting on that Star-Lord.
Yeah, Enzo at 83% is absolutely comical in one fight, just showing what he can do there on the Sorcerer Supreme, now pushing in immediately. This is good. I love this play here coming from J-Mac, and it's going to be the good follow-up. This is what we wanted to see, the synergy back, and there goes quickly two of the strategists now making it the Agamotto forced out. He finds three there. Moxie with the follow-up of the Vanguards. They're able to even out the fight. Damage boost is going to be up from Vital. Going to get the res there as well. Shark swallowing. It's jet time.
And there's nothing to be able to stop him either. He makes it out with Seung-hoon. There's no one-shot. Tanuki's going to be able to fully carry the Mantis out, which means no LOS to stack up the damage boost or the heal ticks. And still Citadel are in control of this fight. Crazy Raccoons think it's winnable though. Freedom Charge is going to come on through, and that just means that Melio with the Dance of the Butterflies is going to potentially find these eliminations, but first has to clear through the doppelgangers, instead cancels the ultimate early so his position isn't too predictable, and then lets Citadel go for another fight.
Yeah, one of the best hard counters, right? It's going to be that Loki and the clones to take up a lot of those sword sweeps here now. It's pushing in, just tick, tick goes the timer, 70% up. It's going to force the invisible boundary though. Alex going to keep the team safe in the Roman Coliseum. Slam down from J3 does not connect. Instead, a quick trade there on NX. The key factor of this team not able to make an impact thus far, and Melio and Pauly just sweep up the rest. This is a perfect performance so far, and answer from CT.
I do wonder though how they're going to deal with the Galactic Legend coming on through from NX. They don't have a defensive option against it. I think it's just going to be aggression. Like honestly, Enzo might just build up the Eye of Agamotto and use it against the Star-Lord in the sky so that they can disrupt NX. And even if he manages to iframe through it, he should still be able to get hit by the follow-up damage. Out comes the Galactic Legend, but it's a little bit early. The Strange just floats in front of him with the shield, and Citadel just hide behind cover.
Yeah, I think maybe they thought, okay, well, we might as well use it before they have anything for it, but yeah, they were able to just rotate. Enzo trying to throw up the shield a little bit. Love that from the player, but now Pauly getting the best yet again of the strategist. Alex does go down here, and with a quick res there from Rocket. This does give Crazy Raccoon plenty of time, but not if Enzo has anything to do as he opens the eye, but quickly shuts it with the sleep Moxie. But once again, this has just been a complete sustained performance from Citadel Gaming.
And Tanuki too is going to be able to come up through and get the hit step onto the Magneto, who just isn't able to keep up the ult charge. Like, Meteor M is not building at the same time as Tanuki's its jab. Still, Citadel did lose control of that point in the fight, and now Crazy Raccoon, we should see the strength of this composition. With the amount of damage boost that they have for the Star-Lord, it's honestly a very likely reality that we see this go from 0 to 100% unless Citadel win this next fight here and come on through with the Dance of the Butterflies and clean the slate.
Yeah, they got the Freedom Charge, plenty of things to keep the team up defensively, but yeah, Melio, do look out here. He's going to try to find his opportunity. Cloak Bubble already going to be popped there from the side of Lastro, and immediately it's going to be Paulie taking the Freedom Charge with J-Mac matching it. It's the old classic that we saw in the MCU once again. Now we've got Jung-Hoon throwing up the Mantis Ult, keeping things alive, and Melo not getting any connection with that. So you're right, this is probably going to go the distance at this point. J-Mac getting that quick follow-up. I expect this to go all the way.
Lastro gets picked though. That's a huge exit from Citadel, and that might not just be an exit, that might be an opening. Crazy Raccoon thought that it was going to be winnable for their opponent, had to commit in with the Meteor M to be able to finish it off, and we're going to be seeing a full reset coming through from Citadel if they're allowed out, because J-Mac on the Captain America is relentless.
This is what I'm here for. I've seen Crazy Raccoon against these competitions we did not get to see, and they are doing a great job here at charging, ready up to go. Galactic Legends ready. They do have plenty to answer now within kin, even if they wanted to do a little bit of Tanuki action on the Whirlpool. Don't expect
Invis
as
boundary
much.
though.
Invis
This is the worry. Crazy Raccoons have to wait, so now comes Galactic Legend, but they're not even going to use Invis boundary against the Tanuki. Just gets the E.
Oh no. Oh no, as Tanuki barely escapes, the Sharks looking for more spins now. So that's beautiful. Great job there from Tanuki, keeps the team good to go. JT3 though does get the follow-up on Paulie. Good stagger now, 88% climbing. Alex now forced to get the boundary up and looking what they can respond with. I mean, Melo's going to have to nail this dance if they're going to look to get this thing.
You should be able to build it so quickly, but you can see Crazy Raccoons, they know that the Psylocke is going to be the problem, and they're really target focusing them down. J-Mac at least has been bought the opportunity to go for the Freedom Charge and burned it aggressively to hit into Citadel's backline and deny the line of sight from both the Invis and the Jeff to keep the team up. Out comes the Dance of the Butterflies, and all of the damage is stacked. Crazy Raccoons just not getting the opportunity to use the Soul Resurgence from the Mantis because the pick had come through.
Spaceball special up, slam down, ends up with a great defense there with Duo Strategist out. This being really rough now as Crazy Raccoon trying to keep things rolling. They do have the Mantis ult though for the continued sustain. Paulie going to come up a little bit later than J-Mac, but coming just in time there to keep Citadel Gaming and the pressure on. Trying to get that point and get them off is the key to this thing with only pixels left. Alex does get the pick on J-Mac. That's the one they needed there, the pop to finish with Paulie.
Tanuki too with the itch. Jeff should have the heal sustain alongside the Seraphim Shield from the Doctor Strange to keep everybody hale and hearty through the Galactic Legend. And Crazy Raccoons are
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back yet again to the Grand Finals here in Atlanta, Georgia. We just finished our match there, at least one of the maps, with Citadel versus Crazy Raccoon 1-0. Now Crazy Raccoon gets to pick the map and have some adjustments made in terms of pick bans, but Sala, the coach on the other side, going to do the exact same thing. What do you expect to see in that department? Same thing as we saw map 1?
I mean, if you're relying on NX on the Starlord, I think we're definitely going to have to see a couple of bans come through. Against the Invis women, I think we're probably like a really good ban, because not only does the Invis really weaken the Starlord with Galactic Legend getting directly countered by Invis boundary, it then also means that your dive, which is going to be looking to set up the space for your Starlord, is also going to be strengthened because you don't have to worry about the force physics being able to trap you and not allow you to disengage. However, I think another thing that they could potentially do, because we saw Citadel like on that second round especially, aggression. Like they would straight up just, they would scatter, they would know, okay, they're mid-walk, they're mid-rotation, nothing's everything's going to be set up. They're probably ult tracking. They're probably trying to work out their fight plan. We're just going to go in and hit, because in those moments, like, you don't get to hear it in team comms. You get to see the game. You don't get to actually like hear what exactly is going on. If players are like fight planning, they haven't yet decided of the strategist who's going to ult first. So a lot of the time when you see double strategist ultimate fights go through, it just kind of shows that the other side went before the enemy team was ready, and they hadn't already said like, hey, I'm going to use my ult against this, you use your ult against that. They hear the ultimate and they panic, and that's where we see a lot of mistakes occur.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what we're going to see in terms of, obviously we set up the stage for the Mantis ban, didn't quite get that. I'm wondering if maybe from Crazy Raccoon we get a not as friendly Jeff map, and then that way they don't have to worry about it, because again, if they go for the Jeff, the Mantis is safe, vice versa, and I think they're happy either way there in Citadel Gaming. And so for me, if I'm looking at my map pool as a team and what I can put together, that's the route I'm going, and I agree with you. I think giving Alex the invis is probably something to target right away, can help slow things down. I don't hate their approach and what they had there for their team comp. Listen, domination doesn't always tell the full story too, so this could, you know, change up as we go into comp or convergence. I
think as well, like we talked about it a little bit before we went to the break, right? Because it's still very, very new, and a lot of these teams haven't really got the opportunity to practice against each other. Being able to predict what your opponent is running at, especially on domination, where you can essentially just like say, okay, this is likely the composition, this is likely the rotation that they're going to want to take. We now get to play into counter rotations and punishment angles, which is something that we saw Citadel take advantage of masterfully. The fact that they were able to win against a Loki and a Mantis on first fight, when the Mantis is just absolutely pumping everybody with the 12% damage boost, and the Loki is sitting there with essentially an ultimate on a cooldown for the first fight. Like, regen domain, whenever you're coaching Loki, you always say like, no, you have to hold it for what is actually going to one-shot your team. The difference in the first fight, though, is that there's no ultimates actually built, so you can use that aggressively, or you can use it defensively.
I need a Moxie at home in my own studio. I'm telling you, I absolutely love it here. And listen, there's a lot about the gameplay we're breaking down, but for the viewers at home, the vibes here at LAN are just getting started. It's so fun to be connected. I mean, obviously get to watch a lot of you guys over at EMEA, but connecting us last time over there in Guangzhou, but coming here all together now, and the teams as well. A lot of these teams know each other, obviously, and we've got a good one, because if Citadel's able to hang on here, guess who they play? 100 Thieves. So it's the matchup that we just saw, and that's already for day one an absolute crazy way to end it. That for me is going to be pure excitement. But just there's something that we can't even convey through the camera quite with how electric LAN is here. Some shyness, some nerves, but also some egos flexing, and that's what I love. That's what makes Marvel Rivals and just LAN special for me.
Well, some players, like we talk to them and we say, how do you perform? Like, how do you prepare for that additional pressure and stress that LAN is going to bring? Because there's lights on you, right? Literally, there are blinding lights on you the entire time, and also there's audience. There's going to be an audience who are in front of you, and some players are able to handle that. Some players get stronger with that, actually, and that was something that Polly was saying. He really thrives off of a crowd environment, being there supporting him. So too does Enzo. I feel like for Citadel, they're a very good team, both remotely and then on LAN as well.
Yeah, Guangzhou, you know, the crowd, first, you know, obviously English wasn't fluent, but also smaller crowd size. Here, oh, we've seen it. It's going to be wild again right now. We're setting up the stage. But yeah, I talked to the same thing for the players. Do you find it as a buff? If you hear, you know, the crowd chanting Polly, I'm sure that's going to give them, you know, an extra ultimate, if you will. But also could create distractions, or if things start to snowball and, you know, maybe they're cheering for the other team with the comeback. That's when you get worried. We jump into map number 2 here. Hall of Dajjal, Wakanda is going to be our location here for our next setup as we look at the pick ban. Moxie.
Is this going to be a pivot over towards the Hela? Because, I mean, Crazy Raccoon, they started with Vital as well with NX instead of Hidan, which Vital was one of the players who would immediately go Hela, even on the Season 4.0 patch against Ivan. Hall of Dajjal is one of the strongest Hela maps, as we can actually see yet again Mantis instant-ban for Citadel and Jeff instant-ban for Crazy Raccoon. So one of these teams is going to get one-sided Jeff, one of these teams is going to get one-sided Mantis, if that's the way that Citadel decide to lean towards.
Yeah, I have a feeling a little bit of the Doctor Strange from the last matchup was like, the Jeff's gone first, okay? I'm not going to get in again in the portal. No, I do like that. Try to change things up a little bit. I do think that they had what they wanted most of the time, so I wouldn't get too crazy with adjustments here. But yeah, to your point, with the Adam being banned as well, this is such a big Adam map on Convergence too. This first point is so hard to take, and getting that res back and all the safety, if able, can help out that much more. As we look at the save, I'd expect Mantis. Yeah,
that's the Mantis. I feel like this is really going to be trying to push Vital to the Hela too, because the Adam ban is targeting Vital. Vital has been the Adam player coming on through when he's in the team for Crazy Raccoon, which now means that his normal go-to would be something like the Hella here if they decide to pivot it up, and potentially maybe the Winter Soldier, as we can see that Citadel, if it is that, are going to be able to go for the Mantis for the damage boost to win the neutral fights, but also the ultimate fights. And now Crazy Raccoons, this was a strategy that they used. They know how important it can be. Mantis is in the game. Well, that's going to have to be now a ban against the Loki so that they don't get the team up.
Yeah, just pure adjustment there. Obviously, that was going to be, on their initial bans, but a great way just to shut things down here with Immas both being locked at the same time. Again, this is usually what you're going to see here in the mid-rounds of the pick ban. Next save up for Citadel. Is it Cap again? Do they want to go with that route because they have that access? Venom, they don't need that with the, with the Jeff being banned.
I'm very surprised that they went for the Emma ban on the side of Crazy Raccoon instead of the Cap.
Instead of the Cap?
I would.
Venom was
well, I mean, Venom is going to be really, really lethal because Mantis is going to be able to damage boost Feast of the Abyss. However, we're going to get to see one-sided Adam come through from Citadel. Luna's still on the field too, which means that we've still got the Light and Shadow Karma coming on for that team up. What do Crazy Raccoons decide to go for here in terms of that ban? Like, it has to be something that the Mantis is going to be able to damage boost. The Venom now takes priority over the Cap.
Star-Lord's going to be banned. Yeah, Citadel here, you can't give the symbiotic shenanigans. So I would expect I expect we know what Citadel's ban's going to be for the last save. I mean, they have the opportunity here to save Venom if they want to roll that route. Don't think they're going to go that way. For me, it's going to be to fuel up what NX wants to do.
Maybe Star-Lord. It could be a save here on the Star-Lord or the Psylocke.
Star-Lord's gone.
It's the Cap save coming on for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Yeah, I feel like this would be Venom. So that you don't get symbiotic shenanigans. I mean, if it is symbiotic shenanigans, it's not the end of the world because you have Adam. So if they use Link, then you use your Link, and you also have the damage boost. So yeah, it's Star-Lord. It has to be, because like the Jeff and the Venom and the Star-Lord all diving together are just too strong.
Yeah, absolutely. As we have both Star-Lords out of the map and looking at what they've got ready to lock in here, folks, as we take a look at Wakanda. Lock it into Nuki, obviously going to be showcasing the hero. Love what the early flashes are, what they want to showcase, maybe what they play on the ladder, not quite what we're locking in. Can go into that Mantis. Yes, I mean, the strategy all relies around here with Adam on Melio, or Melio on Adam.
NX is going to be on the Winter Soldier, so you can see that Crazy Raccoons are already anticipating things like the Venom or the Cap to be able to come on out. I mean, Citadel, they've been really, really good at showing this aggression. Whenever they played Holo Djalia, I was very surprised when Crazy Raccoons actually decided to take us to this map. Citadel, for the most part, have taken first point in first fight.
Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. And that's, listen, you can really see how the momentum folds. Every single time I watch this map, Moxie, when point one's taken fast, point two goes just as fast. Point three usually where that holdup is. Over there in America, at least, we actually don't get a ton of point three caps fully here.
They're doing it! Oh, they're going to do it. Hold on a minute. Yeah. So here's the thing. This has now evolved where some players will leave the penny mines up, take damage voluntarily, wait for the spawn doors to open, and then use it for a strategist to be able to fill an ultimate. And it was actually one of the win factors that was able to meet in the Jeff ultimate pull faster than a Magneto, as Crazy Raccoon are going to be relying on the Strange Portal to get themselves behind point so they don't have to worry about the Venom disruption into the Bucky Hook.
Mine as well. Love the high ground approach and the split approach we often see here in Wakanda. J-Mac and friends there in the backside, forcing Enzo and them to look up now. Great little rotation over to the map and setting up the boundary perfectly here, or the shield, shall I say. Melo with the soul bomb, though, is just going to make things so much harder now. Enzo finding the best out of the NX, forcing that res already. What an absolute surgical way to start things out.
I mean, Malio with the soul bind just means that Citadel do not get punished for going for the map rotation away from the Doctor Strange portal, as NX is back. They had the rocket POV, and here was my theory crafting coming into play. NX, known for playing Star-Lord, has a horrible, horrible Psylocke in the back pocket for strategists to have to deal with. He is insanely strong on this character, and he's already 80% to the first ultimate. Off of the back of that one, Crazy Raccoons take the point.
Yeah, tip of the cap to them. What a dominant performance there for point one. Again, one of the harder points to take in it. They had the Jeff there, just in case with a quick ledge. That's going to be the best point for Jeff. I mean, there's a couple other options. You can ride up on the rooftop throw off here if Lastro chooses to do so, or set up with JT3 as we saw Citadel do just a moment ago, but looking towards it. Rez almost ready. You've got Kin and Alex there as well for the sustain. And so JT3, we're going to see where he looks to close the, or open the eye and close down the team comps. Once again, looking forward here. Moxie, do you think this NX play with the sword, where you have it going?
Big boundary. potentially be banging, but oh my goodness, it's got to be used in reaction to Eye of Agamotto, and the pick through is just immediate. Citadel lose the invis, lose the heals per second. Don't lose Tanuki, as that is Crazy Raccoons going for a very ambitious jab into the Kraken impact, and Tanuki is going to be able to take it out. However, he doesn't get his recent opportunity, and Crazy Raccoons with a triple strategist have 3 strategist ultimates to cycle through, starting with the Rage of Ultron second to be able to win the sustain fight.
Yeah, when you get the whole team in the Yago, it's going to help out a lot there to get the rest of the momentum forward now. And yes, I mean, Shang-Hoon also has got the rocket ready to rock and load. They go right up Main Street here at NX just once more. You're right, that back pocket Psylocke. I mean, you can't ban the duelists, only the heroes that you can find fit, but NX can play them all, as we've continued to see now JT3. Great aggression. This team has shown aggression on domination. We're seeing this continue here. J-Mac from the top looking to dive there. Got the Psylocke duo there, but it's going to be Paulie on the Venom trying to disrupt that back end. Let's be Shang-Hoon keeping them up. Try to see if they take advantage of this damage boost.
You still got the Feast of the Abyss as well. He's waiting for all of the heal ticks to be finished with the Cosmic Ion Amplifier before coming on through. Melio is going to have his self-res up as well. He's waited so long on this Karmic Revival, and there you can see NX gets the pick onto the Adam, knows that Karmic Revival is up. He's going to use it likely in this fight, although with using that Invis boundary and slowing everybody down, they might not need it, but NX is still in this back, having to be cleared. Oh my goodness, they try to go for the false physics to disrupt the Psylocke's position, and they don't manage to find it, which forces Alex to have to use his ultimate instead.
Yeah, insane disruption there from Tanuki over to JT3. I don't know if you heard the Doctor Strange grasp for breath there as he tries to throw the Agamotto. Alkindo with the follow-ups, shutting down what's been the biggest threat in NX right now. Just meters away here to get point 2 and a huge reset with the advantage to defense speed right around the corner. Kraken Impact is ready to go. Going to use it on what he just rolled with the Shark, forcing with the quick out there. Look at Lastro once more. And he's not afraid of Winter Soldier here. Quick uppercut's going to take quick business of him. Wow! Barely does not escape though, and it's been Tanuki riding off that momentum as Bucky does best.
And Tanuki, because he knows that Lastro's out of the fight, isn't going to use the ESF, gets to go aggressive with the Kraken Impact. Can he find the reset? Oh, he absolutely can. He gets one, might be able to find his second, tries to come on through. Melio at least picks up Vital as well, and that is Crazy Raccoons having to go back to the drawing board. They're going to open up the fight with the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, trying to force Citadel into disengaging, and it's not a clean disengage. The Solo gets on top of Tanuki, and NX gets his pick. He's so close to that to the butterflies, something that Citadel can't afford. Without that Winter Soldier, they've got to bring him back with the Karmic Revival just for him.
Yeah, this is a huge Karmic Revival there. There's the NX Butterfly. Getting that neutral fight was everything you needed there, as Enzo now finds the best of JT3. Coming up there with the strategy they rolled in with Melio. Sometimes playing the aggression is fine. Having elimination is not a big deal. Tanuki gets Lastro out of there, and this defensive hold is really showing up after point 1 folded quickly. 1 minute 50 seconds left, forcing now, Raccoon to at least get a little bit of a readjustment. The stagger's in and ready. We do hear a portal pop, though. Am I correct there in the back?
Yeah, Vital has that Rage of Ultron currently up if the Crazy Raccoons want to use it to open up this fight. Likely going to be holding it though for the CC immunity against End's ultimate as Paulie comes on for the Feast of the Abyss. It's going to be power boosted by the fate of both worlds, and Crazy Raccoons in one go lose the Ultron mid-ult.
Oh my goodness, now as the got the sustain going from Alex here with Tanuki ready to roll again for the defensive approach. Enzo can set them up as he's done so many times before, and looking at it, yeah, they don't have much to be able to afford it, but no connection massively, but Tanuki doesn't need it, right?
Yeah,
does the old-fashioned way with the neutral, does get the res there on Lastro, being then back to the action, but far from everything. At this point, this is the pure skill, neutral, game mechanics, game sense battles that we love here in Rivals, and right now sit there on top.
Cosmic Ion Amplifier comes out to slow the momentum down. Oh my goodness, Tanuki tries to find a cancel onto the dance of the butterflies. Doesn't match you, however, Melio goes down, still has the self-rise. Crazy Raccoons have absolutely burnt their entire ultimate economy. If Citadel decide that they want to fight this out with the Karmic Revival, they absolutely can, but I think they're going to hold it for the next fight when they can stagger onto the objective.
Yeah, 2 ways they can go about it here. We're getting early aggression, trying to push forward and keep them out of it. I mean, I gotta say, great pickup on the Melio before the res. They do decide to fight it, though. 2.23 left. They've got everything cooking now with the res, affording them to be more aggressive. You got the boundary up. Paulie's ready as well. They're gonna maybe try to time that with Alex the Agamotto, though, to respond. JT3 finds more. Oh, it's gonna be Paulie surviving.
Yeah, and they managed to find a pick onto NX here, who's the main component to be able to keep a track of Melio, who's still got the self-rise and the soul bind. A defensive ultimate to deal with Rage of Ultron so that Citadel can hold their ground and Crazy Raccoons can't leverage the Ultron ult to push the objective to where it needs to be. Next comes the Feast of the Abyss, and Crazy Raccoons just don't have a win condition right now. The It's Jeff isn't going to be enough. It's a flashy play, the Comic Revival unneeded on the point, just for aura farming. He's already got his Lord Portrait. What more do you need as an Adam Warlock player? And Crazy Raccoons can hit second.
What's the style points there for the finish? And honestly, just great bend don't break mentality, because they were definitely, you know, having to readjust and refold and even getting that pick on Melio. But that's why you have to close these point twos, because the point is so close coming back here, as we see now a little bit of adjustments being made here from Crazy Raccoon to that Namor.
This was the risk. This is the reason why Crazy Raccoon took us to Hall of Dajalia. This is also why Vital is currently on their duelist lineup, right? Hall of Dajalia has long been Hela's best map because of just how long and open those line of sights are. It struggles for the attack. You can't play her as much on the attack, but when it flips over to the defense, she's going to be in a prime position. However, Citadel can start this fight with a Strange Portal, which means that they don't have to worry about being caught mid-rotation, being hit by the Hela. So if they can win the first fight, then they're going to be able to walk away with first point. If they lose the first fight, Crazy Raccoon should be able to hold for a very long time.
Yeah, look for old Namor's home, as I like to call it. That top right just rains down the Tritons. It's so hard to get the attention away from him, but also deal with everything coming at your face. So expect aggression here on that top high ground on the left side. You have Namor top on the right, and then what they could do with ease there is keep him nice and healthy. Potentially with the Loki, we see team-ups, although with the 2-2-2, we might see a little bit more tight-knit play from the strategist end of things. Citadel Gaming locking and loading. Paulie over to the group this time around. Get a little wombo combo with, you know, Tanuki and do exactly what you said. Rolling, oh my god!
Look before you leap, says G-Mac, and Paulie goes for a tumble. There's a strange portal to open up the fight, but it's not Enzo's.
I've seen a lot of portals. The ground portal's gotta be the best, by far. I mean, absolutely.
Whoops, I tripped and fell into a different dimension. It feels like an isekai.
Spider-Man over there in his movie in the multiverse, just falling, twisting, and begging for life now as they have to reset quite literally there. That's going to give plenty of advantage for Crazy Raccoon now to set up a bit more defensively, get more ult charge coming their way if they need it there. But Enzo and friends are working their way up here. Moxie ready to roll. Got them on the side end of things here. Namor not on the top, over on the back end. Gonna have the screens to help out.
The Soul Bond is going to be the green light for Citadel to walk onto Crazy Raccoon. So it's a good freeze from Alex as well onto Vital, so that they don't get punished for it, and it sets up Tanuki to get the pick onto NX.
Now looking at these sightlines, as you just said, this is just allowing them to get that free ult charge right up to the Goddess of Death, but now it's just trying to stay alive. JT3 barely down there, about to fall, able to go right back up. Great job from Lastro and Sunghoon keeping them alive, but look at Melio. It's just a constant charge of that ult fire from the Adam Warlock into the Groot ult. Look at the teams there for a Groot photo, might I say, as they all fall down.
You know what? I tip my hat to you on that one, Cozy. That might be the pun of the month that I have heard. And I tip my hat to Citadel too, because they came in swinging with this composition. Holy doesn't normally play Groot. However, what they're doing here with the Groot and the Strange is they're having so much LOS coverage from the Hela and the Namor cloak coming on through that Vital's just not getting these opportunities. And if NX is having to play deeper up against all of the walls, that means he's in a much easier position for Tanuki to blow up the hook.
Yeah, I feel like they need something to adjust with these walls.
Not again!
Holy, oh, here comes a whale from the response, and wow, just flawless, fine. Not even worried about it yet whatsoever. They have to have something to adjust the screen at this point. I don't think they're going to be able to hold on.
Yeah, I mean, the invis boundary means that Crazy Raccoons just can't push into it. If they wanted to, they'd have to have sacrificed the strategist ultimate, but it's in such an awkward position, the rest of the team would not have been able to follow him through. And off of the back of this, Citadel are getting so much free space. Melio hasn't been pressured. He's still going to have the self-res to be able to empower the Karmic Revival if Crazy Raccoons even have a way of getting on top of his position, because they're playing a poke composition.
Yeah, they're just able to honestly impose their will here as they continue to push forward. They're spread out too, just massively. Melio finding NX is going to strip the team from really any damage boosting as damage alone. Vital trying to get something from the Goddess of Death, but we're just not seeing this team connect. They're spread out, disoriented at this point, just trying to stay alive as the Agamotto rains down.
J-Max going to be able to find Melio, however, he's still got the self-res, which we're likely going to be seeing Citadel commit, so that they don't have to go for a full reset. If they have to walk into a set-up Hela and Namor, it's going to be much more of a struggle, and indeed there it is. Self-res, but the self-res was costly. G-Mac takes him down, cutting Karmic Revival.
Oh, play now as they continue to make their way up. As J-Mac's going to continue to get a nice stall here. Love that little bounce off the shield. JT3 connected to 2 Lastro as well. That's the play they needed. 3 minutes, 17 seconds, an eternity here, but at least giving them a little bit of breathing.
This is still a potential hold coming on through from Crazy
Absolutely.
Raccoon, because now the strategy of Citadel hiding behind the Great Walls falls off. Literally, because Crazy Raccoons have the height, they have the verticality to be able to see over the Great Walls. So what do? Poly Great Walls, so that Enzo gets a free position to teleport onto the high ground that the Hela or Nemo could be holding, which Crazy Raccoons expect. That's why the Loki's posted up that.
Look how last year got the whole team coming on your back there. And again, yeah, both Agins out of business. Melio and Tanuki lost both their ults there in the last fight, Poly too. So look for that to be maybe the win condition as they build up to it. But we'll see if Crazy Raccoon can continue to hold as the high ground approach. Great view from the spectators here as they're going in. Whale is out. NX tries to connect. Nothing from it so far in this match, but J-Mac does find the leftover scraps. Alex out of this thing now. And looking at the ult charge, Kin, only thing keeping them up. Invisory boundary down, and another great hold here from Crazy Raccoon.
Vital's getting the picks, Melio falls, and this Hela is starting to come fully into form. And Citadel, they tried to cheat it last time with the Strange Portal. They didn't get the opportunity to do it this time, though. This is the true test for Crazy Raccoon's mechanicals.
Yeah, and you said it with the sightlines here. Every single Thorn has a personal name scribbled on as he throws them down, gets the connections. If he's playing like that, they're going to get great success here. Maybe we get ourselves a game number 3. Lastro and Sunghoon, though, ready to lock and load. We'll see if JT3 can connect this. Haven't seen it thus far. Enzo, though, here we go. Will we see this connection? Good little pushback early, though. Might want to have saved on to that. We'll see how they push in up to the high ground. Good rotations here as J-Mac's going to look to go around.
Poly's on the Venom as well. Off of that Groot, out comes the Meteor M, trying to find a catch onto Citadel, and finds a connection onto Alex on the Luna. Tanuki's cracking impact immediately shut down to a pulse because they just have no space to be able to support the Winter Soldier. And look at the position that Vital's on. Now that there's no Strange Portal to jump the isolated Hela, he's in the driving seat alongside that Namor to catch onto Citadel spawn.
Yeah, I mean, 3 minutes dispute just like that. Minute 15 left, and now it does open up the floor here to allow a little bit of synergy be built up. Enzo does have that Augmoto, had it now for a while in the fights, but just unable to connect what they need. JT3 doing exactly what was called for them. I mean, this is quite literally every Q press. You're going to see the screen flash and every color available. All the ults are ready here. Moxie as, look at this again, just absolutely throwing down, taking the distraction out. Wow, what a push. There goes the Goddess of Death.
The Goddess of Death, but that's not a health reset. Oh my goodness, the catch onto the Hela, he's going to get hit by the slow. Yeah. And immediately the follow-up is there. Goddess of Death burned no LOS from the strategist to be able to heal Vital back up to full. This is just a stall strategy right now coming on through from J-Mac, which means that Citadel win the fight without sacrificing all their ultimates. The longer this stall goes on, the closer that Ken is going to be to an ultimate, and they're still going to have the res.
Yeah, this is, again, what you just said, the sustain option. That's where Hela wants to be in the white hot room like Phoenix. No connection there to get things rolling. Tanuki going to find the best of J-Mac. That sustain effort did last quite a while. They have a short walk back, so they do have the overtime stretch that they're looking for. Looking at ult rotation, Lastro's going to be the only thing to connect with JT3 here. These two look for JT3. What can he put together here? Melio with the res.
Look for Melio as well. That's what Crazy Raccoons are going to have to do. NX is going to swap onto the Psylocke just to try and close up the distance with the dashes through the spawn to get back onto the Nemo a little bit faster as it is overtime and we are in full contest duty right now. Lastro does have the God of Mist, but he's not getting an opportunity to use it.
No, Lantern's burn as well, so right now JT3 just trying to stay alive. Health bar going up and down like a beat mix. He does have the purple meteor to land, but trying to find that opportunity here. Quickly, Melio going down those shoots for the team. Going to be quick up with the Born again, though, getting everybody up into this fight. Oh my goodness, though, they find the connections they need. NX, though, Vital going down as well. JT3 trying to slam dunk something for the team. Does find Alex, though.
That's absolutely huge. Citadel do not have the Comic Revival. They don't have the Strange Portal. Crazy Raccoons still have the Regen Domain and the closer respawn. Vital's coming back with the Spider-Man. They've got the numbers. The Eye of Agamotto gets nothing. Crazy Raccoons should win.
This is an absolute perfect what went from sustained job to make it a game 3. You could not have a better textbook of a performance to be able to keep that thing alive. They knew what was called for them. They only had Lastro and Magneto, JT3 to get the connection. Melio out of there, and that was exactly what was called for that team.
Loki is a great fill. Loki is a great fill strategist. Yes, they nerfed the numbers that he does, but I mean, we have to talk about it because J-Mac is the reason that Crazy Raccoons get to continue this series. The amount of times that he on the Captain America got to pick Melio to force the self-res, then we hear the Comic Revival, and then off in the corner, we just get to see in the frag feed, oh look, Melio's down again. Comic Revival cut short, like so many times. Crazy Raccoons, they came into that game, they knew what they needed to do, and they got the job done. We go game 3.
I mean, I just talked about, we highlighted Paulie all the time, but I wanted to give him his flowers last time. J-Mac is not someone to mess around with. 17 final hits on Captain America. Are you kidding me? Ladies and gentlemen, only here in the Grand Finals, top team from Asia, getting to see what they can do against the other regions. But yeah, to your point, it was a sustained effort. I think Rivals does it well with kids and Marvel heroes. I Can Do It All Day is quite literally the best thing they do for Captain America and what he was able to get the team back. And that's with, the whales not connecting. There's a lot that they wanted back from there, but it was the follow-up from J-Mac and JT3 and his connections that got them that dub.
And it was vital in NX as well. Like, when we didn't see those portal plays coming on from Citadel, the Heller and the Namor, like, Hall of Dajali, it was a risk taking Citadel to Hall of Dajali. They've had a stellar track record of being able to walk that map, but they knew if they won one fight, just one fight, Heller and Namor slow the game down drastically, and you're on the defense. All of those angles are already developed for you as long as you win the fight before and you're already in position to catch the attacking team on that walk-up that then forces the ultimate economy to occur off of the objective so that the defenders can simply just disengage it with very little consequence.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Citadel played it great on point 1 there, staying out of those sight lines, and we saw the big difference in what was being able to be done and just that ultimate pick damage and follow-up overall. Y'all, listen, this is our first game 3 of today. I'm absolutely pumped, y'all, as we saw the 2-0 from 100 Thieves. Now we're on to game number 3 here between Citadel Gaming and Crazy Raccoon. Don't go anywhere. We're going to reset. We'll be back after this break.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Well, hello there and welcome back. Again, a slew of games today, tomorrow, another day. It's all here on the group stage as we now just saw our first 1-to-1 here with Crazy Raccoon and Citadel. It's going crazy behind us. We love to hear the energy, and I'm sure they're in the viewer position for you all. You all saw a great matchup here now. Citadel gets to pick the map. You watch a lot of Citadel. Where are they going, you think?
It's Convoy. It has to be Convoy, and I feel like there are certain maps that you just have to avoid. Like, you can't, or I was about to say you can't go Yggdrasil Path, because that's probably one of the best maps for Hela.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
That's one of the best Convoy maps for Hela. However, it could be that Citadel, like, they want that Hela to come through, because one thing that Yggdrasil Path does give you as an attacking team is rotations onto both either the left side or the right side, which then have natural covers, so you can get on top of the Hela, and it's actually the reason why we saw so many players on the defense change their position entirely. Like, Rockets went from holding corner to playing inside small room on right side with the VRV because they were just too easy to pick off from something that flanked, like either a Psylocke or a Venom.
Well, Psylocke, Star-Lord, Hela all thrive on this map, so the pick ban is going to be especially interesting here. We'll see if Citadel took what they just saw and they fear that Hela, what they have here. As we do take a look at our pick bans, we actually open up with the Emma ban coming from them right away to kind of throw down some of that dive or throw off some of the dive or help it, with Jeff being banned there on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, Emma is really strong into everything, but also being able to use that Aegis in front of like the Hela and the Namor is going to force them, if they are going to be seeing those two duelists in play, into having to move around the Emma shield to get into a better angle, which is then going to be punishable with the follow-up from Tanuki. However, because it's an Emma save, that means that the Mantis is still going to be up to burn, and Crazy Raccoon will take that off of the table post-haste.
Yeah, but having Emma at your disposal and having one ban, that gives you so much leverage, especially here in a typical triple Vanguard setup here, as we often see Captain America being saved in the side. And honestly, after J-Max performance, I do not doubt that one bit. Love the save that they're going to roll with here. Next ban up, looking at this team, they have plenty to pick from here. They can go with the Jet themselves. I don't think they need to do that necessarily, but they are.
Yeah, we've still got two really heavy hitters, though, in the form of the Loki and the Adam, both being able to make it on for and Convoy. That synergy between those two strategists is especially frustrating to play against with the stall potential. It's not going to be something that we're seeing for the second and third part of the map. It's absolutely something you'd see on the first, which is why Citadel are going to remove the Adam from play.
Yeah, and a lot of just great opportunities to be able to get those quick throw-offs on literally every point outside of the indoors. Now, looking at the Bucky ban, I actually do like this a lot too. That just great snowball kind of break glass in case of emergency for most teams. Getting rid of that option, especially, I'm telling you, Bucky can just go crazy on this map. We've seen it team after team.
I wonder if that's also going to try and force a Loki ban now from Citadel, because you got the Mantis save, you banned the Bucky, who gets a lot of, there it is, value from the doppelgangers being able to reset the Kraken impact, and Citadel take the Loki out of rotation. They cannot afford to give Crazy Raccoons the damage boost potential of both of them, and they actually lock the Loki themselves, which is probably now going to force Crazy Raccoons into burning Adam now, so that we don't see God of Mischief copying Comic Revival and getting 12 revives off instead of 6, but it's the Strange instead.
I do like the Strange. Listen, if you got the Emma save, and you can't allow the portal come back with all that as well, and just what this does for this map. I mean, Strange and what he can do to set up. Enzo, obviously he's not your typical Strange player as well, so you're also getting a lot of value outside of just that portal play that we continue to see. But yeah, looking at what they're trying to lock in here, going with that old Storm Cop into what could be the Punisher. It looks like they're still trying to decide the way they want to use that aggression. Plenty of heroes to do that kind of aggression role.
I mean, Punisher is really, really good here for an attack, because, like, Hand of Khonshu for Moon Knight, yes, it generates incredibly quickly and can combine Strangle Prison, but it's essentially one area of effect, and then it's done, as opposed to Punisher's Final Judgment, where you got to pop that ultimate, and then you get to move forward. And we have a sort of loving terminology for the first corner when it comes to defense on Yggdrasil Path for the attacking team to have to play into it. We call it the impossible corner.
Yes.
Because you really do have to burn either an ultimate or find a huge pick-off advantage to be able to bully the defenders of holding that. And Final Judgment, being an ultimate that allows you to move forward with it still being in play, is one of those ultimates that allows you to do so.
And on the defensive side, I love the group here on this initial corner, but they're not going to be rolling with that. We got the Cap and the Max, sticking with what worked previously. And if you're, Citadel, you do have to play absolutely perfect here when you have it. I love what you're saying here with the Punisher ult. I do expect Melio to get this within seconds as well, continue to do that role for the team. As we look UTC-4 to jump in right away. They're just eyes in the skies. They knew this flight cup would come as well. Punisher, another great hero to deal with that.
Citadel as well, having the Loki and the Goddess boost coming on through from the Storm means that the cooldown battle is firmly in the favor of the attack team, which is why we're seeing Crazy Raccoons at the moment be very, very passive, waiting for those resources to be done, staggering their positions onto the objective, trying to slow the attackers down, building up to Rage of Ultron so that they can then play into the retake.
Yeah, the clouds are going to close now as Storm's going to find their way back to the respawn room. Vital here at 66% and climbing. Holly, though, right behind it there. Going to give the edge a little bit over to Crazy Raccoon in terms of ult economy, depending on how Polly's going to want to use the aggression. Now quickly having to rotate, and JT3 going down. Huge pick there from Melio, able to now have the entire corner, the impossible corner, ready to blow through now as they just try to chase down the rest of their prey.
That's the consequences of the Ultron nerf. If that was 4.0, Vital would have had the ultimate, Crazy Raccoons would have been able to play into the recontest, and Citadel would have to give up space or lose players. As it is, the way that Crazy Raccoons getting in is portal play. The question is it going to be in time? Citadel have max players on the objective.
They're trying.
And oh my goodness, the stall from NX buys the opportunity. Portal comes through over the top. Vital going to be using the Rage of Ultron on the other side of it, so he's not pickable. Is still going to be able to set up the team, but they just don't have the target focus. Citadel have overwhelming amounts of damage with Enzo fully charged on the ammo.
Yeah, talk about the perfect opening. I mean, this could be up to a 3-fight first point, and that was just one clean one with a little bit of a second cleanup. I mean, absolutely committing as well. They're trying to stall. They try to get things rolling for them. I commend them for the effort for that.
It runs now into second.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge for this point.
That's the problem. It runs now into second. And I mean, we're going to see, like, J-Mac on the Captain America. It's going to be up to him to pull focus so that Vital on the Psylocke now, NX on the Winter Soldier can try and find some space to be able to do so and shut them down. The problem for them is Citadel just have so many ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the rotation here. I think this is going to favor them a bit more in what they're trying to have them play. Catch up, essentially. Look at that beautiful pop. Melio trying to get some style points, trying to get that up with the grenade now. Enzo now trying to find all eyes on him. Finds two, good connection, no follow-up, but it's going to be the judge, the jury, and the executioner. We have all three today. Daredevil, but plenty of judging happening. But Tanuki now finding more Melio. It's a duelist show right now here, Moxie.
Seung-Hoon tries to come in for the Luna ult. It's not going to be enough. As Citadel have a full pocket on the Punisher and the Invis boundary, slowing everybody down from the side of Crazy Raccoon, and the Groot Walls interfering with them trying to get out and blocking LOS. This is still going to be a fight hit coming on through from Crazy Raccoon. They're going to get ready to just throw J-Mac onto that point with the Freedom Charge as he has to pop it just to make sure he gets onto the objective, surviving for his team.
Yeah, this is the make it or break it part of the point, because you're so close to be able to come back to the fight. So if you're able to get a wipe here, you can make that stretch out much further as Tanuki's going to be up in the sky. There's nothing to be able to answer that, though, and unfortunately, that's going to be all of Crazy Raccoon going down, trying to respond with something of it. JT3 does find Alex, though, what's going to help them. Can he get another reset? But no, it's going to be Melio on the quick finish.
The Groot Walls, Polly with the Groot Walls, just being able to isolate the Winter Soldier from his team, so even though he comes on through the Kraken impact hit, he's not going to be supported by his team long enough to live to see it through. Citadel, like you said, they go for this really big investment coming on through with both the Invis boundary on the objective, and then if Crazy Raccoon try and disengage the Invis boundary, they go directly into the Galactic Legend. There's a reason they did that, and it's because, as you said, for the second checkpoint, it's so close to the defender's door. And when Crazy Raccoons are running like Venom, Captain America, that stall potential is ginormous.
They took the two hardest points of this map and made it look absolutely easy, and at this point, you're going to have a legendary, might I say, Grand Finals performance of a save here on defensive side, but look at now Melio just continuing to do what he's done on Frank Castle, pushing forward. They've got plenty to set up. Pollen's going to be able to throw in the Entangled if they want to go that route to set up. They don't need a lot of follow-up with it, so he's just going to use it aggressively, and that's what I expected.
Yeah, the Strategist, I mean, it forces the Soul Resurgence. Regeneration Domain comes in for Citadel. They're okay with using that cooldown, because even if Ken uses Goblet of Mischief, cooldown's still going to be ticking all the way through. And speaking about ticking, Enzo is kicking JT3 into the wall to get the amplified damage, and that's going to be Crazy Raccoons losing so much positioning on the objective. They just have to back. And Citadel, they see the disengage, they pop the other ultimate, and they get even more.
Okay, though, but Inex trying to throw down a little bit and stop what they can, but yeah, the connection there, and they finish in the flush of the whale. He's using the Tritons, the Squids, the Whales, he has it all, and wow, it's right now, it's just a highlight reel for Inex, who just quite literally saved the team defensively.
Crazy Raccoon, though, you can see the game plan, it's the same as Wolf Dajalia. Win one fight and stall all momentum with the pick potential of Hela and Namor, and use J-Mac not on the Captain America this time, on the Venom to disrupt the walk-up, but they have to pay respect to the final judgment coming on for Melio. If they overextend in, it's going to be Invis boundary into slow, into final judgment detonation.
and they have Shunghoon here to do at least some of the answer, but they have both now. Tanuki going to be patient, right? Allow Melio to see what he can pick out of it. And now it's going to be at the last right behind it. You got the ult trackers keeping care of that now. Damage up, trying to find something from it. Melio, though, finds the best. J-Mac does get the Feast of the Abyss, though, to get the biggest threat off the field. But here comes the Legendary.
They use the Meteor against the Final Judgment at the same time as the Fate of both worlds. So Tanuki, patient all the same, comes on through the Galactic Legend. However, the elimination comes on through. The assist from both the Hela and the Namel. Undead Monstro spawns one up and the Starlord is taken down. Vital's going to have the Goddess of Death. Citadel don't have anything to disengage it.
The guts there to use the damage boost on the aggression there, not only with the Feast of the Abyss, but yes, with the Meteor. And what a play here from Crazy Raccoon. And there's the Goddess of Death going up. That's going to force all attention on him, throwing it back and pushing it back. It's going to be almost the connection. This finds more, and this is what you're talking about. If they get their first team fight, this allows them to completely set up 2 minutes now, but that might as well be a huge victory for the team what was looking pushed in all the way.
I mean, Citadel can just landslide though with the numbers. We're going to have the Undead Monstro spawning, rising from the ground, but we're going to have Citadel rising from the grave, given the fact that, never mind, Melio's off at the Atom, he goes over to the Psylocke, he knows that the Hela and Namer are going to be a problem, they know that they're going to be taking a lot of poke damage on entry. What better way? Send a Psylocke in and just put the pressure on the Hela and the Namor to let the team walk.
Yeah, find the Namor right now, I think, is what they need to do. Find Inex, who's been so shifty over there with the Squids and the Tritons. Now it's going to be Kin throwing and getting this damage boost consistently, and just aggressive is the name of this team as he continues to throw down. Look at this tracking and positioning from Kin, making sure everybody gets a piece of the pie. This is what you want to see from your strategists at the top level.
And I mean, that's just aggression from Citadel. They could have gone for the copy of the Invis boundary to slow things down, but they want to go fast with Melio already getting into the position on top of that Namor. That's why they go for the Mantis, that's why they go for the Soul Researchers. It allows them to move forward and take even more space off of the space that they started with. As we've got the Dance of the Butterflies, it's going to be up to J-Max to try and stall the objective, which sends him directly into the Carbon Crush hold, and Citadel should be able to just clean on up. There's 483. He's got to break out a wood chopper to get through those brute walls.
Master Magnetism, but not wood, but there's a great connection on Melio. It's going to be, though, the quick follow-up there from Enzo and Kin with the Legendary to follow. Sung Yoon, unfortunately, was in the point, unable to go up with the show. It's so hard to kind of plan that sustain and lasting without falling, and unfortunately, I would say there's no moral victories, but getting that down to 38 seconds, not bad.
Still, that's a very big distance.
It is.
Coming on through for the side of a push from Citadel. And now they go to the defensive position, which is going to be where Crazy Raccoons, if they do try to go for the Hela or Namel, are going to struggle. Because unlike on the defense, where they've already got all of those lovely angles positioned at, they now have to take it by force, and I think we might actually get to see this too. Vital is going to go over to the Black Widow, and Lastra is going to go for the Mantis just to damage boost these opening shots. If they want to really get funky with it, JT3 might actually open a portal so that the Widow can get a different angle as opposed to just being able to shoot from spawn.
That would be something you would see from the Avengers, right? All the heroes using their perfect... you know, it's kind of a callback to Season 3. We got a little bit of that Black Widow early kind of spawns. We see them for just a second. But, you know, we'll see if he continues to get it outside of just that impossible corner, as you said. But when I look at what they were able to do, the 30 seconds, just so you know how much that matters, when it comes to ult charge on that last overtime fights, if they do make it the distance, 30 seconds is it. That's all they need to get their rotation, and from there it's so hard to be able to handle business.
How are Crazy Raccoon going to be able to handle Citadel's defense as Polly is on the cap, Enzo on the ammo? This Vanguard line is going to be so hard for Crazy Raccoon to be able to break. And already we can see Tanuki. He's literally just playing to make sure the Crazy Raccoon don't get a player flanking from the high ground into the backline of Citadel. He's on bouncer duty.
Home court advantage from Angela here at Asgard. Look, there's the pick! And not only just one, he gets the biggest one out of it, forcing the passive right away. That's what you want to see there, as he's going to stay on the Widow. Natasha looking for more now. Ooh, great little quick stun, and Melio again just throwing it out. No one plays Adam quite like him. Look at this damage boost. We got to keep the cam right here on the Widow. See what we can find more. He finds another. It's a beauty. Absolute lethal demon out here with the snipes, and he's got the skin to boot.
Oh my goodness, Natasha Romanov is popping off. Mama Rose Ignite stage 2. Melio gets taken down by NX. The Widow shot already forced the self-res, like you said, and Crazy Raccoon are out of the spawn dose.
And no strange in terms of Citadel, so that is going to be kind of the win con that they will be able to have to at least force this to the exact same fights on their way. There's the Daredevil!
Let the kitchen doors open! Matt Murdock is out on the field of Yggdrasil. We're going full dive against Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, it's a thing of beauty.
And Tanuki is looking for that opening. He's getting all of the information too on where the Widow is positioned as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is what, he saw the Black Widow, he's like, you know what, let me cook too, right? I can come out here and throw out the hands of Matt Murdock. We got Lawyer Time ready to go now and trying to charge up. Again, getting his flow state. Once Daredevil's gets going, it's so hard to shut him out. Tanuki's great guy to get on that. In X, though, gonna get the Legendary up. There's gonna be no response right now. This could be a quick wipe from CTG because there's nothing of the answer. Kin too far away.
There were no ultimates. Like you said, oh, the Invis Magic comes up. They think the Crazy Raccoon overcommitted into the slow. However, the pure from JT3 in reaction, everyone from Citadel tries to take advantage playing in the bubble of Invis Magic, feeds them into the Eye Vagamotor, and Citadel, they're just not letting this go to pass. Out comes Ken's fade of both wards. They still think that this is winnable. Crazy Raccoon, the healing from the Cosmic Amplifier is going to be able to stand up to the dance of the butterflies.
Yeah, I love the commitment here from CTG. Might as well go all in here as Lustre does find the best of Polly, but here's a dance of the butterflies as Melio is going to be taken out and followed by Matt Murdock and friends and Zoal. This is a great response from Crazy Raccoon, playing this near perfectly. Look at the, I mean, Scarlett Johansson's going wild somewhere, I'm telling you. What an absolute awesome opening here from Vital.
So this is the benefit of a hero like Black Widow who doesn't play in the middle of the team fight. When the fighting is just on the objective and everyone's looking at the objective, no one's looking at the Widow. And when you have the damage boost, Citadel just don't get the opportunity to go for the shield diver because they had to swap onto things like the Venom and the Captain America, who doesn't have all of that wall coverage against the Widow's pressure.
And as good as melee heroes can be against Widow, she's just as lethal in return with the quick combo, but wow, it's going to be the quick slash and reset, and this is where they can continue to snowball. This is what we want to see as the grapple hook comes out, looking for more, going to try to rotate out. That's going to be another massive pick. The openings, the Black Widow, this might be the only Black Widow play of this caliber that we're going to be continuing to see in this tournament from this team.
Tanuki's going to be letting the devil out in a matter of moments as Vital is finally held at bay, but the rocket PFP brings him right back into the fray. Freedom charges on the field, it runs out now for Polly, and that's going to be Vital coming through. The Black Widow finds the main! Stop it! Vital is absolutely unstoppable right now.
Glass of water after that one. I mean, that was beautiful. I mean, I'm telling you, I've casted a lot of games now over the last 6 months. I've not gotten to see Black Widow this far into spawn. Have you? I mean, this is
I've never seen it all the way here into second. But if it isn't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly. For point 2, they get what they want. J-Mac with another pick on Tanuki before he can let the devil out. Right now, the devil's comfortably in hell.
It was the Solar Wall Vault. They used the whole last stand against the Daredevil because they knew that Tanuki would be able to put pressure onto both Lastro and Vital and break the synergy of the damage boost one-shot potential for the Widow. And now they can just keep pushing. They push into the Invis boundary to force it off of the objective, and Crazy Raccoons just flood the choke.
Yeah, they're forced to go in and throw that invisible boundary out. That's exactly where they wanted. Devil coming out, but nothing from hell to follow. And right now, we're seeing the Crazy Raccoon match exactly what we saw, and there's his drop. He wants Natasha out of here. There's the key matchup. It's going to be quickly Polly getting them out of there. That's what they wanted. And this is what I talked about. This corner with the spawn so close with defense is the battle you got to win.
Vital's still up. Can Vital find the pick? He sees Tanuki on the Daredevil. He's looking for it. He loses Seung-hoon, so he loses that lifeline of the strategy to be able to pocket it. Oh my goodness, we're just going in. Out comes the dance of the butterflies from Melio, just trying to seal the fight. He cancels it early too, so he can start regenerating that ultimate. And finally, Citadel put a halt to the momentum, and this should be where the Widow starts falling off. However, look what JT3's done. Swaps over to the Strange. They're just going to portal right back on through.
Yeah, why not, right? I mean, hey, listen, I think Sala had on a whiteboard over there, he had eliminate the Black Widow, right? Like that is clearly the threat right now as we take a quick breather here from this matchup that has been pure electricity. I mean, amazing job there. And like you said, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I don't know if that was their game plan going on, but they're like, hey, why not? And I like the adjustment to Daredevil to put that pressure on Natasha, but not only that, with Black Widow, right, all the other distractions, they're starting to shut those down as well, and then they just key on to her.
I mean, it really is, you just need to win one fight, and then because you know that you're expecting a Black Widow, she's a sniper. The snipers all have this very big glaring weakness, and that they're at their most lethal when they're in position. The second that you start distorting that position and actually jumping on them in the rotation, that's when they're going to be vulnerable. However, where Black Widow is actually able to sort of thrive, she's not really a traditional sniper because she actually does have a kit which allows her to damage you in the close and personal. In fact, to all of you Black Widow mains out there, we see you, we respect you. You have
all 5 of you guys, we see all 5 of y'all out there, yeah.
But we do know that there's actually one-shot strings for the Black Widow in the close and personal, where if you're able to land the grapple into the kick, into the no-scope follow-up, it's made even easier if you have a 12% damage boost from a Mantis. You don't have to hit as many of your shots.
Yeah, and especially, it was around season 2.5 when they gave Black Widow now that kind of full combo to deal with the melee side of things. And I mean, if you look at the difference, though, for me, we talked about the Impossible Corner. We're having all of our names here, I love it. The Impossible Corner, and then kind of that last stand of the wall, the Helm's Deep, if you will.
Yeah.
Citadel Gaming, they blew through that, and then
Yes.
that allowed them to continue to map point 3 so easily. When you get that first team win, it's much harder, even with the Strange Portal, to come back because it burns off all of that time, and now they're going to have almost no time in point 3.
And they're going to have no Strange Portal for overtime if they don't manage to win this next fight. Like, this is such a huge risk. Because I would expect if they don't manage to win this fight with the Strange Portal and the damage boosted Widow coming on through and trying to find an opening shot onto one of Citadel's crucial players, probably someone who's incredibly close to an ultimate or a strategist potentially, we're going to be seeing the Widow swap off. As much as I would hate to say it and hate to see it go, because this is literally the only playtime that you and I have actually got to cast Black Widow. I'm so happy to see her actually come into pro play. It's likely going to be a pivot over to something like that.
I got so many pun lines, different things to say about heroes, but my Black Widow list is pretty empty. I'm like, I don't even have to prep for it now. I'm like, all right, I caught off guard.
I find it really funny, though, that it's a Black Widow and a Mantis, because really fun random animal facts coming on through here with Moxie. The female spider of Black Widow actually eats the male. However, for the praying Mantis, the male eats the female.
The more you know. Bet you didn't know you were on Animal Planet here. Quickly for the brought to you by the Moxie quick tidbit. Now, looking at it, point 3, yeah, I do expect them to swap off Widow. It's interesting in point number 3, but we do take it in. Let's see if the portal does come from JT3 and co. as they look to line up and ready. They are going to play patient. They're going to play patient here and see what they can roll out with this next point. Minute and 20 seconds. I like this approach much better.
Yeah, I do like this approach too. You have a lot more shield coverage to be able to come on the walk-up for your Widow. Oh my goodness, they're just going to damage boost the Widow ultimate. Lastro, however, gets hit in the fallout of that dive, and that means that Vital loses some of that pick potential and is now going to be looked upon by the Venom in the stage 2 of the dive.
Oh, but it's J-Max throwing out the wild animal. Speak about Animal Planet, we've got a Wolverine on the loose right here, right now. May not be in this meta, but he's doing just fine because he hunts his prey as he's doing so just now. This was what an answer. Oh my goodness, after the quick, I talked about how hard it is to get this back. No portal, nothing. They just had a one-man army in Logan.
They knew that Citadel would hard focus the Mantis and the Widow, and they baited their position so that the Venom was catchable with the last stand from J-Mac on the Wolverine. Crazy Raccoon now have time in the bank. They're going to be swapping Vital off of the Widow onto the ultimate. They can build up a Rage of Ultron, and Citadel are just going to try and shut this down immediately. They want to take away the momentum from the attack. They want to be able to stabilize and set up into a position for a dive. They have to win the fight to be able to do so. They're free to charge. It's getting space. It's not finding the elimination.
Ooh, I know, just barely here, and yes, I agree. Play your game, right? Citadel being aggressive, they got to play this, not getting any space up, and right now, forcing ult on the opposite end, but Melio finding the best from it. NX going to get something, but that was almost a panic ult, but not at all. I mean, was able to execute that to perfection. Now they get that space they were asking for.
Yeah, I mean, every single resource from Crazy Raccoons to be able to survive was spent into being able to mirror the sustainability potential of Freedom Charge, so there was nothing left in the pocket when it came to the Dance of the Butterflies. And now Citadel, they've stopped the momentum. They're going to try and stagger these positions, but they have to deal with the damage boost on the Star-Lord, and so they target focus the Star-Lord. NX is there, NX is gone.
Yeah, that's a huge pick early. They do have the Galactic Legend for later, but right now the Stagger Fest is happening in front of our eyes. J-Mac does get the pick on Enzo, but that's going to be right back to the action and no problem. But there is going to be the Amplifier, so they are using up some of those resources. Berserker up, Berserker down. There's a good connection this time, but they find 2, and that's the big 2 to get.
Yeah, Polly and Melio both falling. Citadel going to be backing on up. They don't want to spend their ultimates. They know that they still have to use them to match, and so Crazy Raccoon are going to do what Citadel did with the Hammer ultimate. They're going to keep putting the pressure on with the Rage of Ultron, force the Lunar ultimate, and then match it with the Soul Resurgence.
That was an absolute perfect play that they needed here with the damage boost up. I mean, Wolverine's are already a thing out of Nightmares October, how fitting, but with the damage boost even more so. There's Tanuki out of the fight, continue the Agamotto for the setup. They got to have everything land here perfectly. Look at the time too, gonna be right there.
They force the fade up overboard. There's no damage boost to line up with Enzo's Feast of the Abyss. The hit potential on this Venom is so low unless they can get the follow-up with Melio, but no! Enzo doesn't find the opening. Eye of Agamotto shuts it down. Tanuki, the target focus coming on through, and Crazy Raccoons are getting closer and closer to that final destination.
Yeah, great job from Ken there to try to get his team protected a little more with that force push that we saw yet again last year. Now, heading in with the team, we're going to have the back flank there from Inex, but this is just the neutral fight. The good old Paulie, though, and Welio are going to be up and ready to answer the call. And once again, with only like 10 health left, Moxie with the Dance execution finds Sunghone. That's a huge one, followed by Lastra. This is going to be tough to win for Crazy Raccoon.
JT3 can still put that strange portal into play. Unfortunately, for the side of Crazy Raccoon, he's still up and standing.
Yeah.
Citadel target focus players that weren't the strange to deny the regroup and portal recontest. And off of the back of that, the overtime will burn out before Crazy Raccoons can get onto the convoy, and Citadel will hold by the hair of their breath.
And that's the plays that I love to talk about. They did focus on, they knew the strange portal was available. They made sure, hey, keep them in the fight. Why not, right? And be able to get rid of everyone else. And that is just a perfect performance from Citadel. Either way, I do want to say it would have been really tough to win in that overtime with stretched out time anyway, even if they got to point 3. But Citadel's not even going to let that happen, as once again, we have our MVP, and Citadel is going to be your winner for match number 2 that we are casting.
We talked about it, right? We said it was notable how fast Citadel were able to get, and that paid off dividends. If they had been stopped at any other point of Yggdrasil path, they would have been beaten by Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't go to show you how crazy Group B is going to be, and the upset potential of only 4 teams managing to make it through here, I don't know what will.
I'm a fan of Crazy Raccoon, I can tell you that. A region I've gotten a lot of time on. Inex, though, has lived up to what they, have been claimed to be. J-Mac, are you kidding me? This man could do it on anyone. We see the Vanguard swap to Wolverine sometimes, that this man is one to fear. Citadel could not have lost this game. 100 Thieves is their next opponent. They don't want to go down 0-2 or make it even close at that matter. 100 Thieves could be a tough team for them to beat as well. What a way to get things kicked off here, though, Moxie. Definitely delivered on the hype, and a big shout out to Citadel, but tip of the cap to Crazy Raccoon.
Crazy Raccoon, they have so much in store to show.
Yeah.
So I do worry that, like, the Black Widow, it's a one and done kind of strategy, right? Now the teams are going to be expecting it, and also it's not even like it's going to force an unnatural ban in terms of meta, because literally just ends the ban Mantis, and that strategy falls off entirely. So it's likely we got to see it once. Really happy that we got to see it once. Thank you.
Yep, it's fun. We got to cast it.
It's unfortunately probably done for now.
Yeah, I agree, because it was what, the Ima ban and save on that last map for them. So moving forward, you're not going to get any funny business.
Mantis just gone.
Just completely off the table. Y'all, so much fun that we got to see between the teams that we got to cast today, and that last one kept it interesting. I know next up is going to be OUG versus Na'Vi as well. Definitely expect there to be, OUG, they were not shaken from that last matchup, and so I'm excited to see what they might bring against the former champions in Na'Vi.
Yeah, and there's a lot of expectations on Na'Vi as well, because like you said, they're the former champions, but they came third in the EMEA qualifiers, so we're going to be looking to see a strong performance to start things off for Na'Vi.
Absolutely, y'all. Hopefully you enjoyed the Chaos of Black Widow show and more. We have a lot more action coming your way. We're going to take a quick break and then get right back to the next match. Moxie, it was a pleasure. So much fun. Can't wait to... We'll do it again at some point in time, but y'all, we'll be right back after this quick break.
Forgive me for what I am about to do. I see you. You've been judged. Face the devil. Wrath of the beast. Hellfire. On the hunt. Let the devil out! Ruthlessness is mercy. Time to make the undead dead again. Slice and dice. Vengeance in Spectre's name! Told Spectre I'd carry on his legacy. Time to live up to the promise. I was born ready. Unbounded gods!
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Global Finals here, the Grand Finals in DreamHack Atlanta. I am Tetra, joined by Ryan, and we are going to be covering your next matchup, and there's definitely going to be no bias at all, considering we're both from EMEA.
I mean, especially when we're in, like, America's doing it as well, it feels a little bit like we might lean a certain direction, but nah, not us. We're just looking for the best games, the most cinema, and I think that's exactly what we're going to get with these, like, next 3 best of 3s that we're seeing for the day 1 of groups.
We have some incredible matchups. We've already had some incredible matchups. We've seen the Daredevil. We have seen the Black Widow coming in here in our last matchup, but it just wasn't enough. While putting on an incredible performance, Crazy Raccoon was not able to take down Citadel Gaming, and 100 Thieves had an incredibly solid matchup versus OUG earlier. Now it is time for OUG over Ultra Gaming for a redemption run.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams that are going to be playing twice today. We're going to be seeing FlyQuest play for the first time today after this next best of 3. So we still have a chance to see what the best teams from the strongest regions from EMEA and Americas are going to show. But I think from what we saw from Crazy Raccoon playing up against Citadel Gaming, it was a lot closer than we anticipated. So that Crazy Raccoon
really
FlyQuest game could be a little bit, it breaks some pick'ems for sure, I think.
But what we also saw is, despite having multiple substitute for their roster, OUG did put up a fight versus 100 Thieves. While 100 Thieves were able to take that map, OUG did show some solid play. And once again, they are running in with quite a few substitutes here, but those substitutes are incredible. We've got another player from Dream Plus on the side for China, and we've also got a couple players from Chopped, the fourth place EMEA roster. So of course, we have even more a little bit of bias here.
A team that has actually taken series against the EMEA qualifiers for Grand Finals here. You've got DRP, one of the sort of main Vanguard players, Controller player as well, so we're adding a couple more of those from EMEA alongside Enzo, but also MASH, Aura Stealer previously, a great experience on the Strategist, and we did want to see Chopped here. Like, if there was only like a chance for 4 teams, we would have won Chopped, so it's a bit of a monkey's paw that we get to see some of the players here, but not all of them.
But now let's talk about Na'Vi. They're going to be coming up. These are your current world champions. They won the mid-season finals, and now they're looking to take the run back.
It's a weird team going into this event, underestimated, but that's exactly what the case was in the mid-season finals. I think that when Na'Vi, back then they were rad, didn't really have too many expectations because they were the second seed out of EMEA, they played through the play-ins, they took a lot of series loss and a lot of map losses. It wasn't a perfect run from them to win that first international event that we've seen in Marvel Rivals. And it feels like the vibe's sort of the same, just that kind of like energy of like, we might not be doing like the best in scrims, we might not have had the highest seed in EMEA, seeing people like Trust Me sort of complaining about like he feels that the draft went wrong and that he sort of threw the draft kind of thing, like him tweeting being frustrated at how those seeding games went. but they're sort of like, the only thing that matters now is how we play on the day. And this is the first day of many where they have a chance to at least get some lock-in wins and get out of groups.
We also have some new players on this roster as well. They are not the same roster that won that global finals. All but one is the same, and they also have a new 8th player as well, new 7th player. They brought in Jerky and Crisis to really bring this roster together. They have some of the best hit scanners. They got one of the best Psylocks in EMEA to come back in and fill the role of Melio, who moved over to Citadel. And they performed very well, but it seems in the last patch in the Ignite EMEA, they did struggle a little bit. We did see some messages about certain drafts that they weren't too happy with.
Yeah, and it's very much like a team-run oriented thing. Like, they have like analysts and coaches to help them with the support there, but it's very much a trust me lead in the draft for the majority of times. And he is an incredibly intelligent player, lovely to talk to for that reason alone. But he was an early adopter of Venom, which is probably one of the most strongest Vanguards players out there. And he loves doing some kooky strategies like Jalia going Spider-Man to try and pull people off the map. There was an interview which is being cooked up by now by production that you guys maybe see later on, where he's like, there's a couple more. They just flat out says. So, like, it's one of those ones that, like, Na'Vi, whether they should get out of groups, but it is a stats group, so it's a little bit like how they do in series like this one.
This group is terrifying. I literally just had a chance to speak to Fate before we came on camera, and he just said that after seeing Crazy Raccoon perform so well against Citadel, the group's even more rough. Like, they're already worried because of just the skill level of this group. But seeing Citadel, the team that's become really their rival throughout EMEA, not able to, like, properly put away Crazy Raccoon is worrying to them. So they're in that situation. But like you mentioned, they're also innovators. They have the Venom, they have the pull strats. They are also the first team to really innovate with the Jeff Venom combo. That Symbiotic Shenanigans, rolling a Death Ball style composition with speed boost into that extra healing, which is essentially an Adam Warlock soul bond in its own right, for massive dive potential to just roll at your opponents with huge healing and basically impossible to pick off. And now Jeff's even better than they were before.
It feels like we've just got into the craziest, like, timeline, I suppose, where, like, Jeff is one of the, like, main integrators into whatever meta, I guess it would be. But I think for Na'Vi, the best way to describe them in a sentence is, like, ahead of the curve. Mid-season finals, they were very much that on the new maps, on the new team-ups, on the new characters like Jean Grey at mid-season finals. They were not afraid to sort of involve them, but it doesn't feel like they were like that at the end of stage 2. It felt that, like, Virtus Pro managed to catch up. They got used to the Ignite draft phase. Citadel are unpredictable. They don't even know what they're going to do half the time, so how the hell is anybody else supposed to? But also the meta, the teams have got a lot more competitive in EMEA. It's not just Virtus Pro and everybody else. There was FaZe that played really well. Alcazia, Insomnia, and of course Chopped that do get a little bit of a revenge arc potentially going up against the team that knocked out these two players from stage 2.
This will be a little bit of a relief, though, for Na'Vi, as, of course, they actually started off in the play-in stage for the mid-season and were sent to the lower bracket of that. This time, 4 teams go through in each group. There's much more in terms of chances and opportunities, but again, this group is so rough. We have the first place from we have the second place and third place from EMEA, of course, having to play against each other. We have FlyQuest coming in, 100 Thieves coming in, Crazy Raccoon are now performing, and OUG, who have continued to not lose a single tournament that isn't mid-season finals. They've still not lost a single MRC that they've played in. They've still not lost a single Ignite that they've played in. OUG are the undisputed kings of China Marvel rivals.
Yeah, in stage 2 they only dropped one map, right? And that was in the grand finals against Tacronics. Yeah, so it was, now it's just that little bit like when you have got these players subbing in from different regions, like there's a language barrier. Naturally there's going to be. Yeah. Luckily it does feel like everybody's on the same page of like how to combine and sort of play to your comfort. It really is a case of Na'Vi should win this series. They're the heavy favourites.
Yes.
But I cannot imagine anything more terrifying when you have all of these expectations. You're representing Na'Vi, which is one of the biggest orgs in the EMEA, full stop. It's a high accolade. You are sort of trying to retain the title of being the international winners with an even bigger event because there's a $1 million prize pool for everybody here. So it's, you know, it's the end of the year big major event, frankly. Yeah. It does feel a little bit like for OUG not being able to step up there, but if Na'Vi start to struggle, drop a map in domination, even drop a whole map full stop, they could really start to flounder and start to panic.
You've also got to talk about the fact that a lot of people were talking about Na'Vi back when they were Rad Esports. Their run through that mid-season came through double lower bracket runs, and more games at LAN is a really important factor because you get more time to warm up. So far, OUG already have a series in the bag. This is Na'Vi's first series they are playing at this international LAN. They've obviously had the chance to do some scrims, but a lot of these teams got in very recently. They've not had as much time compared to Citadel, for example. They've actually been here for a while, and the American teams live here, but having extra games can be a really big deal of just getting more time to practice, more time to feel out the meta, and more time to actually adjust your playstyle.
Well, yeah, it's funny that you said that because I was speaking again to Fate. Like he's much more chatty than I thought he was going to be, considering we don't really get him for interviews in the
Yeah.
NBA. Like he's just very friendly, but he was saying like it was a buff for them to be able to play during the play-in stage when teams like Citadel, because they were the top seed, got to buy straight into that playoffs.
They didn't get as much warm-up.
They didn't get the warm-up, yeah. And so like for scrims, you've got teams sort of coming in trying to acclimatize themselves. There's some teams in like Americas that aren't playing currently. They're sort of maybe preparing for like MRC, right? Like so.
Yeah.
Outside of the people that are in this tournament, it's a little bit harder to get scrims because everybody's like biding their time, and you obviously don't want to scrim teams that are going to be playing in your
Of
group,
course.
or you're expecting to be in playoffs. Like Virtus.pro don't like to scrim, Na'Vi don't like to scrim, but like the top teams try to avoid each other as much as possible because it's all information at the end of the day, especially when we have a new meta to work with.
And speaking of information, it looks like we're getting ready to head into our first map in this series. As of course, for those group points to progress, we of course, as always, start on the randomly generated domination map. And we're going to be heading, I believe, to Celestial Husk.
Yeah, it's a map that most recent like domination map that we've seen go into the game. OUG have only played it twice in their history. It was added in for mid-season finals. They won it once, they lost it once, but that loss was against Na'Vi when they were rad at the mid-season finals, which was the series that eliminated them from the tournament. Yeah, so that's the thing. The last time that we saw OUG actually ended up playing this, I think they played it once in stage 1, ended up winning, but this is a whole different kettle of fish, and it's a whole different team that OUG are running.
And once again, this is the randomly generated. We don't see who picks this map because it is already predetermined. But like you said, compared to Na'Vi, they have played on this map quite a lot. They have a lot more experience because EMEA, they do seem to get the randomly generated Celestial Husk a bit more often. We sort of lead that way more often than not, as well as Krakoa, for example, seem to be the ones that have just randomly appeared more often in terms of our region. But with Na'Vi coming in here, they very much like these deathball style compositions. They very much like these cerebral fights of just trying to push front to back and just take you out as fast as possible, compared to Citadel, for example, who rush you in the backline. And Virtus.pro, hard to describe because they've actually been evolving their play style from stage 1 to stage 2. So there's a lot to talk about here, but when you look at the side of OUG, they lean a lot more heavily on stuff like the Phoenix, at least before the patch. We've obviously, a lot has changed, but they lean very heavily on Phoenix and Wolverine. Phoenix is a lot worse now. They have lost the Beyblade tech, as people have been calling it, of getting the melees to weave in between your attacks to avoid the reload, and of course landing those sparks on people in close range to get huge blow-ups. So one of their best tools is a little bit weaker, but the team-up that is afforded to Molanran on that Wolverine is still there.
Yeah, and we've seen a little bit of Wolverine even on like the sort of mainstream here, like just seeing it with the JMac Mac 10 flying through the air up with what we were seeing from Rejects a little bit earlier, sorry, Crazy Raccoon a little bit earlier on. But I think that this is also a map that sort of, it tends to end up in like lots of small little fights around the objective. It's not just this kind of like deathball, everybody grouping up and just brawling on the objective. You do tend to switch between people's various locations and stuff, and trust me, it tends to be the sort of tip of the spear for that for Na'Vi. He's going to be trying to lead what coordinated efforts are going in, and he's going up against DRP. That's a good amount of experience in that, but not as much experience for playing with the people around him. So setting up those coordinated attacks is very difficult. It's a hard task.
Speaking of experience and play, though, if you are in-game right now, then there are some certain cosmetics that I'm sure a lot of people are extremely happy about. The spooky season is upon us, and our favorite war crime fish is ready for his new fit.
which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
We are so sorry for the delay. We are back though. We're about to head into our next series. OUG versus Na'Vi, the champions of the world, the undisputed champions of China. And we are about to head back in. Have OUG learnt from that first game versus 100 Thieves? And how much has Na'Vi's reputation weighed on them? And how much have they learnt from their Ignite stage?
Yeah, I think the fact that we're seeing OUG play first as well, the debut game, a little bit earlier on, but straight into the draft. They've had a bit of time to acclimatise with this team. Na'Vi, it's their first game so far of groups, are expected to do well, and they're starting typically as most teams would, making sure that Mantis is a part of the triple strategist lineup.
Being taken out on both sides. Immediately a secure of Jeff by OUG, taking after, once again, a strategy very much innovated by Na'Vi in those mid-season finals. But the immediate response, if you see Jeff on the board taking out that Venom, which for starters is just so strong right now with the anti-heal and Feast from the Abyss, removing that opportunity for symbiotic shenanigans is very scary. And we'll probably see OUG mirror that exactly. We don't want that team up. We don't want to be dealing with that huge healing output and that massive speed boost for engagers.
It's going to be interesting to see just how much OUG want to try and mirror. Well, so far it's exactly the same so far with the Emma Frost being taken out, but I feel like in these kind of instances where the draft is exactly the same for both teams, that's only going to suit Na'Vi, and it might be part of the master plan that, trust me, is trying to put together as that leading vanguard.
Let's have a look. Next Protect goes over to Na'Vi. They've got themselves a Jeff. When you look at counters for Jeff, Star-Lord is going to be coming in. They have one of the best Star-Lord players in the form of Naga, and obviously seeing that coming into the meta is very exciting for them. Came in this last stage, has really jumped up in terms of priority. But we look at the Jeff. It's Jeff. Main counters we used to see for that. The Ultron, which we are still seeing being played, but it's been nerfed a little bit. Damage output has been taken away from it. The Phoenix also nerfed a little bit, but it's still seeing play because these tools are so essential. And Magneto, because someone has to nuke the fish.
Yeah, you sort of expect that Naga would be the one on Starlord, so Starlord has been taken out because we know how good Juriki can be on sort of even though two duelists have been added to Na'Vi, we do see the most out of Juriki outside of some specific situations, but a Protect is going to go in onto the Starlord on the other side, and
mirror.
Exactly the same.
Exact mirror. We see Emma taken away, we see Star-Lord and Jeff secured on both sides, but now we have a look to see how these teams take it because we have the Hela Namor still available, and we're already looking at OUG to go down that line. They have Taro Cookie, an incredible hit scan duelist, has been able to play some great stuff, and Mash was one of the best Jeffs along with players like Widdy and of course Tanuki, Ken, players like that for stage 2 of Ignite for EMEA. So they have some potential to roll in with that, and they've got the flexibility to do so. And with anti-heal, if we see Na'Vi try to go for that triple strategist style, the Tidal Dirge and of course the extra Hela squids, if they can get the pickups, could allow them for a massive snowball.
For sure. I feel like there's just so many options now, and really the draft comes down to just limiting what you can pivot to if things aren't necessarily working into your favor. But I also feel like comfort is just a naturally important thing in these kind of events, and not having Venom and Emma for DRP is going to put him on the Magneto. He's going to be fine on it typically, but his Venom is, can be one of the strongest in the region potentially. But Na'Vi, it's the different event entirely from the mid-season finals, but they want to make sure that they start in internationals well.
So we're going to be seeing Jerky going to be the one playing onto that Star-Lord here. They're the one who would usually be picking up stuff like the Psylocke and like the Punisher, for example, as a hit scan player, but it looks like Naga is going to be the one adjusting to that. They're the player who'd usually pick up stuff like the Human Torch. So they are going to be mixing it up a bit here with Naga bringing out the hit scan character of that Adam Warlock. And of course they are running triple strategist here. So they've got some incredible sustain matched by OUG going with that anti-heal from the Tidal Dirge.
It's a bit more of a poking fight for Na'Vi. Naga trying to put out a good portion of damage, but it is the Namor that goes down. Beerback is going to make sure that it is still a 6v6 as the objective is about to start to open up. But as we sort of highlighted pre-show, it really is just a brawl of very small fights on the objective.
It really is. Jerky trying to duel. Avoid gets hit by the Tidal Dirge, but it's still going to get it sustained and uses the bonus health from the roll. Soul Bond burned quite early here. Molan Ran getting melted, but Taro Cookie is uncontested on this flank. He's doing huge work onto Naga, but Molan Ran taken out in exchange with Rajaro pushing on in. Naga goes down, going to be brought back. They have their own cocoon here, and it's going to be Na'Vi continuing to just slowly, one by one, pick off the members of OUG, but with that Cosmic Guard Amplifier dropped early and picked off early, OUG are running out of tools to sustain. It's Jeff into the backline for the early pickup here to try and grab someone. Counter Jeff. Double pickup heading for the edge. Tidal Dirge is countered.
Instantly taken out. There is a Karmic Revival for Naga though, but it's just losing one player. You don't need to worry about it too much. You have the fate of both worlds if you really feel on the back foot, but you've taken the objective. You've provided yourself some space to push OUG back, and even though they have 4 ultimates themselves, they have to give up the objective for a first time.
They have full control here. Na'Vi able to secure the point here, and now Mash holding on to that. It's Jeff. They now have the opportunity to secure themselves. Taro going for a duel, but it's getting slowly menaced. Not harassed yet, but menaced by that Captain America of Trust Me on the flank. Molan Ran have forced to use the Aquatic Blessing to go for the defensive position. Damage boost. Huge amount of damage from those monsters, but the positioning of Na'Vi, they're very spread out in a concave, kind of getting an all angles assault onto OUG into the Goddess of Death to avoid that extra damage and the focus of DRP solo shield. It's Jeff for the healing. Taro takes out Fate. Molan Ran is taken out by Naga, who is already built up to a Karmic Revival, which is going to get dropped to bring them back into this fight.
They also do have the Captain America ultimate to try to sustain this engagement if it's not going well. Naga's going to be taken down, not able to be brought back, but there it is. Freedom Charge is going to allow a little bit more progression to be made. OUG pretty much on the edge of being able to take the objective for the first time so far, but the elimination feed is still sort of lighting up in that Na'Vi light blue as the picks have been traded either side.
Essentially a strategist ultimate in its own right. That Freedom Charge gives them a lot of sustain, but with Jerky down in exchange for Molan. That is an ultimate for not an ultimate. As Molan's charged up, Jerky is not, and Rajaro continues to be a key player, a key activator with some of the most aggressive Magnetos in terms of damage output. Here comes this Jeff into the backline once again from Fate, and this time they don't have the angle to target them down, but do they have the distance with
He's
2,
out.
1. There they go, but Strange, no cloak. The cloak isn't available. Mag is actually able to get down there with the magnetic descent.
Out of the 2 Vanguards, I didn't expect it would be the Magneto that would survive that one, but
Right?
a little bit lucky. 99% is pretty much about to hit. Is there going to be any plays from OUG to able to trigger overtime? It's looking likely, but they are losing out on
Jeff.
numbers. There is a Goddess of Death available for OUG now. It's straight up in the sky. It's one less player to
They don't
actually
have
contest the
angles.
objective, but the angles are poor. They can't quite catch where Na'Vi is standing.
Mash is trying to make it to a position where they can go for it. It's Jeff, but overtime is ticking down. Do on the point is trying to hold. They need the healing output. They have an Eye of Agamotto. Molan over to the Iron Fist just to roll back in time as Portal has come back in. But where's the reinforcements? OUG just cannot sustain on that point. And Na'Vi, a very solid first round.
Just narrow fights in the end for OUG. They were able to take the objective once, I think, against 100 Thieves, but it was a 99-0% in that first map that we saw right at the start of today. But OUG, naturally, again, you've got people playing from different regions, different language barriers, but I feel, Tetra, that they didn't quite have that, like, go button. There was that fight after Na'Vi took the objective. There were pot shots either way. OUG managed to sort of have a good amount of ultimates, but they were waiting for somebody to make the call of like, okay, let's dive in. They waited for Na'Vi to actually go for the Star-Lord ultimate to try and fly through the air, and that's when those ultimates started to come through. It felt that there was no initiative from OUG in that map.
And we're seeing OUG sacrifice a couple ultimates here. Mash moving off of the Jeff with its Jeff charge to move that over to Molan Ran. Svold is going to be picking up the Adam of their own, so they have their own revives in this setup here. Svold is an incredible Adam, incredible jet and rocket as well, but we're going to be seeing them not go for the Zootopia backline, just going to be setting with an early rollout here from Na'Vi. Might not matter how many strategists you have if they're going to just get absolutely ganked here. Mash might be the target. Oh, they're going to see if they can get any of those strategists right in the doorway for the quick blow-up. And it is Mash, forced to retreat, dropping down to the low ground. And Na'Vi will roll out, but OUG do avoid that initial engage.
They are forced to the low ground, though, and Na'Vi, they have a couple of players touching on the point 5 seconds before it opens up. So OUG now, it's a flip of the spawns. Both teams switching either side, but you can see that they're trying to isolate individual players from OUG just to catch them all behind, because there's not going to be that much peel available to them. Meteor M is going to be used off the rip from DRB. He's actually able to get a pick. That is a key area for OUG to be able to push forward, but the Galactic Legend used on the other side has actually turned his back in favor for Na'Vi.
Jerky's able to get a huge pickup, pushing on forward with that Galactic Legend, and now it's just about taking out that Captain America, who has bought time. Ju wasn't committing to the fight there, they were just buying a lot of time because they know they have one of the faster rollouts. They can now make it back to their team, back to the objective, in time to contest onto attempt to have a flip.
Na'Vi are very good at sort of just reading the macro style of like, okay, what ultimates do we expect them to have? Let's make sure that we force out as much as possible. They sort of know at this point this Spell is going to be pretty close to having that Karmic Revival with all of the trash damage that's gone between the two teams in these neutral fights. And Rajaro even with the Eye of Agamotto looking for a perfect opportunity because right now there's no need to do anything. And OUG, we need to see them sort of hold W and push in to go for the fight. They get the pick onto Jerky. That might be enough.
Jeff coming in from Molan, able to find Trust Me in ultimate, but is taken down immediately. No isolation and no environmental pickup here. So far, the delay is coming out for Na'Vi, but the Karmic Revival dropped first for Spol, but that's good for Na'Vi, because they've now forced that out first. Even if they lose this run-back fight, they have Naga with their own Karmic Revival. Assuming Naga goes down or has Cocoon, they can turn and take this.
Able to get free, actually. The Galactic Legend is going to come out from Tara, so he's up in the sky, but there's too many bodies, and those bodies are actually just running straight at him. Absolutely no fear, no picks really able to get off of the back of the main duelist line for OUG, because they've gone triple strategist. So much focus goes into that character getting those picks.
And look at the resets, using the right-click cancel here for Naga so they can get extra damage. Cosmic Cluster into the back of Ju. Headshots galore here, forcing a full retreat. Fate is going to come back in, currently underwater for a little bit of extra health regen on this fight. But Jerky is always on the flank, causing damage. Going to see the targeting come on in, and once again, it hits character, means you can try and focus on the Taro. Captain America in the backline from Du to see if they can get a blow-up. But the positioning, the patty cake between the strategists, level 1 Crook, Naga, and Fate are just trying everything to keep each other up in this fight, but Fate is finally picked off.
95% on the board for Na'Vi. OUG unable to get too much. Karmic Revival is going to be used, and it's wasn't going to force Captain America back onto the objective.
Juggle.
Overtime is able to be hit, and the Galactic Legend for Jerky is trying to put the nail into the coffin of this first map. OUG trying to find shells, they're trying to touch, able to, but it's for a split second. Na'Vi taking that first domination map very cleanly.
Very nicely done. Massive staggers. Once again, we just see Na'Vi ulting second almost every single time. The only time they're ulting first is when they have the better angle with the Star-Lord, that Galactic Legend, able to find 1 or 2 people basically every time, and then Jerky knowing where to be in all of those fights to find those quick blow-ups. Rajaro able, not even needed for the portal reinforcements there as the MVP.
0 deaths as well, no casualties.
Insane.
Same for level 1 Crook, who is going to be, one of the main strategies to keep people alive and keep those engagements going. But it's also
for final hits.
It's pretty beefy for Rajaro to be performing like this. But these are land demons. We've seen it so far. But
Top
like
damage.
OUG being able to be forced out with that Karmic Revival, whilst Na'Vi still in control of the point as well. It just felt at that point it's uncontested for Na'Vi so far in Celestial Husk.
Rajaro is so good. 13k damage, which is 1k less than Taro, which makes them the second highest in the game as Strange on Vanguard. And again, just able to get those Eye of Akamotos, the full control. They had great opportunity. Naga with this Adam Warlock was absolutely wonderful. Jerky swapping over to the Starlord. They have played it a little bit before, but the positioning was perfect. If anything, the only people who were vulnerable was that triple strategist lineup, and that's because OUG copied their strat of just running Captain America at them and seeing if they can get isolation. In this case, what a solid control position, because once again, if you're copying your opponent's composition, odds are they've been playing it longer.
Yeah, certainly in the case of Na'Vi, because they've been playing more than 2 days, I suppose, a couple of weeks really, to being able to prepare it. But it is just Na'Vi leading the line, starting off strong.
And starting off strong indeed. While we did make you wait for that first game, it was quite quick, so we're going to see if we can get you into that next game even quicker. So don't go anywhere, we'll be back with game number 2 right after this.
ones have what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
A very quick game number 1 as Na'Vi, the world champions, they might be back, putting on a stellar performance on Celestial Husk.
It's the perfect start for them, realistically, but it's also the sort of start that we would expect from them so far. But it does mean that OUG do get the choice of map for Midtown, which poses a lot of problems for them. For one, this was the second map that they lost in that best-of-3 elimination game back at mid-season finals, so we seem to be following a bit of a trend. But also, it's a map that they've only played 3 times total, and they're 1 and 2 on it. That's assuming that OUG, all 6 players are here. They still haven't played this map an awful lot, and it's one of the most pedigreed for Na'Vi, being 5 and 2 on it, just not really playing it that much in Stage 2, because frankly, none of the teams from EMEA played it.
Not so much, really, but we're going to be heading in very quickly here. Na'Vi on the left. OUG to attack first. We're starting off with the double Mantis ban, and Emma protected this time. OUG not wanting to get caught out in the same situation where they don't have that crowd control from Carbon Crush to try and punish out that Captain America.
Sort of going for those convoy maps, the Emma Frost has come out a little bit more, but Na'Vi sticking to their guns, trying to go for that Jeff a little bit more. So we actually do see the drafts changing for the first time so far this series.
No Emma priority, Jeff priority, because of course Fate is absolutely goated, and I'm sure people will agree. I don't think that's exactly a spicy take.
No.
We see the Venom removed though, because once again, Jeff in play, Venom not. Na'Vi though, they have not banned Jeff or Venom yet, so OUG currently do have an opening. Here we have the mirrored bans, where both teams will get a ban, and there we go. Jeff, one-sided secured by Na'Vi, but Emma gonna be locked in for the side of OUG.
I think that's good for DRP in the end. Like, comfort is important, especially in these moments, because I just think that if you're in OUG, you've got all of these players that you're trying to adjust to, trying to sort of go pound for pound against Na'Vi with the exact same like heroes left in the pool, you're not going to win. It's going to be difficult to try and outdo this, and it's going to be part of like the master plan for Na'Vi. They're going to read into this draft. They're going to know that OUG are sort of playing off of what is comfortable for them, what can work, who are the win conditions. DRP can have his moments. So that protect on the Emma Frost means that you have got something to work for, as we also see the Psylocke protected on the side of Na'Vi.
Psylocke locked in, gonna give them that backline harassment, and of course once you can break through that first point, you'll see teams adjust to move out away from stuff like Triple Vanguard, Triple Strategist. Captain America though, OUG falling into that trap that did work in mid-season. However, Na'Vi have evolved from that form yet, where banning Captain America against Poly is the one tool that might secure a win. Sorry, not against Poly this time. With Na'Vi bringing in the incredible play of their own Captain America player, it removes that backline harassment.
I mean, Rajaro has his moments. I think he's very much an underrated Vanguard, certainly an underrated Cap, so there is that option. I do like that OUG are kind of like, okay, we're going to take out the Emma Frost, we get the Venom, let's take out another Vanguard. Let's make it difficult for Rajaro and Trust Me to be comfortable on the Vanguards that they're playing. Obviously, they're very flexible players, but you are limiting those options to stuff like Groot, for example, to Magneto.
Both teams getting a Psylocke, speaking of which, the Magneto in play. Only one team, however, gets the Emma, with OUG now setting themselves up for potentially a bit more of a burst-heavy lineup. If they lock in that Psylocke, they could, in theory, go for those extra clones of the X-Men team-up to go for a little bit of extra burst damage and one-shot potential. Well, it's currently hovering Iron Fist, but of course we don't pay too much attention to the hovers. We wait until we're in-game. Exactly.
It's the cardinal sin of like, oh my god, they're going to lock in the Mr. Fantastic. Never mind. Who is it? Is Saipe that's like a Lord Mr. Fantastic? Like, of all of the people. I need to talk to him about it actually a bit more, to sort of how to get to that point myself. But OUG, the good news about this map is you had a decent showing against the 100 Thieves earlier, but you've had a bit of a break. You also had such a stomping against in that first map on Celestial Husk. Up that energy, and that can be difficult when you're up against a team like Na'Vi that seem to just be prepared for all of these case and purposes. They've gone for more strategist bans, really not allowing OUG to get comfortable in that backline, and it's the front line that OUG tried to target in the draft themselves, so totally different ideas.
And Na'Vi are going to go for a triple strategist backline, unsurprisingly here, but they aren't going for the 3-0-3, as Jerky will be locked in on that Psylocke with the damage output and the speed in which that ult can charge. It is
on Iron Fist.
And Molan is going to be the Iron Fist. You're expecting your opponents to potentially triple Vanguard here. That new percentage damage for Iron Fist can be extremely viable to actually try and burst through that.
He's been spotted. He's trying to close the distance a little bit, but Na'Vi have been clever, trying to bunker up, make it very difficult. Iron Fist is going to try and sort of wax on, wax off his approach up against the Groot. There's a lot of barriers broken down, but the brawl isn't seemingly going anybody's way up until Jerky does get taken down. Na'Vi losing out on their only duelist so far as they're still committing to that triple strategist. But Naga, with the damage he's able to do on Adam, it feels like you're not really missing that DPS.
Holding for the line at the moment. Naga being forced into the retreat, uses that Silent Vortex for a little bit of extra time, but that pressure, no one's dealing with DRP, who's just incredibly deep in that backline trying to chase on down. The European substitute for the Chinese team here is creating a massive opening. The huge pickup onto Trust Me, massively staggered, while Jerky brings them back with the portal. The team is now massively displaced from each other.
Yeah, DRP able to get the Venom because obviously there wasn't as much focus on Jeff in this draft either, so going for the Emma was also good because it meant that Na'Vi, okay, you get Jeff, we're going to stop the Venom being in play. Means that the comfort is there. Yarn Amplify is going to be used. The Jeff is thrown into the defender spawn. Instantly deleted, instantly taken out. And OUG, they were building some momentum, Tetra. It's dissipated entirely.
Fate is continuously the Jeff GOAT coming in here with the save for the team, utilizing that portal. They were jumping back and forth through it to make sure that Jerky could buy extra time for the team, to make sure that they were healed up and could sustain through that fight. The fact that they didn't have anyone on Strange earlier means they could have rotated onto the Strange. It's exactly what we saw from Jerky. One of the first to go down, but here comes the Living Chi from Molan round into the backline to see if they can create an opening for the side of OUG with Meteor M from Rajaro. Catches on the wall, will not find a target. Jerky will be taken down, and that percentage damage onto Groot is so hard to deal with.
It's something that Na'Vi have to adjust to, but that strategist backline is getting hit enough. Naga goes down, but he got the Life Cocoon passive that brings it back into play. He might just want to go for the cancel, go for a reset and allow Na'Vi to go for another engagement because the payload is still moving towards the end of this checkpoint, and OUG is still going.
The damage, the Dance of the Butterfly recently buffed, able to get huge blow-ups here, and Taro has created an opening here. Fate is out of there. He does not want to get staggered from his team. Best to retreat. Trust me on Angela to try and contest a little bit later. This is a very good Angela point because of this verticality. You can really wrap around your opponents and try and push them out of position, especially on those stairs. But you gotta be careful. That Iron Fist can still be very difficult to deal with. If Angela gets de-engaged, might not give time for those deflects.
Just allows you to be in and out of these fights. Na'Vi trying to be a little bit more high tempo, a bit more fluid, trying to adjust as things go on. Dance the Butterflies from Jerky is going for where the Be Right Back is placed. No eliminations come off of the back of it. OUG still holding on. They still have 3 players on the objective, and there's nobody from Na'Vi to contest. Now they're able to at least touch it as the Comet Revival is going to be used to bring people back. So the resets for Na'Vi coming in thick and fast, and OUG, basically when they get an ultimate, they just use it off the rip.
And Naga brings back everyone who went down in that fight, meaning that the numbers continue to just slowly creep further and further in favor of Na'Vi as we lose DRP. Do has got that Psionic Seduction, but needs to find the positioning to use it. Taro forced to retreat, and it looks like Na'Vi will get at least a stoppage on this push.
It really has just been that, one change from Trust Me moving over to the Angela. As this adjustment, he got the high ground to work with. Melanran hasn't changed over from the Iron Fist just yet. And I mean, he seems to be going in for the dive. The Living Chi is going to be used as the aggression comes in. The combination with the Feast of the Abyss from DRP is so good. It's allowed some space for OUG to be created. It's getting the eliminations. And now it's forcing out both strategy ultimates from Na'Vi.
Invisible Boundary for the extra sustained buying time. Naga swapping over to the Winter Soldier as they were taken down in that fight. Meteor Ebb from Rajaro to absorb that extra Psionic Seduction damage. The attempt at the crowd control, but it takes on through. But Jerky finds the opening with all those tools used for the setup of OUG. Na'Vi dive the backline and Jerky finds an opening. But OUG, they're not done yet. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is buying them time and allowing them, even though they're down members, to push in.
Yeah, even though it was a multi-pick that Jury got with the ultimate, he still has to disengage and group up with the strategists. Just because of OUG being able to keep this hot tempo going, you've got the Psylocke Dance of the Butterflies now. You're sort of wondering where things are going to come from. It's the ultimate from Angela, the cleave trying to come through, and it's managed to catch onto the rocket. He has no way of disengaging in this fight, but he's got so many other strategists holding on to him that he's not gone down.
The barrier buys a lot of time. Beautiful use of that force barrier from the Invisible Woman to give them that extra little bit of sustained Psionic Vortex for the setup to stop Taro from diving in a little bit too deep. Venom with the Tether, it's broken quickly with Jerky down from Do. DRP takes out Naga. That's both the damage outputs here. If Na'Vi wants to sustain this, they have to burn Strategist ults.
They can contest this. The Fate of Both Worlds has to come out. Are they worried about anything following off the back of it? Well, the Living Chi is grabbed from Mulan and it's going to be used near enough instantly. Level 1 Grok is going to go down. He's not able to do anything. Just off the back of the Invisible Boundary, he's forced out of it. And this Iron Fist is absolutely stomping through from OUG. able to take the points, so there's maybe a chance for Na'Vi to engage here and stall this out, because D'Angelo, trust me, is still there. He's been there all this time.
He's buying so much time just with the mobility onto the point where the Cosmic Yard Amplifier comes on out. They get the extra sustain. They've given themselves the overhealth from both the Cosmic Yard Amplifier and that bonus portal comes in. But they're blocked by the cart. They can't sustain it because they couldn't make it onto the point.
They need to be careful here, make sure that they don't get caught out in this like in-between no man's land. Able to at least farm some picks, and Fate actually gets taken down. So now it's a case of like OUG trying to be able to sort of climb up on this attacking side to keep on pushing, as Na'Vi are looking a little bit more like stressed out potentially.
Na'Vi, they're struggling to find the opening here. Naga onto the Star-Lord to see if they can create an opening that way, to see if they can get something. Diving onto the backline, trying to track down Fate. They've got the slow, but Fate disappears. Able to retreat underneath the ground, and they will be able to reset here. Find the positioning as Taro. They're going to use the opening. They're trying to force out Strategist ultimates. They don't even need to. They just get the pickup. But Naga on the other side is going to force a reset. While Taro was able to get a good opening, there's no one in position to stop Naga, just unleashing.
It was a really good reactive call to stop OUG from continuing this scary attacking side, but they have 90 seconds left to actually push towards the end. Forced back to the attacker spawn for the time being, whilst the rest of Na'Vi, who are on this defense, are pretty comfortable with the ultimates they have available.
To the high ground, Naga just continuing to ping away. They're building so much ult charge off of that Venom in particular, just due to it just being a huge hitbox. Here comes the Silent Seduction, invisible boundary for the counter, and Dalton Butterfly to the backline from Jerky, but it finds nothing. Molan Ran and Mash taken down. They get Jerky in exchange, but the front line is evaporating here. DRP is forced to retreat and is getting chased down as Rajaro is basically going to be spawned at this point.
They're pretty happy in this position so far, and if things start to go wrong, they've got stuff like the Strangler Prison to rely on, Meteor M to just absorb some of the damage, and even Fate with its Jeff. Now it's a case of trying to farm up what they have. They moved over to that Ultron for Jerky to just add in more damage to stop OUG being able to string things along. And if that Living Chi comes in again, the instant response, you got the damage boost from the Iron Amplifier as it's trying to cut through all of this healing that has been put out from Na'Vi. Unable to get a pick this time, but it's required a lot. Never mind, he's able to get Crook just at the end of it.
Straggling Prison for the setup. The card actually pushes Molan around a bit further, but he's not going to get taken out with the Meteor M. Going to be blocked out from the extra bonus health. Full retreat from Rajaro. Looking onto the Venom DRP. Knocked back with the back cannon. Fate of both worlds for the opening. Naga, Galactic Legend, to try and melt through, to try and maintain, to try and create an opening. But the patty cake from the Strategist is keeping everyone topped up here. And now Taro with the mirror gets Jerky on the Ultron, gets Naga, and OUG over Ultra Gaming are pushing on through to the final point. We need fast rollout swaps from Na'Vi if they want any hope, but with everyone down, with everyone staggered, Jerky's trying to try and rush it, dash onto the point, but they cannot reach a triple cap from over Ultra Gaming.
It just felt like the teams had swapped a little bit, like OUG waiting. I think it was just Taro just gets that ultimate right at the last second. There wasn't too much else that Na'Vi could get off Jerky's Galactic Legend himself. And it was needle in a haystack to try and get these players. Na'Vi all tried to bunker up, use the terrain to their advantage to stop this ultimate from catching on to them. But it's just windows, little alcoves. OUG looking a lot more in sync than they did on that first map.
They really do. The adjustments are showing here. And they're moving over to the defensive position now. We're starting to see more Vanguards, we're starting to see more Strategists. Sfold may get to bring out their famous rocket for a little bit of adaptation as well. More revives, more sustain. And with Taro playing that incredible last-second Star-Lord, they can even get the team up, allowing them to play a bit more aggressive. Poke the backline, and then use that Rocket Network team up to escape with the teleport.
Looking at the pick so far, Molan is 21-5. Not really the one that's getting the final blows. It's actually Taro that's leading by double what Jerky's been able to manage, which is the highest on the side of Na'Vi. And it's good that these players are able to sort of just lean into that. But that's what I want to see. Like, if you're in this situation as OUG, you need to bring out some spicy stuff, because clearly Na'Vi don't really have much of an adjustment to it. They tried in some areas. D'Angelo was nice, but there was much more confidence from OUG on that attacking side. Now on the defense, they need to make sure that Na'Vi really don't match the time or finish the map.
OUG aren't going to match the same strategy that Na'Vi tried, aka running a 2-1-3 for that first setup here. They're going to be just bringing out a standard triple Vanguard, triple strategist for extra sustain, utilizing Loki for the regeneration domain lamps, and of course Svold with that battle rebirth beacon to allow them to sustain the fight. Na'Vi though, they're looking one for that Punisher, great at trying to take out these triple Vanguards by just melting through them with extra damage, and they've also brought out the Winter Soldier from Jerky to see if they can just pull anyone out of position. They get DRP with the pullback from the Force Physics to isolate them as they continue to rush on forward.
Whilst these teams have played in the past at international events, Na'Vi are very used to dealing with DRP on the Venom in the same way, making sure that he can't swing out and it's an easy pick-off, he's isolated. Back in this engagement off using the Be Right Back, but you can see just how much focus Na'Vi have to make sure that if he is going to try and engage, there's no way out.
It's Jeff, only finds Luda, but that's an easy isolation and a good pickup, taking them through the window, trying to make it to spawn, won't reach, so they just drop them into their own team to see if they can get the pickup, but no Fate of Worlds! Delays! Smash is able to keep this fight going for at least a little bit longer. Taro couldn't save him, survive that Kraken impact for that, meaning no more resets for the side of Na'Vi, but with the final judgment to push on through, to create an opening and try and burst through OUG, who are just continuing to delay. Taro is taken down, but now someone can swap over to Strange and portal back.
That was a very yes, 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 no, yes play from Fate. Just almost forcing Mash to go in with the Fate of both worlds. The copy is going to come in from the God of Mischief from Molan Ran to just keep more time being bought up from OUG. They're still sticking to this triple Vanguard, triple strategist as much as they possibly can. And they're forced out a lot more from Na'Vi from the top rope where Jaro tries to come in and is able to connect onto Free and able to take Mash out of the server for the time being.
They get the isolation. Naga's going to swap over to the Storm to make sure that they can finish this. They've created the opening, but they need to make sure that they keep that pressure on. The pressure is good. Du is down, but Taro takes out Jerky on the mirror, but they are now incredibly isolated. Magnetic barrier for a little bit of a delay. The Iron Bulwark onto the Venom for the extra sustain to allow them to retreat, but it's Jeff. Once again to the backline with all the Unstoppables gone. It's going to be Magneto taken all the way back. They won't make it to spawn, but once again, they are about to be all alone. Winter Soldier, the Violent Code comes out a little bit early, but look at how far away Taro is now from the rest of the team.
You are in a different postcode. You might as well be in Alabama. I don't even know if Alabama's next to Georgia so far as we're in Atlanta, but Fate wins the 1v1. He is one of those early adopters for the Jeff, so in these kind of fights, it's going to be strong. DRP switching over towards the Strange allows a portal play with 90 seconds left on the clock, Tetcher. It means that really now they can just buy a little bit more time. You've got Jerky that sat there with the Kraken's impact, and that combination with the Strangler Prison is enough to clean up house. There's nothing for OUG to rely on from the strategist backline, so the resets are easy for Jerky.
The resets with the Loki clones, the reset with everyone. There's no one left, and Jerky wept, for there were no more OUG members to conquer. Molan Ran is back on the Iron Fist. They realize that they are just getting pushed in, and they need some pressure for that front line, because that was all set up by Trust Me.
Oh yeah, I've got the swap back over towards the Iron Fist, but Naga is over on the Storm. The Mega Hurricane might just force out this fight from OUG. Are they going to expect the ultimate to be ready at this rate with the damage to be done? Maybe, and there's nothing for the strategist to rely on just yet. Mash is very close to a Fate of both worlds, but that means that he's target number one for Na'Vi when they look to go for this fight.
10% for Jeff Nado for the setup. Psionic Seduction for the initial engage. Naga retreats round the corner and everyone else takes cover. Only Trust Me's going to get pulled in, but that percentage damage. Here comes the Omega Hurricane, and Jeff is at the ready. Jeff Nado to take down Taro, but they're brought back at the BRB. They've only found one. Medium for the counter. Look at the Trust Me. They eat that with nothing coming from it. The beautiful pickup from Naga. Rajaro with the counter on the Eye of Agamotto is going to be pushing onto that downstairs area to try and create an opening, but the Cosmic Yard Amplifier is buying them so much time. Chi into the backline. Molan gets the double. Looks for more. Naga is in full retreat. Routed from an opening with an Omega Hurricane. Jeff Nado into a huge counter from OUG.
The riposte, I suppose, from both teams. You've got OUG going aggressive with that Emma Frost ultimate, and then the Omega Hurricane going into the backline. OUG may be overextended, and then the Jeff Nado on top of it. It was crazy that OUG still had the bodies and the numbers to fight, and then the damage boost onto Living Chi. Molan Ran is turning Iron Fist into something that's crazy.
They've set up beautifully, straggling Prism while Groot gets locked down. Jerky finds everything. Trooper's Fist, the pickup, Taro is down. It's essentially a team wipe, slightly staggered, and immediately we're starting to see those faster members being hovered, but abandoned. One more Kraken impact. They don't even try to contest. Jerky even picks off Mola for even considering it.
Yeah, DRB not having the strange pot on nearby, so it's going to switch off of the character completely. But because OUG's draft was hit so hard with the strategists, there's not really many options to survive that combination other than the Lunar Snow.
Oh, they went for a portal trap. Rashomon put them in the spawn. You can see the portal outside of the doorway. So they actually locked them in spawn, which is why so many members of OUG couldn't even consider making it to the point. Quickly swapped over to defensive characters and then just portal to the new spawn location. What incredible heads-up play from Rajaro. And already Na'Vi can keep this momentum going because they're back for a Mega Hurricane and Jeff Nado.
And it's 2.5 minutes on the clock, so you will have the portal available if it does go to overtime, as Na'Vi are looking to match what OUG did by hitting the end of this map. Jeff Nado trying to clean up and catch whatever they can, but the fate of both worlds from MASH is going to keep people alive, but if they get picked up, there's nothing that they can do.
But they didn't get picked up. They sustained on through that, and everyone from OUG sustains that, allowing for that Psionic Seduction to come on out, using the card as a little bit of cover, but it's a big push-up, aggressive from Do. Ayamagamoto to try and take out the backline, remove the follow-up with Jerky down. Bolad and Do are followed. Taro's dropping as much damage as they can, finally finishing off Fate, with Naga going down as well. Taro may just be saving OUG in this round.
There's still 90 seconds left, and Rajaro, the last two fights that we've seen at Ayavagamo come out, the follow-through from Na'Vi has been sublime to make sure that those picks actually come through. Jerky's going in, it's that Strangler Prism combination yet again, able to get MASH, but everybody else from OUG has tried to spread out as much as possible. Reset's not looking likely for Jerky at this point, and Taro is still able to find these picks, so the numbers are still in favor of OUG on this defense.
They interrupted the Astral Flock, preventing the escape, so down goes Taro, pushing onto that main spawn point to see if they can create an opening, and a lot of pressure on that higher ramp so they can try and get some kind of zone potential. Hold on, Proteus into the backline, knocked down into Jerky.
Boundary.
The invisible boundary from Crook is keeping them sustained on through the fire, and that was all of the ultimates for OUG. Every single tool is available, and it's Jeff is still here for Fate with an environmental pickup at the ready. It's Jeff for the healing on the point to try and pick off the spawn people. Do is taken down but brought back at the BRB. Luna is going to be isolated, sent sailing off the map, and we are just seeing a slow stagger of the members of OUG, unable to touch the point, and Na'Vi even us up at 3 apiece.
Closer, both teams managing to finish over on Midtown. It means that Na'Vi, because they had 40-50 seconds left in the bank, they have just a minute added on extra as OUG did it in OT. It's doable for like OUG, but now that that strategy's been seen, certainly like on that attacking side with the Iron Fist, Na'Vi now have like a good 20-25 seconds to be like, okay, is there anything that we can change up there? Do we need to, or are we panicking less about it? We've seen it in action, we know how it works, we know what we can do now.
But how do you deal with that Iron Fist? The Emma was taken away from them in the ban phase, so they've lost that lockdown potential. You look at other high crowd control people, it's why Jerky is going to be playing on this Winter Soldier here for some level of adjustment. I'm sure they would be very happy if they had Crisis right now for exactly that purpose, being an insane Winter Soldier player. But other options, normally when you're looking at people who are diving your backline with crowd control, you'd look at the Thing. But the Thing is just one massive hitbox with a huge amount of health, which means that percentage damage from Iron Fist is going to be extremely hard to deal with. So they're just going to have to stick with the extra protection of triple strategists to just try and sustain on through and just trust that Jerky can get those pickups.
It's looking like Na'Vi have actually been able to get a lot more eliminations than OUG. It's just that OUG players down have that tenacity to keep digging their heels and going for the fights. Molan ran lower by a good margin than the other duelists with those final hits. But you could already see
they're impactful.
How much impact that they're having so far playing on this character, and he's going to be on it instantly coming out of attacking spawn.
Looking to immediately create an opening. Once again, Na'Vi rolling with a 2-1-3 with a single duelist Winter Soldier, just in case we see that Iron Fist, which we do already. Molan looking for the opening, going to try and get onto the group. Damage is taken, forced to retreat. But the damage output with that percentage damage is so difficult to deal with and so mobile with so little crowd control outside the body of the Trooper's Fist means that Jerky is already having to turn their attention elsewhere. Taro is taken down, brought back in the BRB right outside of spawn. It's Fall had to drop.
The dive is going in from OUG. DRP is taking a lot of that focus. Even the push back, the force physics means that he's trying to Scarpa, but Naga only has one target in his sight line. And now Molan Ran doesn't have that duo to work with. They're being so well in sync and the Strangler Prison's going to be used. A bit more of a fight back from Taro over on that Psylocke, not too far away from having a dance of the butterflies, but Na'Vi looking to be winning this fight as OT is looming.
They're taking Emma just as far away as possible. It's on their own side, but as long as it's not on the point, then they've got extra couple seconds before they can make their way back in, and they won't be able to get in the way of their own team. Fate of both worlds from MASH to allow this fight to go a little bit longer. Silent Seduction is at the ready for Do now, which means they can go into the backline. Anti-heal from the Feast from the Abyss. Psionic Seduction and Living Chi is going to melt through Trust Me, but they're diving it. They're going to ignore Trust Me to try and take out Jeff instead. Remove the healing, remove the sustain, Karmic Revival. Naga brings back everyone!
There's now more of a fight to go in. Molanran wants to try and cleave as many people as he possibly can, but there's just too much to go for Rajaro with a Meteor M. It hits the target, but there's way too much healing and sustain for OUG that keeps them in the fight. Overtime still, half that Wick is left alive. 3 players from OUG hitting the point. One of them is Molanran, who's just not going to let go of the left click. He's not going to keep swinging. He's got so much time to work with. As Trust Me has now got the Strangler Prison on farm, he's able to use it instantly, and with all of these walls, he's trying to separate OUG these sightlines and make sure that these people actually go down.
Portal was attempted from DRP, but it was interrupted. They weren't able to find the target. Invisible boundary for the side of Na'Vi. Crook is keeping them sustained on this fight, but OUG just keep coming back. Doos onto the Captain America for the quick roller. Portal for the reinforcement from Na'Vi as Naga is forced to portal them back. They don't have a Comic Revival anymore. It's already been used, so you might as well get your team back a different way. Beautiful Troopers Fists Fold is going to bring back Taro, but now Molan is off the point. Face from the Abyss with the anti-heal, but it does not matter. The healing output is good. The barrier is insane, but they still get Crook. It's Jeff into the backline. Kraken Impact to hold them one more time. Jerky is going to get swallowed, but will be brought back to the point very quickly. Now it's just Captain America, literally just delayed. Literally just keep them off the point for every extra second. But Na'Vi, they're melting. They're deleted off the point, Ryan.
It's such a... They didn't hear no bell. OUG have been fighting for their lives here in Atlanta, and they're just trying to push on. There's no time. If anybody steps off from OUG, if the whole team is off of that objective, it's pretty much the end of this attacking round. I don't know if there's going to be much chance for Na'Vi to touch this. They have bodies trying to get close, but they have no portal this time. And an Eye of Agamotto for Naga, as well as a Strangler Prison for Trust Me.
They're creating an opening. Strangling Prison coming on in. Grabs Molan and Do with the wall. Eye of Agamotto to trap the strategist. He drops both to prevent the healing. Down goes MASH. Spald is taken out. Do with the freedom charges, giving every extra second that they can, meaning Molan is going to be able to try and focus onto the backline, but they take it out with the Maelstrom of Madness. Feast from the Abyss to buy time, but DRP cannot hold this alone. Kraken Impact will not land, but it does not need to. The timer is gone, and Na'Vi hold just before first point.
And there's only less than 2 minutes for OUG to try to make sure that 132 meters is hit. But it's like, how much of that? It was a minute time that they had allocated. How long was OT there? 3 minutes, 4 minutes?
Pretty long. This
just
comes down to it. We are so close. OUG could even up the score here if they're just able to slow down Na'Vi. But Na'Vi, we've seen them bring out the Storm, we've seen them bring out the Jeff. All they need to do, really, is get one double fight. Win a fight, and then Jeff Nado to delete the respawn when they come back with Portal. If they can do that, it's over. OUG need to be prepared for that eventuality, and as such, we're immediately seeing the hovers onto rockets. They need to have revives. They have to use every tool to make sure that they stay even numbers-wise.
Everything that can allow you to keep yourself in this engagement, you're going to use. And you've certainly warmed up if you're OUG. Now, they have a really good chance for a map here to take us to a third against Na'Vi in this best of 3. But I gotta say, that Eye of Agamotto from Naga, perfectly placed. Just to cut through. That's what he's so good at when he's playing stuff like Storm. It's like not only going for where the fight is on the objective, but cutting past it, going for the backline, breaking sightlines. Because where's the peel going to come from OUG when bodies have to touch the point?
Trust Me, Strangling Prisons, walls to prevent the healing follow-up. Rajaro could have jumped on them and just made sure you get those first 2, but they know that if one of them can get round the wall, it's going to heal them and they might not be able to get those pickups. That Eye of Agamotto guarantees that everyone's out of action for just long enough for them to get the wipe. Now we go for the move out. Damage boost Jerky for the pickup, and Fate already takes out Do.
The be right back wasn't put down from Taro. He went down so quickly that he's not actually going to have the reset available. I think he might have picked it up. OUG pretty much are people on the objective right at the beginning, and Na'Vi just coming out of the trapdoors absolutely gleaming. Mean that Dewey has to sort of run all the way back. At least there's a trade on the side of Jerky, and it's wasted a bit more time, but that could have been disastrous for OUG.
They're coming back in. They're resetting. They're regrouping. They're able to make their way back to the point. The BRB is now down. Naga just sieging in from distance, and Jerky has moved over to Moon Knight. They realize that the Punisher, there's no group here. They might be able to get one, but in this case, the AoE. OUG are trying to retreat into buildings to
He's almost got his
to
ult.
stay sustained. So now they can just charge up and melt on through the bounces. The deflex, Fate of Both Worlds has to be used, but Molan Ran is already down. Strangling Prison for the setup, isolating, trapping the team away. Fate of Both Worlds is site-based. If you can split them off from those targets, then it is going to be huge, but already Captain America is still trying to hold this point down. They're burning through all this time. We're in the last 40 seconds with the Cosmic Yard Amplifier for the burst and Invisible Boundary traded out, but they're still not dealing with these Vanguards.
They're not able to go on through. Molanran has switched over towards the Psylocke to give some more damage on their side. Mash going for the copy to God of Mischief. It is to just disengage. There's 24 seconds left on the clock for OUG to push this right towards the end. And Navi is still throwing all of these ultimates one by one to cut through them. But Jerky goes down as he has the hand of Khonshu.
But they do have a couple people picking up here from this Jeff Nado. They dropped a lot of damage output, but we still see OUG sustained. Aya Magamoto! They got knocked back, but it's still enough to try and focus on the door, but the healing output is just too good! Do refuses to go down! DRP is picked off and already brought back at the Cosmic, at the Battle Rebirth Beacon. Freedom charge for the bonus health. Hand of Khonshu for the zoning. Jerky gets mashed. They try to retreat out of it. Straggling Prison to group them up. Group Wall is actually denying a little bit of Jerky damage, but it's more than enough to prevent the healing. But now OUG have the chance for the re-engage. It's overtime. All they have to do is to take one more fight. They're going for a portal trap.
This is like Looney Tunes action here. Who are they going to try and catch out? They're trying to see if there's going to be that changeover as DRP has switched over. He's going for it. Is the portal going to be there enough in time? He might be able to drop, and it's just narrow. He's able to get in and around it, but Dewey goes down whilst all of this hijinks is going on.
It bought time, and now we're in the overtime, ticking down with the extra dance of the butterflies to the backline, but everyone is able to retreat out. Except Crook and Jerky picked off on the backline, with Rajaro unable to portal his team back. It's Molanran on the Psylocke, taking them down one by one. Na'Vi, your world champions, are looking for an opening, but the timer is not on their side. Jerky's on Spider-Man to try and touch, and he cannot reach. We are even.
We're going to a map 3, OUG, the pickup group, because they're missing players from the China region, that top seed, able to bring a little bit of that EMEA charm, an Iron Fist, and a whole lot of nerve against the world champions of Na'Vi to bring us to a full best of 3.
Molanran, one of the most flexible players in this game, bringing out Iron Fist, bringing out the Psylocke in the end there for that last dance of the butterflies. They didn't even top the final hits chart, but they still had the impact that their team needed. It was not about quantity, it was about quality.
It was just about the threat as well, being able to just give LeBron the ball, even if that ball is Iron Fist and you're just being thrown at the enemy team. Na'Vi trying to adjust with it the best that they possibly could, but with that Vanguard line being hit as hard as it was, there's only so much that you can really work with. OUG struggling with the strategists mostly being taken out from Na'Vi on this convoy game mode. OUG did well. I think just the fact that we saw like Svald, Tarakoki, I was going to say Molanran, I feel like he played gun game with the amount of characters that he actually played in all different roles. I haven't seen anybody pick so much up in one map.
And looking at the actual finishing blows here, the shout-out to Svold only went down 5 times. That is almost half. Literally anyone else, the closest player to them is Rajaro, Fate, and Crook, all of which went down 9 times. The actual ability to stay safe, keep your team up, and it shows in the healing output, 67k. Being present, being on the board, especially if you're playing Rocket, is so important, because if you go down, that Battle Rebirth beacon is gone.
Can I also say from like EMEA, there was like, we saw Na'Vi when they were rad win the mid-season finals, they come back from China, they play in a third-party tournament against a team called Chopped, and that Chopped team won a full best of 5 against them and then went on to have a top 4 finish. 2 of the players from that Chopped team are up against OUG, so they know how to upset against the world champions, and they might want to try and do it again.
And we're going to be heading to a break so that we can get set up for this third map. This series is already proving to be incredibly exciting. We're definitely going to be heading to a convergence map, so we will let you know what it is when we're back.
which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
What a series already. OUG with substitutes, 3 substitutes, half of their team coming in, and they are coming up diamonds.
All from like different continents as well to an extent.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a like Thanos gauntlet, I suppose, of like players, and it could be a recipe for disaster for Na'Vi. They have picked Jajalia to work with, and it's the only map, I actually just saw this, in Ignite, it's the only map that Na'Vi have ever picked in Convergence. Whenever they've been on the losing side, there's only one map that they've gone to, and that has been Jalia 11 times.
They're trying to make it work. They believe that this is their key to come out ahead in what is an extremely challenging group. And with all these expectations, with everyone looking on and already down to a final game in this group, how will the teams react under such high pressure? OUG having already lost against Na'Vi once at the mid-season finals. They are here for revenge, and already we see Mantis mirror bans.
Of course, the Venom being protected, which is very good for
Ooh.
Na'Vi. It's also a very good pick if OUG want to go in that direction themselves as well, because DRP was looking very comfortable on it. Make sure that the Jeff's taken out so that team up isn't available. But also, it's trust me on this map. I want to see exactly what the plan is going to be for Na'Vi, because there's some kooky strategies from one of the EMEA eggheads, I'd say.
Yes, that's a great way to put it. We see Na'Vi doing some very creative stuff, and this is the map to do it. The question is, how much research have OUG done? Because it's only really been done like 2 or 3 times. So the question is, do they know? Do Na'Vi even risk it in such a high-pressure situation? For now, they're just going to ban out the Venom of their own. Of course, it's a fast rollout character for reinforcements onto that first objective. And with Jeff on the board, you want to remove that symbiotic shenanigans.
Yeah, Psylocke's been taken out as well from OUG, making sure that really either Naga or Juriki could play in that role themselves. Just the amount of damage, and if they're feeling that Na'Vi are going to go after that backline again, making sure that you don't have those big like AoE damage ultimates to just keep picking you off. Really just relying so much on the Lunar Snow ultimates because everything else has been taken out. Na'Vi this time, though, going for the Vanguard, the front lines, and a one-sided Psylocke for OUG.
Yeah. Taking out the Emma, the Psylocke secured for OUG so that they have a little bit of burst potential here, but they haven't targeted a lot in terms of the backline outside of the Jeff and the Mantis here. This still leaves Luna, this still leaves Invisible Woman. Na'Vi have good options for sustaining on through a Dance of the Butterfly. Remember though, you do have to lay up more than one thing. Psylocke's Dance of the Butterfly now basically will finish through almost any strategist ultimate, but if you combine that with something like that Guardian Shield from Invisible Woman, then you can actually hold through these fights. For now though, Na'Vi, they are going to take out the Adam. They played it themselves, OUG brought it out a little bit to mirror them, and they've shown that they are definitely proficient.
I do think that, like, yeah, so you got the Emma Frost as well. It's one-sided for Na'Vi, so that's 2 Vanguards. 2 Vanguards that not only DRP would want to play themselves, but also what we just saw as well from Dewey. Like, they looked very good on the Emma Frost, and they're 2 characters that you can really build those compositions around. Na'Vi wanted to maintain that front line as well as they possibly can. No, OUG sort of targeted it out in the last map.
Star-Lord going to be the last removed character. Of course, we have Naga on the board, so giving them that ability to just try and burst through people with that Star-Lord is going to be very scary. And of course, Jerky also showing us that they have the Star-Lord down stat here. So we're going to see immediately Rajaro onto that Emma Frost, trust me, starting us on the Venom. Of course, it will be Na'Vi on attack first.
It's a real confidence boost for OUG going into this 3rd and final map. Their 2nd game of the group stages, the first one not going too well against 100 Thieves, but this Natus Vincere team has been up and down, turbulent stage 2, fair to say, and it's really, I don't know where their heads are going to be at. They rely on their good mental. This is not the ideal position to be in, but they also want to get the reps online as much as they possibly can, so it's just an extra rep for them potentially if they can win out this series.
You would be a fool, though, to call Na'Vi washed or just shaky in any way that, or to underestimate them just because they had a rough start. Remember, they came through the lower bracket in those mid-season finals to win. They made it into 2nd place. They didn't win their groups in EMEA Stage 1, and they didn't win it this time either, and yet they're still here. From behind is where Na'Vi fights the best. When their backs are against the wall, that's when they activate.
But there's expectations for Na'Vi. That's the scary thing in the back of your mind. And OUG sort of playing without too much stress. Just do your best, do whatever you can. And Na'Vi, a quiet start. OUG are a little bit trepidatious on where exactly this attack is going to come from. What comp Na'Vi are going to try and run?
We're going to be moving in, trust me, immediately with the tether for the setup, but that's going to create an opening. It wasn't for a main engage here. It was to set up and cause a retreat so that Jerky gets a better sightline, which they do, getting the first pickup onto Molan Ran. The targeting is good, though, but Taro takes the duel on that Winter Soldier.
Forces him into the back room and takes him out, and Na'Vi is still actually finding enough sustain to fight it, but maybe not enough pressure to actually keep this pause. The pause is going to come in, but but to keep the engagement going, because they've actually been able to get a third so far.
They've been able to get onto the point because Jerky was able to pull up one side, they had Trust Me pulling up the other, creating a huge convergence onto the point and allowed them to get a nice wraparound onto the side of OUG, who currently are taking individual fights, but they're currently being controlled positioning-wise by Na'Vi.
It's scary as well when you sort of run in that sort of poke Namor Hela on attack, because you need to try and close the distance. So I quite like that Na'Vi were very subtle, to sneaking up, and then bam, it seems like you've got Trust Me having to sort of create that distance, but then he gets isolated. But it still allows some space for your duelists to be able to find those picks, and it seems like that fight could go either way. At least Na'Vi were able to get something on the board, and we'll see whether or not that they can keep sustaining that, or whether OUG are just going to keep throwing bodies at the point like they did on Midtown.
They're also building a lot of ult charge, and remember, we did see the Venom taken away, so in terms of fast rollout characters, we're a bit more limited. We still have Captain America, we still have Angela, and of course Strange, to really bring them back to the objective if they need to. So OUG have choices, have options, but a lot of those characters, like the Strange, for example, involve you being very grouped up. While the Captain America can make their way in and try and pressure a backline, they might find themselves isolated, especially against a Hela of a Soul Drainer. So if you bring out the Strange, you could get grouped up and caught by a Tidal Dirge. If you bring out the Captain America, you might get Soul Drained. It's a tough matchup to actually go into if you want these quick reinforced rollouts, because that Hela Namor is actually very hard to deal with.
Not the best start for EMEA so far, at least in this group. Dropping
Not so far,
at least a map, but there's still a chance, obviously, that a first series for Na'Vi could be dropped here, as OUG are looking to try to take as many names as possible. But like you said earlier, like Fate was a little bit nervous seeing how well Crazy Raccoon did against Citadel, that maybe that sort of comes into this, and suddenly OUG feel like they have a really strong chance. FlyQuest are waiting in the wings to play their first game after this one, and they must be thinking, oh no, this group might actually be more stacked than we thought, and we already thought it was going to be majorly stacked anyway.
It's already so difficult to deal with, like you say. Everyone was looking at this group and saying that this is one that could be terrifying. We're already seeing a little bit of a mix-up, though, in Group A, with basically all the teams fighting for 2 more spots. As a lot of people are expecting Virtus Pro and Envy to go through, but with all the upsets we have seen, which sounds like we're seeing, we can hear the other casters just over there, and it sounds like there was some action just happened quite a bit there. We also heard players, because they're somewhere over there behind us. But the fact is, there have been upsets. That might have been one just there. So nothing is predictable anymore to 100% degree, because everyone is starting to show that they're feeling stuff out a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you have to, because it feels that... I don't think in this game in particular, like, people love to go into LAN to be like, our read on the meta is the most defined. I think most teams would sort of admit, like, we have an idea, but we're really curious to see what everybody else is going to do. And they're also like, we want to make sure that we're playing stuff that is optimal for us. If we have players like Polly, we want to put him on Captain America because he can make him look like the most destructive Vanguard, even though he's not like a high ban priority or a high protect. You can't just let these players play those strong characters anymore, like, because people are really good at the game in a year.
And that's why it's so hard to deal with Na'Vi, because they are strong characters. They basically everything they play. Trust Me is one of the most scary divers in this team. Rajaro is just a master on stuff like this Doctor Strange, creating problems, this Emma Frost for counter dives. And of course, now having that Venom come in here, which they actually were able to sneak through, has already caused enough of a distraction that they were able to get that first pickup with Jerky moving on in with this Hela for the first time, which is exciting from Na'Vi, because we haven't seen them play too much of the Hela Namor because we haven't had the chance yet.
Yeah, but also I was thinking there, so you mentioned Crisis before. This is like the perfect like characters to be playing on a map like this. You've got those sort of high sight lines and stuff, right? So I guess it's a little bit like the logistics of swapping people in and out on land, potentially, that they just like, let's just keep it the same, like we're good enough to deal with, we're flexible enough, they want to use duelists here, there, and everywhere. But I'm trying to remember if Crisis was in the server or not. I don't think he was.
He's not in this game, no. It is a Jerky and it is a Naga setup, with Naga playing the Namor and it's Jerky playing the Hela. So they're going for that combo here. Again, Crisis, they are a big Hitsgang player when it comes to stuff, and they're one of the best Winter Soldier players, but it seems they came in with a bit more of a plan on this setup.
and you have to be able to be adaptable and flexible for the most part, because you get games like this where an Iron Fist gets catapulted and you make a new friend from across the world with DRP that's playing the Venom, and he's just having a field day on Midtown, as we just saw. So Jalia still has a lot to give, and like, even though we had like a couple of pauses here or there, I'm really glad that this series is living up to expectation after that first map, because that was a quick Celestial Husk.
It really is. This is the run from OUG that I think a lot of teams were expecting at the mid-season. They did perform quite well, but there were a couple matches where they didn't look perfect, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. But this time, they've got substitutes, which is a bit more of an excuse, and they're still playing insanely well versus the world champions. But already on this first push, they have been broken a bit. They've lost foot characters already. Their positioning is being forced into a tight choke point, which means Namor is going to have a much better setup for Tidal Dirge, and that is how Na'Vi play. They play very cerebrally.
Yeah, I mean, they're a clever team. That's one of the reasons that they did so well for mid-season finals, but thinking back to when they were able to beat Virtus Pro for the first time, which was a testament in EMEA. Virtus Pro had not lost a series for ever up until like stage 1, and at that point, like, Na'Vi, when they were rad, like, they worked out that just banning out all of the strategists in that Ignite system was the way to go. It's still really popular, certainly when we're in the triple strategist meta, but now there's so many other options, and even teams like Virtus Pro that were a little bit slow on dealing with the meta, they're the ones that are coming up with some like curveballs, some high ace plays.
But speaking of those triple strategists and speaking of favourite characters when it comes to this, a lot of people love Jeff, let's be honest. And I tried to send you to the Jeff video earlier, but this time I am actually sending you in the right direction. Ladies and gentlemen, it is spooky season, and I hope you are enjoying it, because we have so much to do. The night waits for no one. Join the chaos, and Jeff, the true spirit of the season, wearing some oversized undersea gourds carved to resemble jack-o'-lanterns. Let us celebrate this spooky season with the incredible, in our own incredible way, with Jeff the Landshark's Jeff O'Lantern costume. This is the first time for Marvel Rivals that we're seeing Halloween skins coming in, as it's only been about a year. So it's great to see skins like this, and of course, everyone loves Jeff. Well, we do like to nuke him sometimes because he is an absolute menace. But having that flexibility and, of course, those incredible custom ability VFX is always lovely to see.
There's so many people that sort of build their identity around being Halloween, autumn, fall lovers anyway, so you can own it year-round after this one too. But it's also, like, think of it this way. So we're in the group stages, we're in sort of like a back area, but like Halloween is on Friday. That's the first day of playoffs, which is going to be at an in-DreamHack.
Oh, yes.
If there's one thing about Halloween, it's a spectacle. And like, for being a Brit in the US during Halloween, that is really exciting, because I know that you guys go all out. But like, seeing it at DreamHack, it's going to be, and even the stage as well, might I add, spectacle for sure.
It's gonna be great. There is a trick or treat, and there is costume stuff happening at DreamHack, so if we get any of the behind the scenes videos, then expect to see hopefully some Marvel Rivals. If you're coming to DreamHack and you're in a Marvel Rivals costume, if you see any of us wandering around the convention hall, please come over and say hi. We'd love to see what you've come up with, because we wanted to come in some costumes here, and a couple of us have brought a couple things to wear in between the casts.
A couple of little subtle nods, I think, for some of our like favourite things. I'm trying not to go for the Kingpin look as much as I possibly can, but there's only so much that I can realistically help. But this is also like tricky for Na'Vi. OUG, they played in their first series earlier today. There was a break. Obviously, players switching around in the sort of setups and stuff too. So they're going to be feeling tired. But the fact that they won that last map, that's a resurgence in energy. Your adrenaline is already upticked to back how you were feeling first thing in the morning, because you just took a map off the world champions. And honestly, they can take this series if they can get their act together as that sort of first fight was going on.
They really can. They're finding these openings, they're finding these opportunities, and they've shown just how flexible they are. This is what we compliment Na'Vi for so often. We always say that Na'Vi are the ones who innovate, they bring out the strange stuff, they bring out some interesting pickups, but that's not happening this time. So far, Na'Vi are playing pretty standard so far, but it's going to be OUG who bring out the Iron Fist and stuff like that. We're going to be heading to a quick break to get ourselves set up for that third map so that we can make sure that everything is sorted, so we could get that pause all organized for you and get us back into that game. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with the continuation of Map 3.
ones have what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
And we are back, but I unfortunately bring some grave tidings. Due to an unintentional usage of a disallowed skin, the lobby is being completely reset. While the picks and bans will remain the same, they can of course adjust once they're in the game, but the bans and the protects will remain exactly the same. They cannot change those. We will be starting Hall of Jajalia again.
Yeah, which we were like, what, 35, 45 seconds into it, really? And it's like,
Yeah.
I guess it's better to pinpoint this stuff and reset it then than
When
towards the
we're,
end of
like,
the map
2 points
or
in,
after the map is
in
done,
the
right?
temple.
So, yeah, make it sure that it's essentially done as, like, nip it in the bud quickly as possible, but it allows the chance for the teams to sort of start it again, and it's not as if we saw too much done on Jalia in this third and final map of this best of 3 series between Navi and OUG.
Which means we will be heading back in clean reset, clean slate. So we'll have to see how the teams do decide to approach this. Will they go for exactly the same style of characters, or are they going to adjust this once they make it into the game? This is map 3 of this best of 3. We also got a little bit of a heads up. Of course, there are 2 streams happening for this, and we had an incredible matchup on the other stream as well, brought to us by our wonderful colleagues of Vicky and Matsy, where apparently Reject took down Envy 2-0, Ryan.
Doing it 2-0 as well, considering that they looked pretty good in like their first couple of games that we saw from them. Just a little bit more warmed up. Crazy Raccoon looking scary for against Citadel earlier. I think Asia is looking for their revenge, considering that first international event was in Guangzhou, China. It feels that all of the teams from the East want to come to the West and make sure that they make as much of a stomp and as much noise as Americas and EMEA did at the mid-season finals.
So much has changed since then. They've had so much opportunity to practice, so much opportunity to learn from those mistakes, from those metas, and of course, watch the other regions, see what's happening, including, of course, from EMEA, from Na'Vi, who've adjusted, but in this case, it is OUG who have brought some more creative tools into this draft, of course, with that Iron Fist. I'm going to keep talking about it, because it's cool. Although some of the other teams, we saw some creativity from some of the other teams as well, with, of course, a Black Widow happening earlier. 2 separate Daredevils have made their way into the game as well. So we are already into these group stages. It is the first day of 3 for these group stages, and everything is already up in the air.
Yeah, 6 teams to a group. 4 are going to qualify for playoffs on Friday at DreamHack itself. But as a reminder, going into Halls of Dajalia, Natus Vincere going to be attacking. The draft pretty much works out as a one-sided Venom, Emma, and Adam on the side of Na'Vi. Meanwhile, OUG were able to pick up Jeff, Psylocke, and Starlord, making sure that the world champions weren't able to get those characters themselves.
So we're going to be going back in here, and it looks like we are going to mix it up a little. Oh, I see, they're just armoring up. Okay, so take back what I said. Jerky starting off on the rocket is not going to be going on the attacking rocket. They're not Sparker, so they're just going to mix it up here with a little bit of pre-armor for the team, and then we'll likely swap over to that Hela, and we're just rolling out once again.
Pretty much the same as before, but I guess it was a case of, like, trust me, had to put a lot of coordination into that play to close that distance against OUG when you're running this more pokey double duelist lineup with the Hela and the Namor, just taking pot shots from distance. Again, we highlighted it before, Crisis, the hit scan player for Na'Vi, isn't playing in this one. They want to stick to their guns, quite literally. Na'Vi not changing up the roster of their 7 players.
Jerky looking for an early pickup like they were able to get in the pre-reset draft, trying to land several of those shots quickly, and already once again is getting so much damage onto Taro as we immediately see the dive in from Trust Me getting locked down. Taro retreating overboard. Bash is dropped and will be brought back at that Battle Rebirth peaking, allowing Rajaro to use this opening to step up. Huge choke point created by OUG as they use that lower ground for defense on their strategist, as Trust Me takes down Jew. Crook is picked off, but Fate also on the rocket is going to be bringing them back.
Yeah, they were split up a little bit beforehand, but now they just make sure that they have bodies on the point, not trying to give up a third or any form of progression for Na'Vi. But they have been bullied back. They're still waiting for numbers. They lose Molanran, and it's looking like Na'Vi are at least going to be able to get a third on this first point.
We're back where we were, right before the resets as they push on in. Crook healing up Naga, who once again has that tidal dirge. Anti-heal for the setup even before the Feast from the Abyss. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier for Fate to give them that extra damage, but they've lost Jerky in the first setup of this fight. Taro is down as well, so Duelist for Duelist, but now Molanran, if they can get in before Crook is charging up, that Dance of the Butterflies could be enough to burst them through with the tidal dirge to try and prevent some anti-heal, but they find nothing with that great evasion by Na'Vi.
They managed to force Na'Vi completely off of the objective, though, which means that there's enough time for this stall to come in a little bit more. OUG, though, losing out numbers. The elimination feed for Na'Vi, highlighted in orange for this attacking side first. Able to take it with a good amount of time, trying to see if they can catch OUG on the retreat. And Taro Cookie is very low, struggles to survive, gets picked off by Trust Me.
Na'Vi with the heavy momentum are going to be pushing onto this second point, utilizing some high ground. Trust Me, going to be taking this main angle, while we already saw Naga moving up for the center point. Takes a lot of damage as the counter pressure is able to force them to back up a little bit, but already Trust Me in and Trust Me out. There's no reason to stay any longer, no reason to burn that symbiotic resilience if you aren't going to be able to capitalize and follow up. So just very safe strategic play here.
That's Molanran going down again, just in these like neutral fights where both teams are looking to try to reset, build up their ultimates, and OUG are just waterfalling their way into these fights one at a time. The stall is easy, and Na'Vi have been pretty much uncontested once they got that payload moving.
Taro Cookie just landed a bionic hook onto Rajro, who immediately turned into diamond form after arriving, and I expect there was some regret.
Oh yeah, thanks, grab.
No, thanks, I have mobility now. Meteor M coming in from DRP, not able to find his time as Jerky takes to the sky with the Goddess of Death is sieging onto Do, who's forced to use that Liberty Rush to back away. And the retreat also being needed by Jerky as they're not able to find any pickups. They have to Astral Flock to back away. Horn of Proteus to try and create at least some zoning potential. Not able to find a pickup. They don't have a lot of setup outside of the slow and engage from Trust Me. A Dance of the Butterfly from Molan looking for once again, seems they can get a pickup. An Invisible Boundary from Fate shuts it down.
Look how much focus is going in from Na'Vi to make sure that Molan just can't get comfortable. He seems to be going down consistently, and he's having to play his own little game to try to sort of support the backline. He now has a little bit of help from Dewey that's over on the Captain America to go for these dives, but it's so difficult when you have the Namor and the Hela that want to fight from distance, that are trying to keep you at arm's reach and just win those fights from distance. Now you have got Rajara, that's the one that's really sticking Na'Vi into these brawls, into these engagements, using the Psionic Seduction, but OUG are completely split here, and the other half have been taken out one at a time.
Pushing on with the Tidal Dirge to get the anti-heal to force DRP to step up to create some zoning for their teams because the Yard Amplifier is going to be coming out, but Jerky's already got the double. Taro is looking for any kind of reset if they can get onto Krug, but no, shut down there. Taro loses the resets. Molan's trying to delay, but they will get picked off by Rajaro, who was fully charged, and we are heading on in to the Temple of Bast.
Yeah, Molan cannot get comfortable at all, especially when you have all of these like Namor squids. He's the only one that's sort of still committing to that dive, and Taro Cookie sort of playing in that sort of, you can dive with it, you can play from distance if you want, a bit more of like a hybrid-y kind of play style. But right now, OUG struggling to get a hold of this one. 3.5 minutes on the clock. There is the Namor ultimate for Naga to sit back on, and Dewey gets taken out in these moments where nobody should be dying on the side of OUG.
And we have a quick pause once again to see if we can get ourselves set up to head on in for that third push. Already, Jerky charged on up with that Goddess of Death. This is an area where it's a little bit hard to get set up as there's quite a few doorways.
Just fly up and just
jump
hit the
between, bonk your head, get a concussion. But in this case, there's not as many good angles, but those angles can play very heavily in your favor, especially if you're fighting in that doorway to the main temple room. A Goddess of Death in a tight enclosed area where people are forced to stand can be devastating.
It's very scary, and like momentum consistently being reset means that OUG, whatever momentum that they could have got, just that hotness, like, is going to just dissipate over time naturally, especially when you've just not really been able to go for a unified, consistent fight. And may we remind you, tricking myself up there, that this is OUG playing with 2 Europeans as well, like as stand-ins, because some of the players from China were unable to make it to Atlanta.
And a substitute from their own region as well, which is from Dream Plus, who are an incredible team, but of course, someone that they wouldn't have played with as often because they have their own roster. Looks like we are going to be heading back on in, as already Fate will get taken down by Molam right at the end of that, and Crook finished off as well. OUG coming off of this pause with some great setup here, trying to push back onto Jerky, who's forced to once again Astral Flock, but down to a slither, barely surviving. The bonus health keeping them sustained.
I wonder if there's going to be maybe some changes for Navi. There's been a couple of adjustments for OUG. Dewey has moved over towards the Groot, allowing that combination with Taro that's on the Bucky. We need a cool name for the Strangling Prison Kraken's Impact combination. We're looking for one if you've got one in chat to post. But for OUG, they still need to try and get these players off of the point. Trust me, he's still creating so much space by just being annoying up in high ground, diving in and then swinging out if he's under too much pressure. There's too many crossfires for OUG to fight, and there's too much distance to try and clear to try and dive on them.
Jerky taking a lot of damage, but here comes that fade of both worlds into the invisible boundaries. Fold trying to hold Horn of Proteus into the backline. Finds Fold, shuts down the boundary. Beautiful setup here as Molan continues to siege on in, swapping over to the Namor themselves, Straggling Prison for the setup. Kraken Impact for a turnaround, and Taro is finding the opening. Is shutting down Na'Vi, and Na'Vi will be forced to reset.
Yeah, trust me, trying to run, gets shot in the back of the head from Taro. Final reset's going to allow him the high ground. And this is a difficult position for Na'Vi to actually sort of pick up the payload to keep it moving. and you can see just how much space that OUG is trying to take in front of it. The problem is, however, some teams can get overextendy here, get caught out, and when Jerky switched over towards the Bucky, you could get pulled right into a fight you didn't ask for.
They're still running on the Mord though, so they're not going to be going for those tidal dirges, but they can still protect their backline and of course get those good angles on the Proteus at 50% charge. Meteor M indoors, trying to not get it caught. L lands onto the main Vanguards, but they just tank on through it. Rajaro falls, brought back at the Battle Rebirth Beacon, and it's slow but steady. Psionic Seduction from Rajaro with Feast from the Abyss on the backline, pulling in one, pulling in two, and Na'Vi are creating an opening. Everyone's tanking through for the moment. Due's finally going to go down, crack an impact on the turnaround for the reset, and Jerky is fighting them. Naga is down, but they only need one. If they can just keep the resets going, the Winter Soldier duel, Trooper's Fist, it goes down, but no resets are available.
Not only was it a great ultimate from Rajaro, who's had a really good series so far for Na'Vi, it's Trust Me again in the backline. It was almost like a switch of what we saw earlier on Midtown. Trust Me cutting across, that meant that Silent Seduction could get in behind the front line. The support sightline was broken because of Trust Me being an absolute harassing nightmare. Now you've got the arm amplifier for Fate that's really allowed this fight for OUG to touch on the edge of it. You've got the invisible boundary used, you've got the Horns of Proteus coming down, and they've actually gone in favor of the Chinese team.
They're able to hold the Fate of both worlds, keeping the rest of Na'Vi up, but they lost Fate and Jerky. Fate is moving over to Storm to get Jerky back quicker, because they don't want to lose that ultimate on Jerky. No, Jerky swaps over to the Doctor Strange. Fate's back onto the Rockets, and they can get a little bit of a battle rebirth because they've only got 16 seconds remaining. The re-engage is required here. Due is zoning on the Doctor Strange of their own. Here comes the portal, attacking from both angles. Psionic Seduction to take out the squids. Rajaro has a great angle on his setup. Molan is down to Naga in the Namor. Jules falls, and we're starting to see Na'Vi creating an opening here. Trying to burst through the Vanguards, and no one's close. No one can touch. Taro can't make it, and Na'Vi get the triple.
Just with no time left, and it's between a rock and a hard place for OUG when Na'Vi are constantly doing these plays. This time, the portal going into the backline as that Silent Seduction was used again from Rajaro. Just clever ideas to make sure that the left hand of OUG doesn't know what the right is doing, because there's a player in Na'Vi slap bang in the middle of it, causing you grief. So OUG now having to try to match, going onto the attacking side. Na'Vi, this is a good map for them as a reminder. I think they're sort of like 9-6 or something ridiculous so far across Ignite. Yeah, 9-6, and it's 2 for 2 for OUG.
Could be 10-6 very shortly.
Yeah, it could be, but
OUG aren't able to turn this round.
It's one of the most picked maps for Na'Vi. In fact, it's the only map that they pick if they're ever forced onto Convergence. So yeah, they're going to be comfortable for it. And for OUG, even if you had all 6 of the players that came top seed from China, they only played it 4 times in their history, and I imagine there's been roster changes throughout that period too.
It's time for the check. Ryan, Trust Me, has brought out your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Here we go. He had some ideas. So I won't reveal too much, but I said, like, are we going to see Trust Me playing the Spider-Man again? And he's like, we got some adjustments, some good ideas, like some creative stuff. But I don't know if we're going to see it now.
It's Hubbard. He's out.
No, but there's other characters. There's other characters that were mentioned. I'm not going to say because I'm too mean. Okay, the anticipation.
Here we go. Spider-Man swinging past. No tether. No one goes down. Trust Me goes off the edge. Swaps to Venom.
And it's one swing basically to get back to the point. Trust Me basically going for a Tiki pick to sort of buy some more time. OUG are forced to stall. But Trust Me, he can go for that kill, eliminate himself, and then he's right back into the fight before OUG can even consider touching the point.
One of these days he will find it. First time he missed it, second time it was blocked by Hulk, third time he missed it. One of these days he will land it, but it's the threat. It makes you more cautious stepping out of the board, and he's still back.
I think one of the players that he actually succeeded against was DRP when he was...
I think so, actually, yeah.
When he was on Peps, I think. So that's a callback.
Tarakoki taking down Rajaro. Naga on the flank is able to just take down these defenders. Oh my god! With the Trident. Molan is popped, and already Na'Vi with the flanking Namora setting themselves up beautifully.
That was very much a case of cutting to Naga and being like, how? What are you doing over there? Because he's managed to get inside again. This is a very bunker almost, just sort of digging your heels in, trying to play from distance, turtling up to stop OUG from diving on you successfully. But Naga's able to go for some scenic routes to try and flank behind, especially if OUG are trying to focus on the backline. It means that Naga and Jerky have some space to maneuver around and just be impossible to deal with.
Pushing up to the point, Taro looking for an opening. Rajaro charged up to full. meaning their damage output is maximum. Melting through DRP, melting through the Groot here. Molan is already taken out of the backline, though, as once again Naga has found an off angle.
Picking them off, it's a reset again. Half of the time allocated for OUG's attacking side is about to whittle down. They are building ultimates, but there's never really a case of finding a pick early to develop that tempo and then actually just send everything going, especially when Na'Vi pretty much have all of their ultimates ready to go themselves and they're set pretty. They don't need to use them. Why would they?
They've set themselves up beautifully right now. Like you say, they don't need to use anything. They can just play it safe. But OUG, they're almost charged up as well. They're going to be the ones that have to pull the trigger to choose when this fight happens. Na'Vi, just to make sure they're positioned correctly and not going to get caught out by, for example, that strangling prison that Due is already charged up on.
This is looking like a 12 ultimate fight, Tetcha. Brace yourself because everything's going to be thrown in. But again, Molan, just as it looked like OUG were about to go in, Na'Vi interrupts them, stalls more time, and there's only 90 seconds left.
The Venom team up there from Jerky, trapping Groot in that fight for at least a little bit of defeat from the Abyss on Trust Me, onto all of the backline. Anti-heal is good, the lockdown with the freeze, Force Physics, forced to dash away with the arrival, with the Psionic Seduction to try and pull him on in. Meteor M into the backline to look for anyone. Crook avoids him, but it's caught by the back cannon!
Yeah, DRP's had some moments against Na'Vi, I think, when he played on Chop that he couldn't connect some Meteor M's, but the follow-up is perfect. A nice little 1-2, and the Goddess of Death and the Invisible Boundary used from Na'Vi put under a bit more pressure. But just as Dewey uses the Strangling Prison just on the outside, DRP is absolutely cleaned up, and Molan ran back into the fight, is able to find progression onto the point, and maybe that first cap here.
Jerky's already onto the Doctor Strange. They're going to try and contest this, but they've got to be quick, which means Radra won't be ready. They're abandoning it. They're not going to try and reset that. There's a chance, but they would have been fighting 5v6. They could have been shut down, and that would have been disastrous for Na'Vi if they'd been able to give all that extra space over to OUG.
There's no need with how much time that you bought. Pretty much 3.5 minutes, I think, was divvied down from Na'Vi before they got to the second point. So just save the Strange for a little bit later because you bought so much time on that first point. You're expected to almost lose it, but making sure that the majority of that time bank has gone from OUG is a key one, especially if you're just going to win the fight afterwards like Naga's doing.
Naga is always on that right angle from above onto the extra damage with the squids to make sure they guarantee that. Felt like overkill, honestly, to drop a Monstro directly onto Taro, but job done. Winter Soldier taken down, full reset forced out of OUG.
Yes, my spot. I'm pretty much marking my territory here, but is Trust Me going to be spotted in this point? He's been very quiet and he's looking for the dive, but can't quite connect. The line of sight a little bit broken from the terrain. The swing is able to get him out, but there's still a little bit of walking for him to do. Molan ran seed if he could try and cut in between, but he's shot out of the sky by Crook of all people.
Crook picking them off. That wasn't even with the clap. They were just able to take that with a basic order, which isn't a hit scan ability. What a pickup there with the reactions and the predictions on the angles of the swing. Moving on in, keeping the team topped up. Psionic Seduction 4 to step up. Kraken Impact from Taro takes out Trust Me. Meteor M to buy a little bit of extra damage time. And with Kraken Impact reset, Taro is looking for one more. Caught by the Meteor M. Visible Boundary buying time, but they're tethered with the Venom team of the Symbiotic Shenanigans for Jerky.
Dance of the Butterflies used on the Invisible Boundary connected, but you can't quite see onto who, and it's not enough lethal damage. In fact, OUG, Molan is going to try and reset, see if he can try to synergize up with the team on the call, but the focus is so much onto Molan. It's not even on DRP that's trying to sort of leap in and go for these engagements. It is just making sure that Molan cannot have the same success that he had on Midtown.
Jerky's looking for the right angles, able to take down one, reset, which of course means more squids, and that means more Monstros, more damage, more pressure, and it's a snowball for Na'Vi. Every pickup they get just makes them stronger, pushing them all the way back. And that is going to be Na'Vi holding once again. We're down to the final minute for OUG.
And there's still so much for this payload to push towards the second checkpoint. Na'Vi have it in the perfect position because of all of these little bits of high ground. Not only do you have the main one that's on that sort of main horseshoe area on the left-hand side, you've got exactly where you saw Jerky set up, just on the right.
We're going to see the setup mash, keeping Taro topped up after they get hit by a downtown freeze. Sent from level 1 Crook to buy a little bit of time to slow him down. 30 seconds remaining. They're on the car, but Venom already harassing into the backline. Trust Me swings away, making sure they don't get caught out of position. Naga almost gets Diff there, almost taken down, but already has that Horn of Proteus charged up. It's up to Trust Me and Jerky. If they can get the setup with that tether, they might be able to land that strangling. They might be able to land that Horn of Proteus. There's the tether. Are they going for the follow-up? Do they need to? Tidal Dirge for Fate of both worlds will get dropped out from the side of MASH, so OUG,
OT.
if Na'Vi can wait it out, they might be able to just blow them up as overtime ticks on down. They're taking out all of the opportunities that OUG might have to take a refight.
Yeah, OUG are just struggling to keep in the neutral up against Na'Vi when nothing's really been dedicated.
Proteus?
Now the Horn of Proteus is going to be used. The follow-up means that Taro is going to be down just as the Kraken's Impact was available. Now OUG, if you have it, you want to use it. Otherwise, you're 0-2 in this group stage on day one. DRP, it's a great pick in the end, and the Dance of the Butterflies is set up. And, of course, there's a pause. Tune in next time to see whether OUG are winning that fight.
Find out next time on Marvel Rivals. Molan Run is so low in that Dance of the Butterflies.
We can hear the
Quick
heartbeat,
down,
it adds to the
jerky
tension.
down, it really does. We're down to the last seconds of overtime. The Horn of Proteus was able to weaken Taro enough for a blow-up, which means Boland's all that's left in terms of DPS, but we're starting to see strategists go down for Na'Vi, and that could be enough. Even if you have no damage, if your opponents can't sustain, then they can't take fights because you'll eventually just win via attrition.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of word for OUG so far. Attrition is the name of the game, really. It should be like AUG, I suppose, like attrition under gaming. But it's looking like it's on the edge. Even if we do see OUG win this next fight, there's still that portal play. They're still available for Na'Vi. They didn't use it before, so there's a chance for them to sort of have maybe even a couple more engagements before they get to the end of that second checkpoint. And still, OUG need to finish out the map to match what Na'Vi did, and then we go for another round. So there's still a lot to do to try to even this up.
Being stuck in overtime this far into point 2, you're not even like at that final corner where you see overtime right outside the Temple of Bast. They are on the stairs. They're not even that point. They need to basically win every single fight, which could be, if Portal comes into play, 2 to 4 fights from Na'Vi coming back to defend them even longer.
And they're, much like Citadel, I suppose, are very good at just being able to keep these fights stolen. If you're 2 players down, 4 versus 6, there's still players, like I think of Polly is very good in those moments for Citadel Gaming, for sure, but Na'Vi are also good with just some of the rollouts that you have with people like Trust Me when he's playing the Venom, and it's a one-sided Venom as well, so it means that the likes of DRP and Dewey are not able to actually do the same, which is needed in these kind of moments when you're in OT and you still have what feels like 3 miles to push this payload.
They've also just been making so much use, just on the side of Na'Vi, just to go off on a bit of a tangent here, of this Venom team-up. They got kind of the dream comp. When we look at the comps these days, if you can get Venom and Psylocke, that's a dream comp. If you can get Namor and Hela, that's a dream comp. If you can get Namor, Hela, and Venom, meaning your Soul Drainer now also has the Venom tendrils, slowing your opponents, setting up for Namor with those Tidal Dirges or Horn of Proteuses, that's a dream comp. And right now, we're starting to see just how powerful that is from Na'Vi, whereas overall to gaming are just trying to just find picks with that Psylocke or that Winter Soldier to mostly just try and bully Trust Me. If you can pick off Venom early, you have a solid chance because your backline's a lot safer.
Yeah, I wanted to look at the draft again because I've seen it a little bit more in action when you have got the like double hit scan fighting from distance stuff. Star-Lord was also banned out in the end, so it is a one-sided ban for OUG to sort of play that character, but there's never really been a good opportunity to use it. You just get shot out of the sky, even by like Kruk. Yeah, Kruk is hitting those shots. And he was the MVP of like mid-season finals, so it is expected that he can hit those shots. It is just so much focus goes on to Molan Ran now because you've seen what he can do. He can win you maps with the impact that he has, just being able to go in and have some follow-up, because even though it might be a language barrier between like DRP or anybody else that's diving in, they know how to follow a very good duelist, and if he makes the call to go in, you follow, no matter what language it's in.
Absolutely. There's a couple teams that have like those key players that everyone knows are like potentially doing that. I talked to Chopper Mag before we came on today. I talked to them yesterday, and they basically said that their shot calling comes in from like Skittles is doing like the ult tracking, and Bobo basically says I'm flanking, and that's usually the key to do something, and that's how they communicate. Just it's like what Citadel used to do. They would have a main group who would like group up together and be communicating, and then Polly and Pokey would just be we're about to go and ruin someone's day, and they'd just be having their own little chat in the corner about whose day they're about to mess up.
You're just running around like a jungler almost, just to sort of get into the backline, catch people by surprise, but that's difficult to coordinate even when you are speaking the same language. Now it's just a case of like honestly just vibes in those kind of moments. And I'd say that like from coaching Chinese teams before in a different game, like English levels tend to be pretty good, at least good enough for players to be able to follow up in those kind of moments. And it can be chaotic, but also very fun, and I think that's OUG's like main goal here. Like you're missing half of your roster. Expectations to get out of the group of death, which is Group B, is probably slim. So it's a case of like let's go do some damage. You know, let's see if we can get Na'Vi like out of the groups, like make them scared, make sure that they can't retain that title of being international champions and making it 2 for 2 this year in 2025, the first year Marvel Rivals.
And that fact is, if they can make it 2 for 2, that is a legendary achievement that it's going to be extremely hard to beat. OUG, they're just, for starters, looking to continue domination. We mentioned before, they didn't have a great run in mid-season, and that's the first time. To remind people, OUG, Over Ultra Gaming in China, they won every single Marvel Rivals Championship leading up to Ignite, aka when they weren't allowed to play in Marvel Rivals Championships anymore. They then proceeded to win Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 and Stage 2, barely dropping maps even. They are the most dominant team. The only troubles they have had as a team are on the international stage. And they are already showing that they have improved since then, because sometimes you just need to be humbled. It's like with Virtus Pro. They were the dominant team in Europe for a long time. And now, with the adaptations, they've turned it. We're heading back in immediately as Molan, with that low HP, is taken down, becomes a monstro with the team up. We're going to have to see Due maybe touch that point on the Captain America. They have the freedom charge for the bonus health to try and sustain on through this. We've already got bodies on the point. DRP, with several members of Na'Vi taken down. Na'Vi are forced to back up and reset here. Ultimates in favor of OUG as they have the Kraken Impact and the freedom charge.
Half of that overtime wick is gone, so OUG are going to start to stress a little bit more, which means that Na'Vi, little lovely play that they like to do, you already saw it, trust me, is into the backline trying to separate the focus, and it means that Molanran, who's moved over towards the Strange to go for the portal, gets taken out by Rajaro that's on the Emma. The Silent Seduction is going to follow instantly. How on earth are OUG going to survive this? The freedom charge is going to help, but not for Taro.
They got the freedom charge, they can delay. Molanran moves over to Wolverine, a fast roller, and could potentially pull people off the point, but that overtime is ticking down, and you need to touch the point while Hela rains down fire to try and punish them. The Fate of both worlds is buying time, but you can burst through it if you get the full targeting. Meteor Ram to buy time! Croc is gone! And OUG are trying to look for an opening. We see the dive in. Taro's onto that Star-Lord. Molanran's on the Iron Fist to melt through, trust me, and Na'Vi's defense is disintegrated!
There's a little bit more fight back that's coming in, but DRP is going up against the team that eliminated him from EMEA in Stage 2, but Rajaro is putting him in his place. There was a chance for OUG to cause a hell of an upset, but Na'Vi adjust.
They saved it. Barely. That looked like OUG were taking it, but it just took one brawl from the end, with Rajaro setting up, able to take down anyone who was touching the point. Na'Vi didn't have to win the fight, they just had to control the point, and they won it anyway.
I mean, when we saw like Fate talking previously, but also in the interview, he said that we do things the hard way. We're in the hard group. We were for play-ins for mid-season finals.
They worked for it.
This was definitely like them put in that hard position. Their first game of groups against the team that's already lost 0-2 against 100 Thieves has taken a map off them and genuinely gave them quite a fright.
20-4? Naga, leave some for the rest of us, please. Just absolutely dominant. Knowing when to bring out the Namora and that Hela combo is huge. 30k damage spread across multiple characters. Rajaro, Jerky, Naga, and even Taro on the other side, with Molan sitting just a little bit behind because they had to swap in that last moment. You can see that this was a brawl. These teams were just throwing haymakers at each other back and forth. It's not a situation where it's we drop our ults, therefore we win. The majority of the momentum that was taken from OUG was in the neutrals, and the majority of time that Na'Vi brought it back was after all the ultimates were gone, when they're down to their last scraps and legs, was when they were able to turn it round.
I'd say that if I had to give an MVP for this series, though, it's probably Rajaro. I think, like, not only going 39 and 3, but, like, he had so many big ultimates playing the Doctor Strange or Midtown, even though it didn't necessarily go their way. It just feels that, like, there's a lot of players on Na'Vi that generally are underrated in those roles. We talk a lot about Polly or, like, Nevix, for example, at VP, that I think Rajaro, we don't get to mention too much because we're talking too much about Trust Me's lead of the team, the cerebral mindset. But Rajaro is holding his own against some really strong opponents, certainly from EMEA, but also China here.
They're one of those vanguards that you will see constantly up there in the damage numbers, because they get to play stuff like the Magneto that can actually get quite high in the damage output. They're the person who plays the Strange, they're the person who plays the Emma, which fully charged means you're going to do it, but in order to get maximum DPS output, it's the positioning that's important, and we saw it on the Strange with the dives of the Eye of Agamotto's. We saw it with even more of those plays on the Emma Frost. They're just that good.
Yeah, it really is a case of, like, I want to see a little bit more of Na'Vi. OUG, it's been a difficult first day, only going 0-2 against Odra Thieves, but losing a pretty close series in the end against Na'Vi. Now you have to bounce back for tomorrow.
And tomorrow is where they will get another chance to play on through this. But we have more games to show you, including the only team, I believe, that has yet to play in this group so far. We're going to be jumping in to FlyQuest versus Crazy Raccoon. Congratulations to Na'Vi in this group, continuing their run. But now we'll see if the expectations for FlyQuest can be meted, or if this rise and dominance, the incredible performance Crazy Raccoon put against Citadel, is enough to maybe take down the powerhouse American team. We'll be right back after this.
Time to make the undead dead again. Slice and dice. Vengeance in Spectre's name! Told Spectre I'd carry on his legacy. Time to live up to the promise. I was born ready. Unmounted gods!
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
And we are back. We are about to head into our next series. It's going to be our 4th of the day, and we have some exciting games coming up for you, as we have seen basically every team in this group, Ryan.
All but one.
Except for one, and we are about to see them. We are going to see the incredible run of Crazy Raccoon almost taking the series versus Citadel versus the American powerhouse of FlyQuest. Here is the standings of the group. Both 100 Thieves, Citadel and Na'Vi sit at 1 win, 0 losses. OUG currently at the bottom of the group, but they've made everyone work for it.
Yeah, they're going to be a little bit scary to deal with later on in this tournament because it is a round robin. Everybody has to play each other. But FlyQuest, they've had to wait around a little bit to get that first game on the cards. Meanwhile, Crazy Raccoon losing that first series against Citadel, but at least being able to pick up a map. Yeah, it really was a close game. You've already seen Envy lose to Rejects in the other group on the other stream. So you're sort of thinking, oh, we need to be a little bit careful here. But at least you have some prep on your opponent based on what they were drafting and what they were going on.
Let's talk about the teams. We're going to jump right in and talk about our new team to this group. Their first showing here, FlyQuest. This is a powerhouse American team who missed out on the mid-season finals by 1 series. They were so close, but they have been fighting in that sort of 4-way duel with Envy, Sentinels, and of course 100 Thieves for that first place spot. One of the potentially best double duelist duos out of any team. One of the best vanguards of any team, with Vess being one of the most incredible Magneto. Spark Chief has been their main dive tank, but hasn't seen too much Captain America or Angela. They very much prefer to lean on the Venom, which is definitely going to serve them in this patch.
Yeah, Spark Chief in those early invitational tournaments that we saw as the game was being launched, pretty much in the week looking back into December 2024. So here it's like you mentioned, FlyQuest have been pretty consistently top dogs in and around the likes of Envy, especially because it's only been Envy that they've dropped maps to in stage 2. It's just dropping to 1. They topped their group going into playoffs, but they end up losing 3-0 to Envy to cinch that third tier, third seed place from Americas. So at this point, it feels like FlyQuest are expected to do well, certainly on home soil, but you know that the team that you just got eliminated by lost to another Asian team, and a team that Crazy Raccoon were actually able to beat to qualify and get the better seeding from the Asia region.
And if you talk about these teams, you talk about a lot of teams will lean one player is a hit scan player and one player in your duelist is the more flexible, like a Human Torch or a Star-Lord or something like that. This team does not have that limitation. Both of their duelists flex and play basically everything, which makes them quite hard to draft against. But if we're talking teams that are hard to draft against, Crazy Raccoon played Black Widow earlier.
Yeah, and we've already seen them play. We saw enough action for Crazy Raccoon, who are able to sort of go through the losers bracket, get their revenge in the end as the top seed coming out of Asia, like we mentioned. And honestly, when you have some changes like your coach coming into play with JMac in cases, like it really is the fact that they were able to come into these games, change up some stuff, try some experimental stuff, and just make sure that teams like Citadel and Na'Vi that have a ton more expectation on them from their region to make lives a little bit more difficult for them in the long run.
They brought multiple players here. Like you said, they brought in their coach JMac, who's really filling in beautifully. Vital, who was their substitute all the way up until the final few games of the Asia region, has come in and is the player who's brought out stuff like that Widow, like some incredible Winter Soldier. This team is one of the hardest to predict because they are difficult to play against. They have evolved their draft for this tournament and very nearly took down the Stage 1 European champs.
Yeah, so looking at Hell's Heaven in particular for FlyQuest, across all of Ignite, it's 4-2 for them. They only played it 3 times in Stage 2, so it's not been one that's cropped up for them consistently. Crazy Raccoon, they've played 4-3 times. We did see them play up against Citadel earlier. I wouldn't necessarily say that it was the closest game in the end. There were some moments of fight back, certainly on that first point where they bring it to 99% to 99%, but the wind very quickly ran out of their sails, I think, after that. It was Jalia that was the thing that made the series a little bit more interesting.
And it is, of course, going to be Hell's Heaven, despite Null apparently getting his hands on it in that preview image. It is going to be Hell's Heaven for our first map, where we have, of course, certain points, including the Super Soldier Factory, where we get a little bit more spicy with the environmentals. And there are characters like Angela that would normally be very powerful here because they can take people out stuff. Same with Wolverine. But I mentioned earlier, we don't see Angela from FlyQuest, so unless they've been cooking in the time between the end of the stage and the beginning of this tournament, then that could be something that could be exploited by Crazy Raccoon. But what we also have is the incredible high priority of Emma on this map, just due to the amount of control she can have on these points.
Yeah, I think on the point of Angela, when we speak to the EMEA teams quite a lot in interviews, they're like, we need to be adaptable. Like, there's no case of like having a main Vanguard player that just plays like barrier tanks almost, just making sure that you block off, and then flex Vanguards, much like Nevix would be, where you're playing stuff like Hulk, you play Venom, you're playing the Thing, whatever is required and whatever's needed. At this point, there's no excuse not to be flexible. Certainly when you're playing on Strategist and Vanguard, where you don't have as many characters as Duelist players have. You don't know what the meta is going to be, what kind of synergies and interactions these characters have. You need to be able to play everything. That's why these guys are paid the big bucks.
Exactly, they're paid the big bucks to develop either a wide enough hero pool that you can fill in what your team needs, or a strategy where you don't need to. And FlyQuest, they haven't played those, but they're still here. They've still managed to make it, and that could either be just due to the fact that they have the plans, and we've already mentioned the flexibility on their duelist side. This is the team that could have the scariest Namor and Hela combo, because they have some incredible hit scaling capabilities on either players, and one of the best Namors in America. They also have one of the scariest Magnetos, who is also extremely good, so if they decide to go more heavily into the Phoenix, which they also played a lot in the stage, then they have that one-shot combo, while Phoenix did get weakened, and we haven't seen it as much this stage in at least these grand finals. We are certainly still seeing it at least available.
I was quite surprised at like how well read Crazy Raccoon were on the Citadel game earlier. Sort of spotting that Jelly was a bit of a weak map for them. They're able to take us there, even though it wasn't a great map for themselves. They sort of knew that in those fights that end up getting a bit scrappy in EMEA, teams like Na'Vi, Citadel, very good at just in a 4 versus 6 being able to stall the point and keep fighting, much like we saw from Na'Vi up against OUG just before this one. I just don't think the FlyQuest are going to give them that space. If they're playing sort of the Hela Namor, they're not going to want to have like these sloppy, scrappy fights, hoping that you just have the better interactions, the best mechanics in the server. They want to make sure that they draw their line in the sand and go, we're playing from here, do not let them get close to us. I don't know if Crazy Raccoon is going to be as scary as they were up against Citadel earlier today.
And you're echoing the concerns we've heard from a lot of the players. We've been speaking to them, and the general vibe is when we talk about which teams are coming out, FlyQuest is usually in that list. There is a lot of expectations, and therefore we're probably going to see a lot of the teams watching this game in particular to try and get a vibe, to get the first rumblings, especially with how good Crazy Raccoon performed against Citadel. This is where we find out how FlyQuest are looking, the general expectations. We're going to be looking at them for this tournament. Hell's Heaven is our first map, and we are going to be heading in shortly to our draft phase to really find out how we're going to start, how much research have Crazy Raccoon done, will we see a Black Widow ban? It's not exactly the map for it because of the lines of sight, but who knows, maybe it's just that scary.
Maybe for FlyQuest, yeah, just those instances. Or at the very least, like, I think Rocket has found a lot more impact. Like, he was always good, certainly when you combine him with Jeff, but now you are seeing something's happening over there. Something has definitely happened in the Virtus Pro versus Dark Zero game. I'm going to assume that Dark Zero have even up the score 1-1, and there is another stream with other games going on in the other group, just so you can sort of flick in between them, set up like a stream together, put them all in. But we're going into this series, the first time that we're going to see FlyQuest so far in this group, going up against the Crazy Raccoon team that played earlier, might have cooled down a little bit, but they're going to be a little bit more warm than FlyQuest that haven't had the chance to go into the server just yet.
Let's get this going. We are heading on in to Hell's Heaven for our first setup. And already the control over the Emma Frost, as Crazy Raccoon will take that out, but that has opened up an opportunity here as we immediately see the Mantis taken out by FlyQuest, meaning that with Mantis being a potential save for FlyQuest in the future, they might be able to get some early control. Jeff protected by Crazy Raccoon. Immediately, of course, we see the Venom removed.
You might be able to one-side it as well if you want to, but they're going to actually protect the Mantis. I think FlyQuest are not the most common team to actually pull out the triple strategist from stage 2. I think Dark Zero has to be ever so slightly, but of course a lot has changed there. You can't assume that the meta is going to be the same as it was at the start of this month, just at the precipice. Certainly for North America, they have less time to prepare for this event in comparison to us Brits and us Europeans that we were done a little bit earlier.
But they have had more time on the patch because they've been able to play at least a little bit on it. Captain America going to be taken away here with trading Captain America and Venom from FlyQuest to remove those from Crazy Raccoon. Whereas Crazy Raccoon, they remove the Atom. So they are more scared of that revive style, of that extra control over a point, which we did see a little bit earlier, than they are of potentially the normal FlyQuest style of actually just taking a 2-2-2 setup. The Loki protection. With the Adam Warlock taken away, they still have the options now for Loki with those extra wide regeneration domains thanks to the Deitific Vitality. They now have set themselves up for extra damage boost and a massive area of effect protection for their team.
So knowing that FlyQuest have been pretty handy with running triple strategists when you're protecting both the Mantis and the Loki, you can run them as a 2-2-2, but you're sort of expected to have something else in there in a way. For the most part, not always. It's still early days. And I think, making sure that Loki isn't available on the other side is good because of just the copies. You're able to steal the Mantis ultimate, for example, on the other side, so just make sure that they're not able to.
J-Mac currently looking at an Angela. Remember, we only put some hesitation into these first rotations here because it's all about what you actually leave the spawn with. If people are hovering Penny and Rocket, there's a chance that at least one of those isn't going through that gateway into the actual map itself. It's been a while since we have seen Penny being played, so expect it not to be an issue. We're heading into map number 1 of this best of 3. FlyQuest versus Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon looking to try and set themselves to a 1-1 and to really put a scuppering onto the initial engagement, the initial entry into this group for FlyQuest.
There is a gap though, because we saw the Jeff protect from Crazy Raccoon, but they didn't ban it out.
They did not, so there is a potential for Jeff, Mantis.
FlyQuest can have Mantis, Loki, and Jeff.
That's exactly that.
Yeah, a little bit scary. You have to sort of deal with all of these characters. J-Mac sort of filling in on that Vanguard role as the coach, looking to maybe bring in the Angela, but he certainly had some amazing moments on the Strange earlier today. And maybe a bit of PTSD with Crazy Raccoon running into a little bit of Jeff action, pulling people off the map that we saw a little bit earlier from Tanuki, I think.
Vess on their world-famous Magneto coming in here, giving themselves a lovely, hard setup here. And they are running, once again, exactly as you said, Mantis, Loki, and the Jeff for the full setup. Whereas Crazy Raccoon, they are going to be bringing out just the Lunar Adam and the Jeff, which does mean they have the Lighter Dark Karma combo from the Adam and the Luna. And we do see some adaptations. Spark Chief has brought out the Angela. They are adjusting their setup.
Yeah, both teams actually trying to play it in the end. You also have energy on the Jean Grey, which we've seen a lot less of in comparison to Stage 2. First pick is actually Vex, knocked off of the map from the Emma Frost, just kicking him down into the dirt, and there's way too much environmental problems to worry as both Angelas are cleaving into each other. Unfortunately, there's a few more numbers of Crazy Raccoon all stacking up together and fighting, so FlyQuest are going to be sent back towards the spawn room for the time being, as Crazy Raccoon are able to actually take the point first.
They get the first pickup, but a lot of ults are being built up on both sides, and you've got to be afraid of the potential for FlyQuest. Well, I was about to say the potential for that Ensong Inferno into Meteor M, but they have adjusted. They're going for exactly what we predicted they would here. They're going to stick with that double strategist this time of the Mantis and the Loki, which is risky. You're potentially losing a lot of healing output here, especially when it comes to burst outside of Loki, but they are going to roll with that Namor and Hela. Exactly what we were afraid of from them. Great Soul Drainer to try and lock down J-Man for the Silent Seduction in the choke point to try and chase them down. Regeneration Domain is going to buy a little bit of time, but it's taken out because that Silent Seduction does do damage and deletes through those. So many pickups as Lastro goes for the SGF, grabs Magneto and is melted.
Yeah, taken out in the end. Galactic Legend is going to be used for Crazy Raccoon, who still have control of the objective. They don't really need to worry too much about FlyQuest now, as they are forced back. Elimination's not quite connecting into FlyQuest being stalled out. They're still trying to take this fight, and they're diving in off of the Angela ultimate to tag people down, and then the Horn of Proteus trying to connect onto Crazy Raccoon's backline, but just narrowly missing.
Vital Enviro. That is going to be one useless monstro as this dropped into the lava. Will not find any value here. Energy takes to the sky as they've got a beautiful angle. And just going to try and set them down. Energy drops to the floor due to the targeting, but they still found the first pickup here. And they still haven't flipped this. FlyQuest getting the pickups will finally stop this at 77%.
So Crazy Raccoon going to look to change anything in particular. You're going to actually see Vital moving over towards the Bucky, actually choosing to be on the Hela instead, moving stuff around, and even Lastro's actually going to move over to the Invisible Woman. Wanted to feel like they can set up something similar with this more like bunker shooting from distance style. You need to watch out for Vesto that does have the Meteor M. The only ultimate right now that FlyQuest are even close to having, and actually Energy gets picked off just as Crazy Raccoon were grouping up.
Here comes the Heaven's Descent down with the Icarus Axis and the follow-up to try and focus them down with that Tidal Dirge as the mirror sending off the side. Comes out Meteor M to save themselves. Going to be sent down line. Won't find anyone because the Loki teleports away.
Yeah, it gets a connection onto the clone, but that's about it. The shield required to put him onto the ground, and there's a second attempt at least from J-Mac to knock him off the map, and he's successful at least here. It's almost in the hands of Crazy Raccoon again, and now FlyQuest are losing too many numbers. Vision switched over towards the Strange to try and go for a stall. Crazy Raccoon, they were very close to taking a round off of Citadel earlier. They're in the lead here.
They're holding this. They're trying to force them all the way back to spawn, prevent a re-engage. And if they can do that, they might be able to hold it. They've got the setup here. NX, the American player for Crazy Raccoon, coming on in, will finally get taken down by Vest, one of the most aggressive Magnetos in this entire tournament, who is leading the charge for the setup on the overcharge. And the blow-up, JT3 is deleted.
In the invisible boundary, there's not really too much from Crazy Raccoon to actually go and stall this and fight this. You've got to admit that J-Mac is not afraid in the slightest, but he has been isolated now. Vision just getting in behind him, separating him, a bit more CC to pull him out of position. His 99% is hit for Crazy Raccoon on progression of this first point. FlyQuest bringing it to just about halfway.
They go for the swap here. Running the Hela without the Namor is so cool to see here. They're just going to try and trade out long distance. A lot of times we would see teams bring out the Psylocke to try and flank, but on this map it's a little bit harder. FlyQuest, they set up defensively on the point as Crazy Raccoon using the walking that was added in a recent patch on keyboard and mouse, allowing them to take the duel, going onto the Loki, but it is avoided, heading to the Goddess of Death with the Silent Seduction to try and trap them in one angle. They get one blow-up. Vision now from behind with the Goddess's Descent, getting the right angle and the Thorns to try and get some quick blow-ups and burst as Hela comes down from the side. So does Angela. The Asgardians teaming up together. Energy is going up into the sky themselves, but they are fully going to be targeted here. Goodbye. Yeah. We have used an Astral Clock to escape though.
It's about to get to 99% for FlyQuest. You have got the God of Mischief being used early, and Zelos isn't close to having the Strategist ultimate. In fact, they get taken out. You're right. J-Mac now in the thick of it yet again, trying to back out, but runs right into the wall as it moves across the objective.
Vital's going to portal them back in. It's the last chance. The substitute coming a main player to try and give them a hold as FlyQuest have brought it back from a huge deficit. Coming on in, Angela going to try and knock them back through the portal to take them off the point, remove that overtime. We're on the last sliver. Starlord with the duel. Energy cannot find the target and the pause.
And of course, in these kind of moments, FlyQuest, it feels a little bit like the same sort of vibes of like Crazy Raccoon versus Citadel, where I think the first point was 99% to 99%, and then the second, after Crazy Raccoon lose it, they just kind of get blown out. And that seems to be actually, I don't know if anything else has happened, at least on this stream, that all of the domination maps have been 2-0s. And it's been a similar sort of premise, like very close first map, second map, not too close in comparison.
Yeah, there seemed to, outside of Na'Vi, who had a very strong first game in general, who were able to take their domination. But yeah, Crazy Raccoon, they have had the lead for the entirety of this, but when FlyQuest have got control, they've been able to build up, and they have evened this up, forcing this portal, which means, once again, we don't have Crazy Raccoon on the composition that they're actually happy with, meaning that they are just going to have to take this on the rollout and just hope that portal isn't staying open forever. So once it goes down, it's over. They haven't swapped to stuff like Adam for the Soul Bond to just try and stay through, or the Rocket for the Res. They are just trying to keep the same composition, keep their ultimates, and try and win an ultimate fight, because they know they don't have time, they don't have opportunities, because that overtime is already ticking down.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary for Crazy Raccoon, I think, at this point, because that is just a mental hit, and then you've got the pause that just seems to be like, okay, what do we do? Sort of, it's very, takes the wind out of your sails, and I think at this rate, Crazy Raccoon want to start off strong, and I think a first point take on a domination map against FlyQuest that haven't played today so far
would be big.
That could easily build you some momentum and snowball into a 2-0, maybe even a 2-1. You take the first map, FlyQuest are going to be a little bit more poopy scared, I think.
This is interesting, though, because a lot of people, as we mentioned, have a lot of expectations behind FlyQuest, and Crazy Raccoon are taking them to an even first round of our first map, so we're already starting to see that Crazy Raccoon are definitely exceeding a lot of people's expectations and have become a significant threat in an already scary group.
Yeah, it's... we sort of knew that this group was going to be tough, but I think what we've seen from the Asian teams, not only from the Asia region, but China as well, even in cases like OUG where they have people standing in, they are really giving it into the stage. And it's at early days for Marvel Rivals still. It's like the nascent first year of the game.
First year.
Inaugural Ignite, so there is an element of like, not everything's quite worked out, and just going in with the I'm better than you at this thing, and this is where I'm going to find that win condition, when the meta just almost goes against that, teams don't get much preparation in those interactions. Like, a lot of teams have lost against worse teams because the worst teams have played to their strengths, whereas the better teams have played what's meta, what's optimal, and it wasn't in that case.
There is also the nerve situation, because both of these teams have not played at an international event. Neither one made it to those mid-season finals. Crazy Raccoon, they were taken out by Gen G, one series away from going to those mid-season finals. FlyQuest were one series away from going to those mid-season finals. Neither one has been in this situation, and while they're not in front of a crowd, they are facing each other. We obviously don't have cameras backstage, so we can't show you in this case, but they are literally facing each other. There's a pretty big distance between them, but it's a perfect situation to try and psych out your opponents if you have that kind of energy in you.
We've seen a lot of players be loud and even just make reputations for just being heels. Like, I mean, it's the best thing to sort of do, and especially when we get onto the main stage at DreamHack Atlanta, where there's going to be a lot more people watching them. You're going to be out in the open. There's still a lot to show in that case, but you're going to have to wait on that one. It feels like if you can live up to that expectation and just be a showman, that can go such a long way. I mean, Boaster is a great example in other games of just like, teams don't know how to deal when you have that much charisma like on stage, and if you've got some choice words for your opponent, it can really get into their heads in the right moments.
There's also the argument of preparing for tomorrow as well, coming in with the momentum. Crazy Raccoon, 2 almosts isn't going to be ideal. They only have 1 match tomorrow, which will be against 100 Thieves, whereas FlyQuest do have 2 matches tomorrow, as they've only played once today. One against OUG, who currently sit at 0-2 at the bottom of the board, but have made people work for it, and one against Citadel.
Yeah.
So they don't exactly have an easy run coming in here. So if either of these teams can come in with a win the previous day in their final match of the day, would be important to make sure they can keep those morale up as we are heading back in this sliver of overtime remaining. And oh my god, Crazy Raccoon are being taken out behind the bins.
Taken out in style for FlyQuest, managing to show up a little bit slow to warm up, but that's sort of expected at this rate. getting used to the environment, not only because it's your first game, but like you mentioned, first international event. So now FlyQuest have the lead, and it feels a little bit like what we saw from Crazy Raccoon earlier. They had a really good first point on Hell's Heaven, but going up against Citadel, the second point did not go in any way that they would hope. Are they going to make any changes, though, is the question.
Vision is currently on the Star-Lord, so it looks like they may consider abandoning that Namor, especially as they've already got 63% of an ult charge, which is a very quick ultimate to actually charge up and could give them an opportunity. Whereas Crazy Raccoon looks like they're going to be abandoning the Angela. This point in particular is, I believe, the Eldritch Monument isn't the best in terms of setting up for environmentals, as the environmental elimination point is a bit further away. However, Angela can get some serious distance on that Assassin's charge.
A lot of the strategies are actually not... There's not a lot of eliminations across the board so far, really. It has just been... Both teams been very frugal with their picks, conservative enough to sort of, okay, we can dedicate these resources in, get the picks that we need, and 6 versus 4 is enough to actually bully people off of the objective. But now I think for Crazy Raccoon, you need to take the point first. They were able to do that over on the first point of Hell's Heaven. You have a Galactic Legend. It's not... FlyQuest don't have anything for it just yet.
They don't really have a counter. The Meteor Realm will absorb at least some of it, but there's not going to be a huge amount. Vision is going to be on that Namor for the rest of this. Next, from above, going to try and just take the dual hypermobility, invulnerability frames, and bonus health are the power of Star-Lord, Blaster Barrage. Regeneration Domain will buy some time, but now that's been utilized, they know that they have the opportunity to go on through him. Meteor Realm will buy at least a little few of those shots, and as such, NX will not find any targets.
There's been nothing other than that pick just before the ultimates were used. The Invisible Boundary was good to break some of the sightlines for FlyQuest, but outside of that, the ultimate's now in favor of FlyQuest as we see the Hela and the Angela combining to keep people stacked up into a position as Crazy Raccoon struggle to get some progression onto the point. 2 are taken down in quick succession from Energy, just raining in hell from above. Crazy Raccoon losing the second point for the first time.
FlyQuest take control. Since they've adapted to this Hela and the Namor, they're starting to take these fights a little bit better. It's exactly what we expected heading into this, just due to how strong these two players are on this, as they're going to try and just hold the line. They've got the choke point, not going to overextend though. While Vest takes a lot of damage, they slowly retreat. They don't just immediately back up, and they don't stay in that choke point to just try and hold it. They know they can take a better fight if they get the better position.
Able to do some damage for the Emma Frost, managing to connect the crystal. You got Namor that's getting very stuck in because the Horn of Proteus is available. The CC able to make sure that NX can't do too much in this fight, and Crazy Raccoon are actually forced to use that Invisible Boundary, not even on the objective itself, just to keep themselves going, despite losing a player early on in that fight. NX has to run back as the Star-Lord.
Going to be backing away, and Vital sending in the shots. Vision forced to back away as Vital tries to take the duel. Using that Hela, we saw this throughout Seasons 1 and 0. Hela was such a dominant force because you kind of forced a reaction from another hit scan to try and duel them, or you forced a Psylocke to try and flank it, which is why Vital is bringing it out this time to just try and match energy, but they do not have the Namor to try and take it. They use that Star-Lord to try and find anything on the other side. Vest doesn't land. The Meteor M portal comes out from J-Mac to try and contest. I have Agamotto onto the backline!
But there's not enough damage to actually scare them. I think Cooper might have been able to get the regeneration domain, but he has used God of Mischief as well. Just off the back, keeping everybody going, and now Crazy Raccoon, now that we're getting to 85% progression for FlyQuest, using whatever they have available to them. But there's not enough elimination shown up in the feed. At least J-Mac was able to get one, but the blue of FlyQuest able to combine to get 2 more. There's not enough plays for Crazy Raccoon to keep this fighting, and you've already used the Strange Ball.
They're trying to contest it, regeneration domain for the choke point to zone them off, and while they will get the touch, there's no portal, so all you've really done is delay the inevitable. Lastro's gonna touch by a couple extra seconds, but this is literally just going to be a funnel of 1, 2, and done. FlyQuest showing up after a slightly rocky start. They take a dominant second round.
Yeah, similar to what we saw from Na'Vi a bit earlier and Citadel Gaming when they played up against Crazy Raccoon just before that. Looking at the series as a whole though, Crazy Raccoon were very well read to know that Halls of Jali wasn't a great map for Citadel, was decent for them but not really anything super standout. Maybe there's a map in particular, either in Convoy or Convergence, that FlyQuest are not comfortable on, that they want to go for a try here. But as you sort of seen from like the eliminations, the casualties, there really isn't that many players from FlyQuest going down.
But we do see exactly what we predicted. The most aggressive Magneto in the game, potentially. Vess able to get 10 final hits and one of the highest damage counts in the game behind their duelists. One of the best duelist duos in the game. Energy and Vision, both with 16k damage. Energy, though, seems to have been able to find a lot of those finishing blows with that Hela. Namora does a lot of damage, and it's only going to take one headshot from Hela to wipe you from the board.
And that's when you've got Crazy Raccoon taking a lot of the Vanguards off the board, like Emma Frost, Venom and stuff, and Spark Chief pretty much almost exclusively playing on the Angela, which we were saying before, of like, is it enough, is it worthwhile enough to fully dedicate to it or just get it comfortable? Spark Chief, I don't really think he broke a sweat there.
Not really, yeah. It's nice to see them adjust, because we did not really see them do that. As we already mentioned, they very much prefer the Venoms, we very much see them prefer the Groot in some situations, but Angela is here, and they utilized it perfectly. It wasn't always about the environmentals, sometimes a Heaven's Descent into those Icarus axes to give you bonus health and sustain you through a fight with some pretty solid actual damage output can be enough. And of course, when you're running in a mod, you look at what are the actual group ups for your opponent, how do you keep them in one spot. If you're not going to run Groot, that Heaven's Descent does do the job. We'll see if they do continue to run in that style, or whether we'll start to see some adaptations, potentially Crazy Raccoon starting to get some of those target bans in on potentially that Hela. We'll find that out after this break.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
FlyQuest with an impressive opener to that matchup. Crazy Raccoon, who took Citadel all the way to the limit, had a good start, and then everything went downhill really quickly.
Yeah, but there's at least one map for them to run. You know what I said? It was like a decent map for Crazy Raccoon. They're 5-0 on it. Like, I think I'm underselling it a little bit. Like, they also added Citadel Gaming on top of that tally of wins that they were able to get at this event earlier. So the thing is, naturally it seems fitting that Crazy Raccoon would choose it here, especially when FlyQuest have only played it twice in Stage 2, maybe even just a whole time, even with roster changes. But FlyQuest probably expected that this map would be the choice of Crazy Raccoon if we got to this point.
all of Jalia coming in for Crazy Raccoon. Ironic that they are going for a cat-themed map when they are raccoons, but they're still going to try and give it their absolute best, because like you say, it's a really solid map for them, meaning that they have the potential to try and flip this, to show that once again they can hang with the best of the best, as a lot of expectation sits behind FlyQuest. Also, we gotta wonder, this is a fantastic Namora map, especially on that first point. Will we see the adaptation in the Crazy Raccoon bans? For now, we're just starting off with a Mirrored Mantis.
Which is different from before, because we did see that the Emma was banned out first from Crazy Raccoon. Now they do have that first choice to protect, and they actually go for the Captain America.
A little bit of backline dive means they have some pressure, and of course with the Namor losing that Gamma Squid, the Gamma Monstro from the Hulk team up, their backline defense is actually a little bit nerfed when it comes to characters like Captain America and like the Venom. So Crazy Raccoon securing at least one of those for themselves is a little bit scarier. The weird part is why they didn't choose Venom, which is a little bit higher priority. The difference is Venom is anti-heal and is going to be more aggressive, whereas Captain America is a more telegraphed setup for a little bit of extra long drawn out fights, as the Freedom Charge is essentially a third strategist ultimate, or potentially fourth strategist ultimate in its own right.
Yeah, a little bit of a different style for FlyQuest, because they first banned out Mantis last time and then were able to sort of protect it, but instead giving Crazy Raccoon the chance, because it was banned out this time, like, to go for something else. At least they are able to get the Jeff into play, but they had that for free last time. Emma Frost is going to be taken out, so it does seem like Crazy Raccoon sort of similarly trying to go for some of the front lines as well when they banned out the Emma and the Venom.
Giving them a little bit of frontline control. FlyQuest secure the Winter Soldier. Not something we see banned too often, but something on this map that can give you a lot of control over your opponents, especially if they are going to go for stuff like potentially a Groot, potentially a Doctor Strange can get really isolated here, so Winter Soldier can be good. And of course, Reset City is always lovely. Groot going to be banned away. Worst case scenario, your team gets hooked, and then a Groot wall is placed in between the hooked character and the strategist, meaning they don't get any protection, and it's an easy pickup for FlyQuest.
Vanguard focus on the cards for Crazy Raccoon. Very similar, I think, from what they did against Citadel. And Rocket banned out right at the end. You sort of mentioned that the Protect from Bucky was interesting. Crazy Raccoon did ban it, like, finally on Hell's Heaven. So it did feel like just at the end, wanting to make sure that they have some of that damage, because it was missed a little bit. But the Rocket and the Jeff being banned out means that that back line from Crazy Raccoon might start to swell a little bit, I suppose. Especially the fact that FlyQuest were able to ban them out last.
The FlyQuest have once again just been given essentially the exact same composition they have. They've got their main Vanguard in the Magneto. This is their preference. They've got one of the best Namoras in the world. They've got one of the best Hellas. And they've just been given the double anchor backline. They have Invisible Woman and Lunar Snow. They don't really need to worry about triple strap, because they've got about as strong of a 2-2-2 as it's possible to get.
And moving away, I guess, from, I think it was Dark Zero at like 83% triple strategist sort of set list. I'd love to shout out the person that actually got the data for that before, because that's hard to grab. You have to watch a lot of odds to see that, but
we do our own research, and it takes a long time.
Yeah, so people doing it for fun it's tricky. I know, it's a crazy one. But for
I just want to talk about what we just saw here just very quickly. Vess was caught by Vital, who sent out a couple mines, but on purpose, so that now you can see that Vess is damaged. This means when the doors open, Zelos or Cooper can heal them up, and already we see Cooper with 3% ult charge.
You're just giving him a little bit more to chew on. It's not going to be threatening damage. Players know better to not get picked off by that kind of play early on. The J-Mac on the Strange going for the port play quite early on, quite a fair distance away from everybody else. Going to switch over away from the Strange to that Captain America that was protected last time. And now FlyQuest needs to be careful where they take this fight. In fact, SparkTube is happy to take it right into the faces of the attackers.
Jump scare Angela coming through the doorway, forcing Vital to reposition. Not going to be enough, as they are going to get taken down. SparkTube now looking to continue to harass, to just create any kind of problem. The chase is good, coming down with the Icarus axes to try and duel out that cab, but they're taking a little bit too much damage from behind, forced to back up to the rest of their team.
Really forcing FlyQuest to just be uncomfortable, I think. They're able to adjust to where Crazy Raccoon have set up from, and they're pretty much in the same position that they were in after the Strange Portal, so they're on an island as these players on the attack have been picked off. They have to try and reset and group up together. Meanwhile, FlyQuest are pretty much flipping the spawns as if they're the attackers, holding on and making sure that no progression's really been made from CR so far.
Lucky firing squad on the high ground is creating a little bit of opening. Horn of Proteus, Vital gets a double, J-Mac makes it a triple, and they will repel FlyQuest and allow Crazy Raccoon to start to build up that percentage. Vision does have the portal, but they need to be quick with it.
Yeah,
and then let it go, they swap off.
They realized that there just wasn't enough people to go for. Buying decent amount of time, not as much as we saw earlier from Na'Vi. But here, for Crazy Raccoon, able to get things going. FlyQuest, they maneuvered around the map pretty well on that first point, but it felt that they were a little bit sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place, had no idea on how they wanted to adjust next, and at that point, Crazy Raccoon have them in an arm lock and able to bully themselves some progression on the point, able to take it quite early on. This is maybe a bit out of position though from J-Mac. He has to leap out, and really good peel from Sparkchief to just be irritating.
Silent Seduction catching two, trying to get onto those strategists, but the Guardian Barrier is a little bit too much to deal with. Fate of both worlds forcing JT3 to use the mobility from the Carbon Crusher, rotate out and escape.
Fight is weird for Crazy Raccoon. You've lost one of your duelists. Is going to be heading back with NX. Now Energy up on the low ground, trying to maneuver around. The Goddess of Death is going to be forced out, but the Angela right into the face, similar to what we saw from Strangers back in the early days. Means that Vital can't get too much with it, and Crazy Raccoon not fighting in sync from each other. Seems like one at a time they're being taken out, and are they dedicating to this fight? Are they not? They're sort of in and out.
The unholy monstros continuing to just appear on the resets, forcing Crazy Raccoon to back away and just find a new position. They've now gone for the Hela Namor themselves for the first time here. They were bringing out the Hela earlier, but with a Star-Lord. They finally decided that, you know what, this is good. Let's try and see if we can get some resets of our own. Difference is, they don't have that Angela who's isolating people. Instead, they are choosing, once again, more sustain with that Captain America, and they're, of course, bringing out the Loki to get that second Fate of both worlds, as Invisible Woman is not available.
Wow. They're just taking so much damage from FlyQuest though. When you're trying to sort of mirror these compositions and fight from distance, it really feels that FlyQuest are the only ones doing damage, and also building up a good amount of ultimates in the bank or charge at this pace. It's been a while since I've seen Crazy Raccoon actually get an elimination in the feed at this point. The Emma Frost is going to try and go in and isolate the play, and the invisible boundary is going to be slammed on top from FlyQuest to attempt to try and fight it.
Banner's giving them a little bit of a setup, and the second that Fate of Both Worlds ends, there's the opportunity for a Horde of Proteus to try and capitalize with the tether from the Heavens Descent, and immediately FlyQuest, they only get two, but it's more than enough, and an isolation onto Xionghoon as well means that this is FlyQuest's map control.
That feels like it's almost like an illegal move from Sparkchief, because he's just flying out in front of all of the damage dealers from Crazy Raccoon to try and isolate exactly where the Luna was playing from Crazy Raccoon. There just wasn't enough damage done, which when you've got Hela and Namor, there's no excuse to not be trying to burn down. Sparkchief is moving around, using the shield perfectly, and there's just no response to what these defenders are setting up.
Silent Seduction chasing them down, but they use terrain to back away. Magnetic Curtain not at the ready, meaning Magneto just get pulled in, but there's a Tidal Dirge. No healing for JT3 as the healing reduction comes on in, and Energy is just pinging away from a distance and melting everyone who steps out of spawn.
Sparkchief is getting away with absolute murder there, has the cleave option, but is going to leap up into the air and just continue these resets for Crazy Raccoon. Able to take the first point in a pretty decent time. They have not been able to achieve much at all ever since.
They find Lastra, who was attempting to escape while invisible, but was unable to get away. What a setup so far. FlyQuest have locked them at this first corner of point 2. And Crazy Raccoon, look at Vital, he just stepped out of spawn and just ate like 3 shots from Energy. And immediately they have to rotate further closer to that wall, which puts them at more danger of Sparkchief, who can just rotate in from above.
It's scary. You've got no real options as well for Crazy Raccoon. They've got the one-sided Groot and Emma, but you can't play them in this kind of setup. It feels that you don't really have much advantage to work with them, so you're trying to match what FlyQuest are putting down. Meteor M just pretty much sent straight into the Goddess of Death to reset it, stop that damage from coming through. Forced Fate of Both Worlds, a Horn of Proteus, just as 1 minute is reached on the clock. Crazy Raccoon now starting to string some eliminations together. FlyQuest, do they have enough time to actually go for a reset and make sure that they stall for the second checkpoint?
There's not a lot of time or space left. Vets is onto the Doctor Strange, so they can try and portal in here, but they've got to be careful because J-Mac is trying to just zone them away. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, portal. Too late! Crazy Raccoon with the juggling. They burn basically every ultimate for it except for Invisible Boundary, but the fact is, while neutral fights are really important, especially this patch, you can still win just off of ult trades if you time them correctly.
And getting Spark Chief as well, which means that now stuff is starting to snowball a little bit more for Crazy Raccoon. As a reminder, they haven't lost this map for a long time, at least at Ignite, might not even be ever. And this attacking side is where they started to scare Citadel a little bit earlier on, but FlyQuest so far, up until then, not really made too many mistakes. It's only just that portal that seemed a little bit off from them.
Pressure coming in, Force Physics trying to catch them out of position. But it's vital. Once again, Energy is just maximizing the use of that range in the air right now, sieging down from above. Another heaven descent to tether everyone together, catching them all as they try to escape. And all of this is just creating more monstros, more damage, more resets. And that is FlyQuest with another hold with 1 minute 14 to go.
Look how much space that they've tried to take forward as well. Not really allowing Crazy Raccoon a chance to fight from distance, making sure that all of the angles are covered, and making also sure that now that that Fate of Both Worlds was used from Cooper, that you've got a chance to farm these up quite quickly again. Zelos does have an invisible boundary on the horizon, and in fact, he's getting a lot of quick ult charge, and NX goes down just at the moment where you feel like Crazy Raccoon are trying to set up. They keep losing players and keep losing out on time.
Soul Drainer comes on in, looking for an opportunity to try and pick someone off on the flank, but unable to find the right angle. Guardian Barrier allowing Vision to play this, and this is the difference. You can see here that Zelos is doing so much work on this Invisible Woman. Those barriers are always in the right spot to protect their backline. Lastra is trying to do the same, but they're getting harassed, pressured by Sparky. Invisible Boundary comes out from Zelos, Silent Seduction. JT3 trying to pull them in, trying to create an opening. Horde of Proteus into the backline, trying to create an opening as Vital ascends to the sky. Meteor M to absorb it, and potentially to pop that Goddess, but no center pick off NX.
Pretty much right into the alcove. It didn't see him at all. Now ball play is going to allow FlyQuest to clean up the houses of Crazy Raccoon. There's 5 seconds left on the clock, and there's no players even really alive outside of NX that goes for the Strange right at the end. Not really able to push it all the way to the end of Halls of Jajalia. A decent sort of push in the end, but it did look outside of some blip moments from FlyQuest. It was them in command.
FlyQuest looking extremely strong so far, but like you mentioned, that was not bad. That was not bad of a push at all from Crazy Raccoon, meaning that they have set themselves up to try and go for a heavy defense here, and now that they're bringing out the Namor and the Hela themselves, this could be their opportunity to try and mix it up and turn this round.
You can sort of see from the drafts as well, FlyQuest, they don't have the Groot, they don't have the Emma, they don't have the Venom. So Spark Chief is pretty much forced onto some different stuff, but him and Vess are looking comfortable, and honestly, that Angela looks fire. It's getting away with more than it might do against some other teams, but it's hard to gauge because we need to see exactly what he's going to be able to do. He's only been eliminated twice. For Crazy Raccoon, I mean, what they have the options of having like the Cap and the Emma, mostly for comfort when you have your coach playing. J-Mac is going to be on the Strange this time as they have to defend against what FlyQuest are throwing down, sort of expecting that there's going to be a portal play. Might want to do the whole like Looney Tunes, drop them off the map as they attempt it.
There is almost 6k, 5 to 6k difference between the healing output here for these two teams. And that is per healer. Cooper and Zelos are actually playing incredibly well right now, and Seong Hun and Lastro are just getting harassed far too much. FlyQuest looking to start themselves off on a Doctor Strange. Will we see some shenanigans?
Yeah, they also protected Jeff and Buckley. Bucky. We've not seen him either. Same sort of attempted play.
What?
Trying to take his head off, I think.
Okay. Yep. All right. Well, nothing happened. We're going to make our way through.
He did try that against Enzo, I think, earlier.
Yeah.
Dropped him off of the side of the map, but there it was just a little bit too high. And now for FlyQuest, they have some people on the point, and they are forcing Crazy Raccoon to try and contest them here, but they've unfortunately lost NX early in an engagement again.
Spark Chief continuing to just show the adaptations they've had since this finals have started with the Angela Assassin's Charge, isolating the Invisible Woman, forced to try and jump away. Hela comes in to just try and take the dual Vital, giving their best, but another Assassin's Charge, forcing them down to the low ground, then just not letting them take position. And wow, that's just so fast. FlyQuest already have first point. 5 minutes and 30 to go.
5.5 minutes on the clock. You've also going to make sure that if Crazy Raccoon did get eliminated, that they're not in the old spawn doors from first point. If they are, You're going to make sure that they go down again, especially when you have the ability to chase them down like this. And here you've got JMac that's trying to sort of be a bit more of a distraction, has enough mobility and versatility to get out of these fights if he gets caught out. But Spark Chief, I think, is just in the thick of it so far. He's managed to get healed up a little bit more. He has been an absolute nightmare for Crazy Raccoon to deal with.
Really has, and it's already 58% towards their ultimate. Just going to descend in from the bottom, force out the jump, add an Invisible Woman, and job done. You've successfully achieved what you wanted to. You forced a positioning change, you forced an ability usage. That is good. Easy play here right now from Spark Chief, although not so lucky for Vision, who was going to get picked off by Vital.
Oh, the Goddess of Death was available for Vital, but he goes down from Energy. The counterpart on the other side, Invisible Boundary, was also used. Silent Seduction from Crazy Raccoon to try and turn the tide in this fight. Four ultimates for FlyQuest. They're not afraid to get stuck in. They've got this payload progressing relatively well, and there's not much that Crazy Raccoon can throw in. They have ultimates built, but there's a lot of players that have been staggered and continuing to be staggered. They might just need to give up second at a pretty quick time here.
They used every ultimate and got one person, and FlyQuest are still taking the momentum because they were able to force a positioning, once again, a positioning move out of Crazy Raccoon. But Crazy Raccoon realizing that they have the ultimate advantage right now. A trying to commit. Tidal Blessings could be coming in for a little bit of extra sustain for that invulnerability on the Namor. Vital is trying to find a flank, but there's a lot of pressure. Vision is just trying to evade, but they cannot evade Vital, who's chasing them all the way back to spawn here. Gonna try and trap them out, try and just capitalize, try and keep this going. Once again, only one person gonna get picked off, but it's enough to force everyone to back up on the side of FlyQuest.
Seems to be just the small picks here or there defining it because of the compositions that both teams are trying to run here. But this, when the composition that Crazy Raccoon are running with the name on Hela, they love this position because you can crossfire, you can set this up nicely. But you can see the Spark Chief is already trying to get ahead of the high ground, stop these engagements happening. JMac is going to try and contest him a little bit more. Able to stop peel back, get some healing, instantly back into this engagement. This is what makes Angela so good. There's no downtime outside of being healed here or there. It's a pit stop for her.
Already pushed all the way into the doorway, forces out the fate of both worlds. That's a big ability to burn so early. Vital trying to flank from behind, comes a Monstro. That's all they were able to deliver into that fight. The ultimate was picked off so quickly. Jung-hoon is down, JMac is down, the sustain is gone. Invisible Woman is trying to give everything they can for it in the last couple seconds, but with NX gone, there is nothing stopping FlyQuest from just finishing off the stragglers and pushing on into the Temple of Bast.
And this is around the area that Crazy Raccoon were able to stall out Citadel earlier on, so we've not seen too much of what Crazy Raccoon want to do in this position. They're going to lock in Vital over on the Bucky, just having a bit more high ground, pulling people out of position. But it feels that Spark Chief is, again, on the perfect character to go and deal with this fight. Tries to catch up JMac on his own, cleaving through these close corridors. He's not too far away from having the ultimate. Heaven's Descent is on the horizon for Spark Chief, and they've even got NX moving over towards the Jean Grey to just add a little bit more pot shot damage.
Phoenix a little bit of extra damage, and of course bursting through that bonus health, forced with the free fly to get away. Meteor to chase down Vital, and they get it. Vet is just so good at that combo. Besieging from above, Energy creating opening, removing the defenders to keep that cart moving towards the finish line. From a defensive position, gets dropped low, chooses to go even further in. JMac gets the pickup, but NX is traded in exchange.
So 3 minutes for FlyQuest to keep this attack going. Just pushing only not really that far, to be honest, especially when you have players like JMac going down. This is a really hard position for Crazy Raccoon to try and hold for just before this like 90-degree angle. And there's so much focus going in onto key targets. Crazy Raccoon need to try and grab things together. They've got a Silent Seduction, and they're actually going to use it quite early on. You can see that this player is still coming in from spawn, aren't quite ready. That feels very early coming in from JT3.
But it did create an opening. They had to step up onto the point to try and create enough space. Heaven's Descent from above traps everyone in the doorway. 1, 2, 3, chasing down the strategist to try and make it a FlyQuest 2-0. And that was a beautiful trap out, a shutout, and a controlling win for FlyQuest.
Really good showing, your debut on LAN in an international stage. A little bit shaky, a bit slow to adapt in Hell's Heaven right on that first point, but ever since then, it's pretty much been in their total control. Outside of maybe some like pole plays here or there, but like all other teams make them. It's pretty much expected when you've seen teams like Citadel stream sort of sweat a little bit more against the likes of Crazy Raccoon, especially on maps like this. Handed them their first map loss here for the first, but for a long time for Crazy Raccoon.
Looking at the scores here once again, we keep talking about it. Vess is basically a duelist, while still protecting 35k damage blocks, was keeping up with everyone except for JT3, who was able to top that out, while still getting 19k damage, which is the second highest in the game, give or take, only behind Energy. But Energy, though, we've got to talk about it. 40 and 4, with 16 of those being final hits. We're back in Hella meta, and Energy is loving it.
A lot of these players from FlyQuest were in those early games, in those early tournaments where we were playing like the Hella meta, so this is pretty comfortable for them. But there is a little bit of the new stuff too. Spark Chief was very good at just creating space, making sure that Crazy Raccoon always had to focus on him. Like, hit me, I'm in your face, you've got to deal with me. Which means Energy, like, he's only gone down 4 times because he was never really shot back from Crazy Raccoon. They were too busy trying to shoot Spark Chief.
We're going to be having a look at the standings to see after these games. We have one more series for Group B today. We have 100 Thieves, FlyQuest, Citadel, and Na'Vi, all of the Americas and EMEA teams currently sitting at 1-0. But while we see Crazy Raccoon and OUG at the bottom of the board currently 0-2, they really have made these teams work for it. They're the only teams to play twice, they're the only teams to have lost twice, but each one of those games could have been going the other way, with maybe the exception of that last one, because once FlyQuest locked in, they had control.
It looked very much in their hands, right? And yes. I think seeing 100 Thieves versus Citadel after this should really give us like 100 Thieves maybe looking more dominant. But Citadel, also if they can bounce back and not end up in a full 3-map series, especially now that it's getting a little bit late for day one, they got to pace themselves if they want to actually take the crown as being the grand finalists of the grand finals here in Atlanta, no?
They really do, and we start to look at this 100 Thieves. They took the position where Citadels were trying to look to get to. 100 Thieves from their side of the bracket in the mid-season finals were able to get all the way to that third place match before losing to Rad, aka now Na'Vi. Citadel, they never got their chance for that match because of Na'Vi, so this is their chance to try and prove themselves. Two teams that have had a little bit of a shaky start. It's going to be an incredible matchup, though. This is the one that a lot of people have been looking forward to.
Yeah, I'm just generally wanting to see how Citadel bounced back from earlier. It was a bit of a rough start, all sorts of stuff going on, dropping a map that you struggled with. Feels like 100 Thieves have plenty of time, but they were the first game. And now the last of today. That's a bit of a gap, for sure, when you've got so many best of threes happening.
They might have been able to scrim, but the question is, have you been able to scrim? And a lot of these teams have just come off games and need some time to rest, some time to reset. So how have they been able to warm up? How have they kept themselves in the right headspace? We're going to find out if they have been able to after this. For now, we will head to a break, and when we come back, it's our final game of the day. It is going to be 100 Thieves versus Citadel. We are back. It is the event of the season. No, despite how we are dressed, it is not the Hellfire Gala. It is time for Citadel versus 100 Thieves. And when a lot of people were looking at these first day of games, they were looking at this one.
A little bit different because both these teams have played first already. Like the first two games, there's been a good amount of time to fully adjust from it. 100 Thieves, not too much to adjust from, with a nice 2-0 win up against OUG that had moments, but really it was just like Midtown and stuff. Citadel as well, having a little bit of a longer game. We can sort of see the standards that this could be like who's top in the group potentially, but with how stacked things are, it could also be a case of who's qualifying because there's a lot of surprises yet to come.
1-0 for both 100 Thieves and for Citadel Gaming, both of which are looking to try and start off tomorrow in the lead in the group. OUG and Crazy Raccoon currently sitting at the bottom, both of which have had to play against one of these teams earlier.
Yeah, one of them is going to at least get a loss with 100 Thieves and Citadel Gaming, Navi and FlyQuest. Their busy days are going to be tomorrow and Wednesday, which is going to have a lot more stock attached to them. But in this case, I think it is like Citadel Gaming, a top seed from stage 1 into mid-season. And their footing, I think, of the international stage, also topping the rankings from Americas and being the top dog, essentially.
And 100 Thieves, they were a team that had an incredible run at those mid-season finals, playing through some incredible opponents. They had a solid side of the bracket that did seem to play very nicely for them, but the fact is, they played against some of the best teams in the world, and they came out in 3rd place. They are the 3rd best team in the world right now, and are now currently the best American team that they are against. Titans of Citadel.
And 4th place internationally if you're looking back at mid-season finals as well, not quite being able to go far, running into Navi, one of the players there, Melio, actually coming from that team to go and play for Citadel instead. So you've got a 7-player roster to work with. They've already played today, but some of those tricky maps that were problematic for them in EMEA, looking at Halls of Jalia, ended up going in the winning direction for Crazy Raccoon, meaning that like even though the series went well for Citadel in the end, winning it 2-1, it just forces and buys more time. It's going to be exhausting when you're the final game of today, and things have naturally been a long one, and 100 Thieves have had a lot more time to just relax and chill out, but they might have cooled down a little bit, not quite as warmed up.
That's the thing, you've got to try and keep momentum going, and I literally just ran into Salah and the guys backstage just for a moment, and they said just like, yeah, that was a long time to wait, so it's definitely getting to the teams a little bit. What also might be getting to the teams is, for those of you who are following the players on social media, which you should support the players and their endeavors.
Yep.
We do have a little bit of Terror struggling with some health stuff, but they've still managed to fight through that and come back here and are currently able to win their first series. But this is an extremely difficult opponent, and while you've got nerves from LAN, you've got physical health stuff, you've got the fact that these teams have mixed up just a tiny bit from those mid-seasons, there's some tough factors laying above their heads here.
And it's very difficult when a Citadel, who have been typically unorthodox in their approach, they're hard to read, they have lots of different ideas, they are very well read onto their opponents, but they're not afraid to throw caution to the wind and bring out weird stuff if they need to, especially when they have a much more flexible roster, and they're actually sort of chipping in now and again with the Pokey, Tanuki, and Melio combining together. So it's tricky. We have seen less Pokey pretty much since that roster shakeup, really. It was them starting. Yeah, he is here, and I'm sure that there's going to be moments where he is going to be out in play, because that has been at least a plan the Citadel have said that they want to follow through on.
But so far we have mostly been seeing Melio falling into that, and it was their plans. When we saw Melio interviewed at the start of the season, they mentioned that one of the big reasons that they wanted to go to Citadel is to have an impact on the draft and on strategy. So now they have a bit of a mix-up where Salah, Melio, and the rest of the team will discuss more universally, and they've tried different stuff since, but they still have all of those old classics, Poly continuing to just cause problems for everyone involved. When we interviewed some of the teams earlier, and I talked to Chopper Mac, for example, I asked them who's like really worth looking out for. They said Poly, and they very much mentioned it's because Citadel take fights you don't expect. They come up when you're not looking, they come up from angles you have no idea where they came from. You're just trying to mind your own business, set up for a defensive position, and Poly is suddenly in your backline making your day bad. And it's hard to deal with someone who has that level of game sense about when you're at your most vulnerable.
Yeah, they're not afraid to make like almost suboptimal plays if they feel that they have enough about them to turn it around. Like they could be down players in advantages and able to stall at the point a little bit more, or just win those fights because they're willing to dedicate ultimates in engagements that a lot of teams will go, this is lost, we're going to give up, we're going to reset. Citadel don't ever give up, they don't ever tend to reset, they tend to be really long, sloppy fights. But I think that element has been caught out. Like Virtus Pro certainly made a meal of it, I suppose, in stage 2. It feels that Virtus Pro were struggling to play those kind of long, brawly games, but they're like, we're just going to make sure that we play our game, and Citadel have to try and match us. I imagine that's what 100 Thieves are going to try and aim to do as well.
But speaking of trying to aim to do, we've been seeing a lot of these teams focus onto Namor, and you can do it at home as well, but in style. Once again, we are into the spooky season, and Namor is joining in with the decorations. The dead are rising in terms of the zombies, but in fact, you can reign as a king in celebrations, and they await your royalty. Namor has emerged with a new scaly armor covering his legs and arms, and a massive swordfish skull on one of his soldiers. Swordfish, by the way, delicious. This may be a celebration of the dead, but the King of the Seas has never looked more alive. Traverse the seas and thrive the darkness as the more Phantom Tide costume, appearing for the first time in Season 4. Available from October 23rd, so already available to you all at home. And you can now get in and celebrate the season in style.
Pretty well timed with how the meta is going. A team up with Hela is looking nice, especially when you sort of lose out on one with Hulk. It just seems to be like for like in the end. Namor is looking very good with the sort of plays, and certainly in Americas where we've seen FlyQuest really dedicate to that Hela Namor. I would expect for 100 Thieves, we saw it a little bit earlier, but a little bit more adaptable, I suppose, with some of the strategies that they were running. It didn't feel that they were shoehorning themselves into a particular style of play.
They very much have a bit more flexibility, like you said, and that seems to be a key for a lot of these teams that are coming out ahead. There are some that are locking in on particular strategies, but it's the ones who are adapting and adjusting that seem to be taking the more convincing games. FlyQuest, for example, started on one strategy, then adjusted into the Hela Namor, and suddenly started performing even better, and then adjusted from there, and once they had what worked, they locked in on it. It's all about that flexibility. Speaking of flexibility, you have to be prepared to play anywhere when you're at this level, because the first map is always random, it's always domination, and in this case, it is going to be Krakoa. The Hellfire Gala awaits.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good map, I think, for 100 Thieves. 4-0 so far in Stage 2, whereas Citadel, because these first maps tend to be predetermined, they're random, the teams don't really know too much about them going into the server, they've only played it twice, and it's more luck of the draw. But it's also a little bit odd, because Citadel, when they were over Patspim and such, they were very comfortable to go to domination maps when we get to the best of fives. However, because it's best of 3, yeah, pretty much. So here, they're expected to do well in this first map. If they don't, they can take us to Convoy, which seems to be the place that they're really making their own currently. If they end up winning, I imagine it's just going to be 100 Thieves going Jalia.
I think that's a pretty solid option for them, as it is a map that Citadel, as we mentioned earlier, have had some difficulties on in the past. But Domination used to be Citadel's absolute home turf. They have since evolved, as particularly, like you mentioned, for a little bit of Convoy is where they are starting to make some value here. But the fact is, you always start on Domination. If you are struggling on Domination, you are guaranteed struggling on a guaranteed part of every single series you play.
You're always starting a series that 1-0 down, essentially. It really isn't ideal, and it's the way the teams have been wanting to sort of play and perform. And because it is a random map, when you have these best of 3s, you don't really, like, you're going into scrims just like, let's make that map random, because there's not really too much prep that we can go for in some of those instances. You have to make sure that all 4 of the maps are pretty much good to go. And the likes of Krakoa, it's not the most recent, Celestial Husk is going to take that, but it's a map that some teams do feel a little bit quieter on in comparison to like Benim T'Challa or Hell's Heaven, for sure.
While some teams feel quieter, Citadel are never quiet. We literally can hear them behind us right now. The classic tradition of Citadel, of the team building, of making sure that they are hyped up in sync with some pre-game rituals by their coach Salah. They are making sure that they are hyped up. And also, when you're literally facing your opponents like they are set up backstage for us, that can be pretty intimidating.
Yeah, especially when they don't have as much experience playing on like international stages like this. But I think for Citadel, it is that pressure really from stage 1. They were the champions in the EMEA. They were expected to be the better team coming in from mid-season finals and finishing not only in 4th place, not even making the finals, but also finishing behind Rad, which was the 2nd seed that you beat in order to get the better setting and the better standing. So here it's sort of like, we aren't going to be the top seed. maybe teams are going to underestimate us, but we're so experienced with these guys now.
Yeah.
They don't get away with it, and now they have the pressure of representing Citadel, which they've done from the mid-season finals.
They have experience. Like they've won, they've lost, they have new members, they've played well through them, they've gone through trepidations, trials, and everything under the sun. If there is a team that is experienced and prepared to move on here, it could be Citadel. 100 Thieves, though, it's about stability. They are one of the teams that has been in the rotation constantly. It used to just be Sentinels and 100 Thieves. They have since evolved it with FlyQuest and Envy joining those ranks of the four-way rotation of the top of the Americas, but 100 Thieves were one of the first, and they were the team that was picked up extremely quickly, becoming that 100 Thieves roster. They have been going through this. They've been to the first LAN, they've won their region, they've also done basically everything under the sun. All they now have to do is just try and take down Citadel.
Yeah, and especially when we've seen some teams start off well in groups, and certainly for Stage 2, 100 Thieves just managed to pip it to the post, knowing that it's how we finish. It's not necessarily us topping our group, like we saw, for example, FlyQuest do. They were able to do the same, but it's more of a case of, like, in those bigger games, they kind of did it cleanly. I think, like, 100 Thieves, there wasn't too much response from teams like Envy, who have had a torrid start. We've played up against Rejects. It feels a little bit like how you're going to do on the day, which teams like Na'Vi thrive in those kind of environments. I think Citadel need to do the same. You can't let 100 Thieves dictate the pace, especially if this is a rematch that we might see in playoffs where we have an American crowd. It's going to be a lot harder to be the heels against the baby faces of America with 100 Thieves.
We've all come from different games here in the Marvel Rivals in a lot of cases, and there is a case where when you're on home ground for a LAN, it makes a big difference. When we were in China, OUG were getting chance. None of the other teams were until we started getting to the finals, where it doesn't matter who's there, you're excited about it. But that can make a difference. That home crowd advantage can be extremely exciting. I once had a Korean team who basically won the tournament, and they just said, we just would like to be cheered by a Western crowd just once, because they come in and it's just like, well, we want the Americans to win, because that's just how it goes.
Naturally, like, you're on like the
I
home
love
team
local sports
soil.
team.
Especially when we're like pretty close to like where the like other teams play in their sort of respective sports and stuff, like at the World Congress Arena as well in Atlanta for DreamHack. It's like you're sort of surrounded by sports and competition, and so there are certainly a lot of Americans that I've met across the years that are just like, I like this team because they're American, or I like them because they're team jersey color. Like,
I like them because they're
I will die for this team because I really like the navy blue. That's pretty much how it goes, and I think 100 Thieves, they don't need to do that because they're just a high accolation across of not only all different esports, but just in America full stop.
Absolutely. They've got the reputation behind them. Again, the pedigree of not just the creation of the team, but also just how they've been able to set themselves up in general. Citadel, they're a little bit newer on the block, and they've already just shown just how powerful they can be, and this roster is a big part behind that. I
really don't know which way this is going, because I'd say that, like, okay, Citadel, yeah, they drop a map. It wasn't a clean 2-0 like it was for 100 Thieves, but they're up against a different team. Citadel have a lot of things to try and focus on and win in on, but they're just so good at being the underdogs. Like, we sort of expected. We casted the game where they qualified for Atlanta, the grand finals, where they played against Na'Vi, and they completely decimated them. They destroyed them in draft, and now that we're moving into it, we can already see that it's the Mantis versus Jeff again, as Krakoa is going to be the first round of this best of 3.
They've been through tough games, they've been through close games. You mentioned that we saw the game where they qualified for Atlanta. We've also seen the game where they've qualified for Guangzhou in China, where they beat Virtus Pro, to get there. And that was such a close matchup. Citadel, once again, like you said, they fight best when they are in their important matches. And we're going to see already starting off with a one-sided Mantis versus a one-sided Jeff.
I mean, Citadel Gaming have been very comfortable to move Tanuki over. Ken's also been picking it up to sort of allow some more scary triple strategist options, really, going for the Emma Frost as well. So looking for characters that just synergize onto multiple people, not just trying to hit a role in particular. You just want to make sure that it's not fun to try to build a backbone for 100 Thieves to rely on.
100 Thieves are very much trying to target Citadel where it hurts. They're going for backline pressure. You can see that Psylocke getting taken away. You can see the Venom being taken away, but that has left the opening because Citadel, they're most comfortable on that Captain America, or a newer pickup for them in this newest season, the Angela, in terms of those backline harassment. But they always seem to love the setup of a single sort of anchor Vanguard and a heavy dive Vanguard, but they have run a little bit of double dive this stage as well, which has given them a lot more options. It's going to be the Winter Soldier as the last protect for 100 Thieves. Now, what does Citadel try and remove? They take out the Loki.
So it is a lot of like one-sidedness, really. There's no character that both teams are like, we're in agreement that this person doesn't belong in the server for either of us. We'll handshake on that. It is just one-sided. Jeff, Adam, Emma, Loki versus Mantis, Venom, Psylocke, and Rocket. A much more eclectic, diverse group. It is nice to see more of the Rocket being in these bands, especially when you know that Citadel Gaming have that protect. It just stops that whole Pet Cemetery composition with Rocket Raccoon. Allowing that pivot, if you do want to run triple strat, is fine, but that 2-2-2 setup with Rocket and Jeff, it holds its own surprisingly well. And the only issue is it's hard to coordinate. These guys are the most well-coordinated in the world.
We're going to be heading in here. I'm very worried about 100 Thieves getting their hands on that Mantis and the Venom. While they don't get stuff that combos with the Mantis in the form of that Loki that could have given them very wide damage boosting regeneration domains, they do still have the one-shot potential of Feast from the Abyss, which also now anti-heals. They've set themselves up for an incredible blow-up, which could of course be followed up on by Terra, who is widely considered to be one of the best duelists in the world. They have basically everything they need. Double damage boost with the Rocket potentially coming out of spawn if they want to go that way, as opposed to a second duelist, which it looks like they may be doing. Whereas Citadel, they have gone for longer fights, extra balls, and potentially double revives.
Okay, interesting. So we saw the Captain America being protected from Citadel, so you think Polly, LeBron, Ball, he's going to play. He's going for the group to begin with, so that could be throwing up 100 Thieves. It feels like, you know, 2 + 2 is 4. Citadel are like, wrong again, and slap you across the face. It's so difficult to play into, but you have got to protect onto the Bucky. It wasn't banned out in the end, so Citadel Gaming have option there. Tanuki's going to be on it.
My concern here, though, is that this is a hard map to play Adam on. There's not many spots where you can safely get a revive off without being trapped. Those buildings are basically single choke points where you can get completely zoned out and trapped after that revive, while the bonus health from revives can actually work out to allow you to sustain and turn around on those fights. It still is going to create another choke point where your opponents can try and punish you after they've potentially already wiped you once. So Melio, who is basically the master of placing these very strategic karmic revivals, is going to have to be on top form today.
Polly's actually switching over to the strange go for a ball play very early. I mean, Citadel Gaming were known for it, but it's usually like Enzo that might pick it up and go for like a kidnap play to begin with. But the Kraken's impact, whilst 100 Thieves have control of this objective, trying to look for a bit more. Yam Amplifier is going to increase the damage, and Tanuki's trying to isolate them. He is going to be caught up with these tendrils, and 100 Thieves, they don't need to worry too much when they have control of the point. It has taken a win that Citadel Gaming sales with trying to get the progression, but that Karmic Revival is delicious from Ken.
Ken on the clone, and they're going to very quickly transform back into Loki to try and survive the meteor ram, which they will do so, but Alex is taken down on the other side. Melio is trying to sustain through this fight, but they are dropped low. Melio is the key right here. If they can find a safe place to revive, then this fight continues, but we're already on 40%, and it looks like Citadel will let this go. They've already re-engaged, they've already ported, they've already revived once. At this point, you can't just keep feeding the machine. You have to back up, you have to reset.
It just feels like it puts so much pressure onto Tanuki to find those picks, to find those eliminations. And it is triple strategies for 100 Thieves, so they've got that sustain, they've got control of the objective, they can sit pretty, be uncomfortable. Citadel Gaming trying to isolate somebody. You've got terrifying Peel with Terra, who's a little bit under the weather, but he is a storm beckoning onto Citadel if they're not careful. Silent Seduction is trying to pull in around the side, is able to at least to get onto the Bucky, but he leaps into the sky. The Kraken's impact alongside the invisible boundary means that they can really put their foot down to keep control, and Citadel, yet again, 2/3 progression on the point, not able to take it, and it forces Melio to use the Karmic Revival this time.
But they've got a better angle this time. They're able to pull back in, and that was a lot of ultimates used by 100 Thieves. Basically every tool. Alex, who was taken out first this time, finally gets off that invisible boundary, allowing him to contest this. But they're still not finding targets. Straggling Prison to try and lock them down. But
Tanuki doesn't have ult.
back. Millennia and Terra are taken down, while Tanuki finally has that ultimate. It might be better just to hold it until next time here, because they are going to win this fight unless they start to get picked off here. Ken drops low, picked off with ultimate, meaning they don't have the turnaround potential. And 100 Thieves are funneling back in. They started this fight 2 down, but they're turning it, and Citadel are cleaned off the point. Kraken impact from Terra, and 100 Thieves make off into the night like bandits and steal that first round after very nearly losing that fight.
That's a lot of Kraken impacts from Terra. He's just farming it up for free onto Citadel. And like, good grief, it felt that there was so many points. The main mistake there is just like Polly, he gets pulled into the fight from Terra, gets hooked in, he's about to get his ultimate and he sort of panic uses it. Just as Tanuki was at about 95% progress, you want to get that combination between the Winter Soldier and the group with their ultimates, but he was pushed into it by Terra, who is 15-1, absolutely dominating in the server.
Selenia also keeping up a little bit there on that Mantis, is keeping them damage boosted, keeping them pushing forward here. We're going to see the same strategy for Citadel, but the fact is, this is a better map for it.
There's 2 eliminations that Citadel have got across that whole map.
Total.
Just 2, yeah. Tanuki's not being able to get too much in.
This is a better map for it because you have much better positions for Karmic Revivals. Going underneath will catch your allies in the revive area, and then you can portal back onto the objective and keep fights going. You can now do that twice, and also the area is a little bit easier to control with Loki because you can set up some lovely high ground positions on some of the pillars at the back of the actual Cradle room.
TTK is on the Doctor Strange, so that might be a case of like going for the kidnap
Oh
that
boy!
Citadel Gaming were used to. Yeah, they weren't really expecting it. It's 100 Thieves going, hey, we learnt this play from EMEA from a team called Berber Patapim, potentially. We think you should have a look at it. Yeah, have you heard of it? It's a complete cleanup with the option now to actually take this point. Citadel Gaming caught out by their own cut strategy.
Going to be an essentially full team wipe, and that will allow 100 Thieves to take control of the point. Citadel Gaming wisely not going to be using any ultimates through that. They're just going to build it up. They've already built up a Psionic Seduction. They have a God of Mischief, Kraken Impact, and that Karmic Revival, and they're almost towards an invisible boundary, whereas 100 Thieves, they're about to get their invisible boundary, already starting to get taken down because the aggressive play has been set up by Citadel Gaming, getting one set up already, not going to be able to get any resets on that Kraken Impact, and they do lose Tanuki in that fight after they break line of sight.
Well, you have 2 Karmic Revivals potentially set for Citadel, but they're going to be just happy to deal and clear things up. So it's only 22% that 100 Thieves have been able to claim, and Citadel finally making some progress on the objectives itself with a pretty nice fight. Just going for the portal play, catching out 100 Thieves, 2 players. There's just not enough sustain to keep everybody up.
But they have been able to flip it now, currently 22% for 100 Thieves, who took the point early, to 15 for Citadel. Lenia holding on to that invisible boundary, looking for an opening to try and take this in. The newest player on this roster, they were joining for a while, but actually became sort of a main roster member at those mid-season finals, and have since then had to just keep evolving as Kraken Impact's going to be coming in from Terra, looking for the first reset. I have Agamotto to try and capitalize, but that Battle Rebirth Beacon not yet available. This Karmic Revival also being held onto because Melio may have to respawn off to the side. As currently they're the only one down in this. And with that Cosmic Yarn Amplify, 100 Thieves sustain through that.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates used, and now they're going to be able to actually take the point back from the look. But this is where Citadel like to look comfortable. They still have those Karmic Revivals.
There's the res.
They just don't want to use them in the end, but now Melio's been forced out. Alex is going to be taken down, and it's going to be a reset. And in fact, Melio's going to be out of disengagement for the time being. Ken is now going to go for the copy, and I imagine it's more of the same. 100 Thieves are still going to be fighting this, and instead it's going to be used for an invisible boundary to keep everybody alive and keep them going.
With Melio taken down, you can't get that Karmic Revival, but you can sustain through the fight. Polly's already down though, Tanuki falls, and it's 100 Thieves. They are just able to take the defensive tools of Citadel and just outlast them. Kraken Impacts 4 resets, and they are going to get the flip on this.
77%. And now for Citadel Gaming, might I remind you that they protected Jeff and Captain America, and we've not seen either of them in play. They've tried to go for something a little bit sly, maybe sort of thinking that if they lean a certain way with a draft, that it might open up more options that 100 Thieves won't be expecting. But 100 Thieves are just like, we only care about what we're doing. The characters that they protected today one-sided, they're pretty much all in play outside of the silo. 100 Thieves know how to deal with this draft, and they're following through a lot nicely, not more nicer than Citadel are.
Coming through the Mutant Gate for the setup, Karmic Revival. Not at the ready, neither is the God of Mischief. Soulbond for the sustaining of the team, so Tanuki enters with that Kraken impact, but they're just completely juggled there. They can't find anything, leaving Melio to just go for the auto cancel to make sure that they can just get as much damage output as possible onto these front lines. But with that invisible boundary, Alex has to mirror it, because otherwise we're going to start to see 100 Thieves get too close to that 100 here. The Psionic Seduction from Enzo for the setup to try and sustain on through this Feast from the Abyss onto the backline. I have a Komodo from above once again, and the backline is smashed. And again, 100 Thieves forcing Citadel back to spawn.
And just as Citadel, they were like around the point, but not really contesting it. So now they're fully reset out. Polly's going to switch over towards the Stranger. Having the Eye of Agamotto, I think he's going to have the portal in play. He is. But I imagine 100 Thieves have a good inclination and worked out the timing. They're going to try and reset back to the point and almost bait these other players that are hanging out in the backline. Citadel need to be very careful here.
They use the Mutant Gates to make their way back to the point quicker, using literally their opponent's teleport to make their way back in quicker. TTK dropping a lot of damage, but the healing output, the strategists of 100 Thieves are some of the best, just due to how much they enable players like Terra and TTK to play that bit further forward. Regeneration Domain about to expire, which means Terra has the opening for the setup. Here comes the God of Mischief for, I believe, the invisible boundary, so that they can try and commit to this. Polly looking for their own Eye of Agamotto onto the backline. Melio revives for the extra damage. Delena's going to be the first to fall. But is there a Battle Rebirth Beacon? There is. Bringing them back for the first setup as Terra's going to get a reset using the Loki clone. Forced to disengage with it though, finding nothing. Melio is picked off, and they do not have the cocoon to bring himself back. But there's no Karmic Revival. Tanuki this time goes into the backline. Kraken impact not going to be resetting, but they are going to get the pickup as we are at 99 to 99. Tanuki falls.
Way.
TTK falls. Alex is trying to sustain the team through this. Melio's running back on that Adam if he can make it. Karmic Revival's on the board, but he's got little legs and has to run all the way back in. Tanuki is down. Melio's charging in. It's full delay. Enzo is trying to take out that Cosmic Guard Amplifier to remove that bonus health, zoning them off the point as Venom is giving everything to this defense to hold as long as they can. Melio with the sustain, with the extra damage. They take out Delena on the flank. They look for Rocket. The portal comes back in for the sustain, but they are staggered, they are zoned, and it looks like Citadel are going to even us up on map number 1.
I even heard the war cry, the whoo from them at the end there, because that wasn't really like the coordinated set stuff that we saw from 100 Thieves in that first point of the Grove, but that is what makes Citadel such a scary team. Top seeds in stage 1, and just behind in second seed for stage 2. They're scrappy, they love those engagements, and even though they were leaning in a certain direction with the draft, they're able to go onto something 100 Thieves were just struggling to take down. Still, Tanuki in comparison to what Terra's doing in that head-to-head of the bookie, it's a big step in that direction. It's just hard to get a gauge on like Citadel Gaming. They were just able to like down numbers, down fights, down statistically, still able to dig their heels and fight for objectives that most teams will just have to give up.
They still have that Karmic Revival. They are almost towards a God of Mischief, meaning they are just about to have 2 Karmic Revivals to try and take that first fight. And if they can burn those early, then they're able to sustain a little bit better, and they're going to be able to potentially take that first early fight and build up potentially another Karmic Revival before the end fight of the game, as it is one of the longest ultimates to actually charge in the game. We do have a pause, so we can't unfortunately revive the game yet, but we'll be back to it as soon as we're able.
I think it was Elena that went out just like, just down for the second, but like, it happens, and I think this is, you know, Citadel got a little bit more experience with this, with just like a lot of pauses, like resets and stuff of maps, so it's a little bit like, okay, we can deal with this in this kind of instances. We played a lot more maps and we just have the pace. So now I think with that second point, we're still on the first map of this best of 3. Honestly, this could go a while in itself.
It's a best of 3, and we're probably going to see 3 if I had to guess from what we are seeing here. But that is exactly what I was talking about when that map started. That Adam Warlock composition is very good, but it requires you to have a safe place to revive. And that first map didn't. They just revived behind trees, took a load of damage, but were trying to sustain through, and they just didn't, because Kraken Impact just found the pickups every single time. That second map, they had the underground, because when you go through there's a mutant gate that takes you directly to the portal above the objective, and you can just descend down and rejoin the fight instantly after being revived in a safe location where you can heal up and sustain through it. The location on these domination maps makes such a huge difference. It's why you'll see players swap off of Wolverines or Angelas depending on maps on Hell's Heaven, for example. It makes a difference.
Yeah, for sure. And I think like we saw like some moments of like Citadel being victims of their own strategies with like portals, like just the Doctor Strange going through and be like,
We can also blame Guru for
Yep.
that one.
Yeah. But it's also like Citadel were able to do it themselves. I think Javi's only been eliminated twice. One of them was actually Citadel being able to take that second point right at the beginning by just sort of opening the doors and Tanuki's just cracking his knuckles. And Javi's like, I'm in danger. That's it. He's gone. He was gone in an instant. And that's somebody that's really tricksy. And with strategists, you have to be, especially when you're playing Rocket and you have a one-sided Rocket. You can't die. You need to keep yourself alive, son, because you are so mobile. You're so irritating. You take a lot of attention for Citadel.
Small hitbox, very mobile, hard to pick off, and you can self-heal yourself if you just shoot against a wall. The problem is, if you do go down, you are your team's first revive. Rocket's Battle Rebirth Beacon can obviously be picked off just based on being a standard ability, but if Rocket goes down, so does the beacon. While the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier stays, the Battle Rebirth Beacon doesn't. And that can be devastating. If you lose Rocket early, you have essentially lost 2 players because you don't get one back.
Yeah. And it's risky, but to be fair, it was very risk-averse, I think, from Javi up until then. It's just those kind of moments where, like, for so many other teams, they feel like, oh, we have these ults, we just need to sort of group up. We saw it a little bit earlier with Crazy Raccoon. It's like, okay, we have these ultimates, we're ready to go, we're going to step forward, and we've already lost one player, so let's just chill, guys, go again. And it's just almost just walking into a door over and over again. But in this case, Citadel are like, okay, they just used our strategy against us, let's just use it back. And using the Strange ult right at the start of a round is really good, because you usually have it by the end if you do need to stall. The risk was that Poly used it sort of in the middle of the map, so if they did lose that fight, they wouldn't have the portal a little later on. It's a risk, and Citadel are not afraid to take those kooky plays if they need to.
It's why you see so many players actually drop these ultimates right at the start of rounds when they've built them up on previous rounds of domination. It's exactly like you say. Drop it early, you have it back later in time for the next fight. So you might as well. It's why I expect it is likely that we may see a Karmic Revival dropped early from Melio, just because they know there's a solid chance they'll be able to build it again. And the question is, Loki can just use it on anyone. They can use it on another Karmic Revival. They can use it on their own invisible boundary. They have options to keep themselves flexible and keep their team in the fight, which is why I expect we'll probably see Citadel get the first point here if they're able to get those revives. Problem is, this map is definitely not as good as Cradle for revive positions, but there are some options here.
I imagine that's a ready song when I hear the
We're
cries.
hearing the hype-ups.
I mean, I know that there's cameras like getting some of the footage, and I hope that they've gotten around
We'll
to
get
sort of
some
check
behind the
what's into
scenes,
that.
I'm
Yeah,
sure.
exactly. Like some of the stuff, like I didn't really know because I wasn't at the mid-season finals like you, but like knowing Salah from previous games, he is definitely so good at man management. Like I've watched him scrim in other games. I've seen him just succeed with underdogs, players that were just honestly underestimated at the top level in other areas. But we should be going back into game if it wasn't clear from Citadel Gaming making a lot of noise, making sure that they're awake. We certainly are. And we still have so much of the series to go. It's going to be crazy.
I'm still yelled
listening.
at again. Also, you should just, once again, I mentioned checking out the player socials, check out the team socials as well, because Citadel have brought like the whole posse. They have like 4 people here just for management, for getting footage and stuff like that. So check them out. Support your favorite team.
I like seeing American orgs in EMEA, because it's usually sometimes the opposite, so I appreciate Citadel Gaming showing up. And I'm not saying that because they gave me a hat earlier on. I'm not a biased caster, I promise.
Oh boy, we are starting off. Once again, you can see there's auto cancels. The way you do this is you hold right click and then you left click to cancel it. That's a great bionic hook though for the isolation onto Alex, but they're able to quickly onto Ken, sorry, but they quickly sustain themselves with that regeneration domain. Able to get the setup. Here comes the feast from the abyss, but Soulbond is going to allow Melio to try and sustain on through that. And you can see the damage output onto Vinny, dropping the blow. Kraken Impact going to be coming in from Terra, looking for the reset with that damage reduction, with the silence seduction though from Enzo will buy them extra time, and it's going to be 100 Thieves. They don't even need the Karmic Revival, Ryan, because Citadel are pushing them back.
And they've got Paulie over on the Captain America. Finally, we start to see it really stretch through. He's already built
Captain.
up the Freedom Charge. Oh, Captain, my Captain, certainly from EMEA, the 17-year-old wonder child is just one of the key players to be watching. That is very biased, by the way, because he's fantastic. However, for Citadel, you're right. They have so much to sit back in the bank with. But 100 Thieves have been very good at lasting out in these top fights. And when Tanuki goes down, it forces out Camp Revival before the fight's even ready to go from 100
But they've
Thieves.
got two. They can afford to burn them quite quickly. Enzo goes down as well. But did they get that second revive? Melio gonna be dropping theirs already. Ken has already gone for the copy for an invisible boundary. Not going for a second revive because they want to try and take this fight in the long term. Millennia going to be matching with their own invisible boundary. Delena still has that soul resurgence though, with soul rejuvenation, so they can try and go for an even longer fight. Polly will have to be the counter with that freedom charge for that bonus health to try and sustain through this. Terra goes down, comes back with a BRB. Another feast from the abyss. Vinny is charging these so fast, and it's enough. That anti-heal is going to prevent the strategist from getting away here. Tanuki falls, Alex falls, and Terra continues to show why they are so feared.
They're still able to actually get the point though, like 59% on the board for Citadel. That's going to be pretty good when you were forced in to use the Camera Revival and then they've got a Mischief to copy of an invisible boundary, which is 10% away for Alex. There's a lot that you can sit back with, but when you only have the solo duelists of Bucky, you've got Kraken Impact available on both sides, but where do you find the windows to work with it? Have Citadel got the read that there's not much strategist ultimates to rely on right now for 100 Thieves? Are you going to be able to find the right targets to focus in?
Mutant Gate, Terra not able to find the pickup there, as we will see Polly continuing to put the pressure on. Finds the Battle Rebirth Beacon. That's a pretty big pickup once again, removing some extra sustain from the side of Thieves. But Thieves, in the meantime, Vidi is causing problems in the backline. Millennia goes down, though the Kraken Impact is good. Terra and Tanuki trading back and forth, finding resets. The Loki clones are just going down, but it's Terra who finds Tanuki and comes out ahead of that duel. Carbon Revival is so close for Melio, but they do not have the Cocoon to try and sustain this out by building that charge. It's just going to be a reset. Citadel sent back to spawn and 100 Thieves take control.
Just a final reset to make sure that the up charge can build up a little bit faster, because now the progression on this third and final point of Krakoa is just about even. Crossed over from 100 Thieves are able to take that first point and have so much more to sit back with. Citadel Gaming playing around the Karmic Revival, the Loki and the Invisible Boundary from the Invisible Women that you might need it from. Still trying to build stuff up, but the Karmic Revival is good to go. You don't want to be on the back foot instantly, and Invisible Boundary is going to be used. It's such a weird part of the map to try and contest this. It's going to force 100 Thieves back in this engagement, but they've lost Tanuki again in the neutral.
Karmic Revival coming back in, brings back Tanuki and Enzo, both the first two to go down in the second round as well. Melio goes down, but they have the Cocoon so they can try and sustain through this, and it's worth it for them to try and bring themselves back. While Tanuki is down, if Melio comes back here, they could let Ked go for the copy and bring them back again. But
Really
they
nice.
waited until Tanuki respawned so that he could Strange to reinforce and come back to the fight as well. Now they have two options to keep people in this fight and keep this going. Portal comes out, pick up though, as once again, 100 Thieves are blasting them off the point. The portal is open though, and that means reinforcements from Citadel can come in. As overtime starts to tick down, they're just going to push their way through the body blocks to try and hold it. Tanuki is touching the point on that Strange buying time. Ken's onto the Jeff to give them every sustain point for the bubbles to run onto the point to buy time as overtime ticks on down. We're ticking down to the final moments as 100 Thieves just have numbers and momentum. They take map number 1.
Enough tenacity to pull on through. It's 5-0 so far since stage 2, and this terrific run from 100 Thieves on this map for Citadel Gaming. Just not really been seeing it that much from them. It is randomized, they don't really get the choice, but Citadel Gaming were the domination team from EMEA, and here they are losing out. This is the most 55-5. I hate, as a Vanguard player, I don't like being like, oh yeah, the duelist was the differentiating factor. You cannot argue that it wasn't for Terra. That was a god tier performance.
Terra's built different. It's just as simple as that, but so much of that comes down to their strategists enabling them. Delena, the Mantis was let through. Damage boost onto Terra means that they were finding those pickups consistently. That actual use of that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier for the damage boost, the Seer from Rocket, means that they're getting the resets and the finishing blows for, and you can see that in the difference. While we did see some good contention from Tanuki, who found quite a few pickups, it's 6-23 in the final hits. And when you are a Winter Soldier, the final hits are what matters, because that's what resets your Kraken impact. So being able to try and set that up is such a huge deal, and terrifying is the key phrase here, because they just are.
He terraformed as well, Citadel just flatline them out.
Oh, I like it. Nice.
It's I'm using all of my good stuff on day one, apparently, but I don't expect that it's going to be a case that we see very little of these teams no matter what. The thing here for Citadel is, like, we expect them to go to Convoy. It is just, not only they've got some great maps in there, Yggdrasil, Araco, they can sort of rely on. Midtown, they love to give us some great maps there. It's just a whole game mode they can work with. But it is that case of if it does go 1-1, 100 Thieves get a choice of Convergence, which is also a bit of a rough area for Citadel. So you're on the back foot instantly.
It's going to be a tough matchup already. We went 1-1-1 in that, back and forth the whole way. And there's a solid chance we might see that for the rest of this series. It's the final series of the day, and we still have 1 or 2 more maps to bring you. We'll find out how many that is after this break.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
A first map in this best of 3 series. Citadel taking 100 Thieves to the limit with the double revive composition. But 100 Thieves are just so strong. They were able to get them hands on that Mantis, and the Winter Soldier proved just a little bit of again-y? Would that be the right word here? There was too many agains. That's what I'm saying.
It was repetitive, so you're able to sort of bring out like
that's better. That's better.
Resurrection's been brought in from the Camera Revival, but 100 Thieves never seem to be that flustered about it. Like, oh yeah, you've just like resurrected 4 players with the Adam Warlock ultimate.
With padding Terra stats.
Yeah, Terra is like more like picks, I suppose, to sacrifice himself to. But here, it's really a case of Citadel going, there's only one choice of map that they were going to go to, and it's similar to what we saw before. Yggdrasil was the 3rd map in that Crazy Raccoon series as they were able to sort of pick up that domination first time around. But here, it's not a bad map for 100 Thieves either. In Stage 2, they're 5-2 on it. It's just the fact that Citadel are 7-0. Also beating Virtus Pro for the first time ever on this map fairly recently. And that's a lot because Virtus Pro have been playing together as a main squad of 5 to 6 players since over a year, which is crazy because the game hasn't been out over a year yet.
just to remind y'all why my co-caster is the best here. Usually we can just hear in our ear what the next map is, but just before we came back on camera, Ryan just leans over to the microphone and just goes, "So the next map's Yggdrasil, right?" Just before we were even told anything, told production what the next map is.
Well, it's just like you can sort of see it from distance. The stats is just a big blue number because, like Citadel it's so used to actually being on the back foot. Like, this isn't a team. Same with Na'Vi, same with Virtus Protoss, right? Like, none of them are super dominant in the same way that we saw like Envy or FlyQuest being up until the very end of like America's group stage. America take chunk outs of each other, and even teams like Chopped and FaZe looking very scary. Like unsigned teams actually put in good efforts against the top echelon of EMEA. Citadel are kind of used to taking a beating and being able to roll with it, and so in this case they have to rely on Yggdrasil. If this doesn't go well, that's a hell of a statement to make from 100 Thieves. If they 2-0 here and win on Yggdrasil for the first time against Citadel where they've not lost it for a while, that says a lot about their chances this event, I think.
The chances at this event are just going up and up for both these teams. The fact is, both are still looking to make it through. We could easily see either of these teams going through, and they don't even need the help of a higher power. Neither does, despite while praying to one, Daredevil, our newest character into the game. Quick reminder, because there's a solid chance we could see him in this match.
Yeah, we've not really seen him so much.
Not really.
Yeah, like, I mean, we've seen him a little bit in some of the other streams and stuff, but especially when we look at some of the plays beforehand, yeah.
Well, let's have a look.
Forgive me for what I am about to do. I see you. You've been judged. Face the devil. Wrath of the beast. Hellfire. On the hunt. Let the devil out! Ruthlessness is mercy.
There's a reason that I directed you to this Daredevil, because we have, in the form of Citadel, one of the teams that was really the main user of Black Panther in previous stages, especially at those mid-season finals, in the form of Tanuki being very scary to deal with. Pokey also played a little bit of melee from time to time, but this team is so flexible, and Daredevil has been sneaking into a lot of these games so far, and I really want to highlight that if we're looking for something to really mix it up a bit, that's a solid choice.
Especially when you can combine that with Poly, because we saw that a little bit earlier in that Yggdrasil on Crazy Raccoon, so you're right, it is a perfect map to see Tanuki potentially pull it out. I'm also curious because we did see that prioritization of the Protect onto Jeff Nado. It was Citadel that sort of coined
Also
it to an extent, but it was weird. Like, teams are different. I think Melio's even sort of said to me, because I remember talking about it, like, when you protect a character, is it a little bit problematic that you don't actually end up playing them? And he's like, it depends, because it's more like protecting, making sure that you keep as many options as possible, even if you don't intend to use them, because you don't want to be isolated to one comp, because if you get stuck on paper and they go scissors, you can't change to rock.
The fact is, Citadel did not play Jeff for the entirety of that first round until they swapped for the final portal, just so they could have bubbles on the point and at least try and sustain.
Yeah.
But having options is going to be important. And we're talking about options. Mid-season finals, one of the most banned players in particular in terms of target bans was Poly. You mentioned them earlier.
Yep.
And that is because their Captain America is, quite frankly, terrifying. But they have other options. They have so many new things, including one of our other new characters, which I will highlight while we wait for the game to finish being set up. Of course, the daughter of heaven herself, Angela.
My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day. For heaven! Straight to hell! Glorious! Thoughts and prayers! Blessed blades! To battle! Annihilation! Carbon! Fall! Weaklings! Overconfidence will destroy you.
And we are into the draft. We filled enough time, Ryan. We're heading into Yggdrasil Path, which would be a solid map for Angela, just on a theming basis, but also just very quick rotations back from spawn if you are on the defense, which 100 Thieves will be starting on.
So far, the Jeff instaban for Citadel, one side in it. I hope to see it. I mean, it would make more sense here. And 100 Thieves, yeah, the Sharknado was definitely something that was scary in the end. You're going to make sure that that team up with Venom isn't available. You're never going to ban out the Storm. It's been so long since we've seen that. But you have to respect it.
Season 1 would probably be like the last time we banned Storm, when she got her Omega Hurricane buffed, and then it was just Groot Storm literally every single game.
Yeah.
So, not going to be... Sorry, I just glanced over at our other casters on the other stream, and they were just having a dance party after a cast. Sorry. But we're seeing that Adam Warlock getting taken away. This is by Citadel, who were the ones to play it a little more consistently last time. And again, they've given 100 Thieves the Mantis.
Yeah, the Psylocke was another ban that we saw coming out of 100 Thieves. It seems to go a long way. Whatever idea they have, they're following the same draft that we did see on Krakoa. Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But this is also a game mode where you do see a lot more pressure being put onto the Emma Frost, especially trying to play more triple Vanguard, triple strategist. 100 Thieves are just like, no, we have this one idea, this one concept that we want to roll out with, and you can't say that they didn't make use of the Mantis and Bucky in the last map that we just saw. It was the two MVPs.
It just works. Quite frankly, it just works. So we're going to see the last Protect for Citadel here. They have themselves a Jeff. They will not have a Venom. What do you choose to capitalize here? What do you protect? They protect the Emma. This is a big factor on this map. The majority of teams that do win on this, it's not everyone, but the majority do usually try and secure themselves Emma.
They did protect the cap last time. That's not going to be hit, but the Strange is. I mean, we see it a little bit more just to stop any portal plays from happening. And I remember, so I did the interview with Na'Vi, and Fate was saying, they were talking about a game that they had, Na'Vi against Citadel, and he was like, I don't remember that game, because it was on Yggdrasil, I think. It's like, yeah, Paulie managed to stay on the point for 7 minutes. Oh god, yeah, I remember that. Instant, PTSD flashbacks from him. And so, Citadel do kind of rely a lot on these kind of stall plays. We saw it a little bit on Krakoa, but certainly on a map where the objective is moving and you have overtime to rely on, Citadel can really manage to make that work. Not having the Strange, however, to work with, that's going to hit you. And it wasn't the rocket ban this time either.
No rocket ban, meaning that we have revives available for the teams. One-sided Adam Warlock potentially, so there are opportunities, especially with not being able to portal back for Citadel to try and delay this. But for now, they start on attack, so we don't need to worry about that as much here. And already we're looking at that Punisher, which is going to be fantastic because Vinny is loading us in on their extremely strong Groot. But Citadel, they once again do not have portal back, so we immediately see the rocket to make sure that they have that extra sustain, the quick revives, and they're also looking at the Wolverine. Never mind, they're going back to the Storm. That is more what we expected.
The interesting thing about the draft so far is that every pick has been non-mirrored. There's not really been a case of, we both want to get rid of Mantis, we both want to get rid of Jeff. It is just 8 characters taken out, 4 on each side, having to work with. Tanuki's going to be over on the Storm, just trying to form in a reckoning. TTK is going to be broken down, but the Beer back means that he's back in this engagement. Unfortunately, his Vanguard counterpart, Vinny, has gone down too.
What a start from Citadel as they pick up 2. Preventing any BRB value. They take out Terror as well. That is actually a little bit rough because that means with Terror going down quickly means the portal will come in, and that's before the card even starts moving because they're literally just throwing bodies at the card because they know they're all about to come back through portal. We will see 100 Thieves wait a little bit to make sure that everyone is respawned and grouped back up so that they can all come and contest together, and we go for that defensive portal location facing away from their opponents so it's harder for them to get caught out and they can use it for cover.
Going in for the fight, the Groot wall is going to try and stop people from coming in, even force the Terror to not use this the portal as a little bit of a barrier to stop some of this damage, mitigate it away from these tight choke areas. So 100 Thieves now having to use the portal quite early on, and it forces Terra off of that duelist role. Now you've got the Final Judgment combined with Polly with the Strangling Prison. There's not much to go with. This is a good map for Citadel to work with, and it's moments like that is why they're some of the strongest in EMEA.
And that's just one of their big ultimates here. They're still building up towards the Mega Hurricane, which they have the Jeff for. So Jeff Nado to break the last defense. Terra takes to the sky with that Cloak of Levitation for some kind of sustain, some kind of delay. But honestly, they're just starting to get zoned out. They're trapped away from the cartridges. They're trapped away from their team. They're having to rotate through the inside just to try and get back to the point in time.
They're like, oh, their strategist is behind us. Let's just keep moving and see you later. Tanuki actually able to find a pick. The invisible bound is going to be used, and the Omega Hurricane's going to come in. I mean, it's Jeff is going to be used right at the end to just get it to duration to go a little bit longer to clear stuff off. But there's still a chance for 100 Thieves to be holding on here, but there's only 3 meters left. There's no portal play. Citadel have them on the ropes, but there's a good amount of actual defenders here. That this might not be as clean cut for Citadel as you might have assumed.
Enzo falls down, Tanuki goes down, and suddenly they're forced to regroup. But like you said, there's only 5 meters left to go, as Citadel are just going to be able to regroup and set up. But they've burned all of their main setups here. The Omega Hurricane into the Jeff Nado only found 1 or 2, while TTK went down, who is on the Angela, by the way, for the reinforce, so they can contest even longer. They were still able to get Deleda onto it with the Soul Rejuvenation. So they had the tools to find the right positioning. Assassin's Charge not finding its target, though.
Citadel Gaming using a lot to play with. Maybe some ultimate combinations out of sync. We saw it a little bit on Krakoa earlier. Not quite connecting onto this first checkpoint here, and there's a bit of an overextend from Enzo, looking to go in the fight controller player pretty much in the backline, and now there's the combination of the damage amplified from the arm for Harvey, as well as that Heaven's Descent, slamming people down. Final Judgment is actually going to be used as a riposte, but you're still losing players. In fact, Citadel, with all of this damage, they're able to actually turn it around onto Terra, but just by the skin of Melio's teeth.
Invisible Boundary, though, is going to buy even more time, and this is just burning through the clock for Citadel. Polly goes down. Melio is forced to back up here. They won that fight, but it delays long enough for 100 Thieves to come back and still keep this cart stalled.
Now they have some ultimates, but every time that Enzo literally just got the sign of seduction, now he's just throwing it out. There's enough numbers going down, but you can see just how separated 100 Thieves are. Now trying to group up off the back of the Soul Resurgence, but 3 players are hit by the Eye of Agamotto. Terra switching over to a completely different role for the portal player, stayed on his character ever since, and he yet again has turned the fight around in favor for 100 Thieves.
Forcing them back. Captain America for Polly. They're going to have to run in and touch it, but they're caught! Assassin's Charge might hold them off the point in time. Omega Hurricane going to have to be dropped to just try and contest this. They have Jeff. This is potentially the last chance for Citadel because 100 Thieves are holding up the defense. Jeff Nado to try and delay. They've got someone on the card. They're dropping good damage. They're chasing down the lane. They're going to be able to pick them off. Millennium comes back and the Battle Rebirth Beacon, meaning it's down to this last brawl fight. Terra falls again. They could try and portal back as it's potentially back off cooldown, but it's not going to matter as Citadel in overtime break the siege eventually. TTK's delaying.
Question mark.
They can't hold it. They cannot hold that any longer.
And they held it for pretty much the max amount of time. It was just Citadel and overtime name a better duo. But might I remind you, Citadel don't have access to the Doctor Strange, so there's not really that many safety nets, that security, that extra thing to rely on when things go wrong. So Citadel, we're pretty much at the end of their tether potentially. Could have been full held against the 100 Thieves on a map that they are the most dominant in the world at.
The longer we burn through for 100 Thieves, even if they get triple capped here, the longer they burn through Citadel's Wick, the better situation they have. Because if we go to that overtime, they have the portal, they can re-engage, they have the better chance in overtime. So this is what they're trying to do, just make as much time away from Citadel as possible. But Citadel are trying to commit to this fight. That is an incredible psionic seduction, pulling them in, and 100 Thieves are just wiped off the board here. And already we're seeing the push up. Terra is already in position though to portal them back in, and they may be looking for a second contest.
I mean, they did so well on first. You want to try and go for a similar plan on second, especially you do have the damage amplifier as well with the Feast of the Abyss that Vinny has available. Yeah, they're deciding to hold on to it because they could just sort of walk there. But look how much Citadel just pushed on through with a Final Judgment Freedom Charge just to just give themselves a bit more of a boost. 100 Thieves tried to go for it. They tried to go for more like simple, straightforward play. They thought that they had time, and Citadel just completely cut them off.
Literally, they ran into point 3 before they've even capped, just to zone them away, to keep them off the point. Down goes Rocket, no portals, and that is Citadel. They took a while to break that first point. The reinforcements proving very tough to deal with, but this is the Citadel we expect to see. Now they've broken that first point, it's all aggression. It's all aggression all the time, and they are struggling. 100 Thieves not having the reactions to this.
I mean, they haven't really had the chance to reset either. You can see that Polly is getting very involved into the backline, actually takes out Terra. The Be Right Back is used up pretty early on, and the Feast of the Abyss is actually going to be used prematurely maybe for 100 Thieves. They're able to get some picks and trade things out, but it still feels that this is both teams trying to set up and posture for the next engagement. You've got big ultimates being used to try and keep momentum going, or to swing it back against Citadel.
They're buying as much time as they can before they drop this Omega Hurricane. Coming on in with the Jeff to trap them down. Media M actually to avoid that. They take out Tanuki. They take out Ken. They just countered that completely. We see Enzo down as well, and that timer is starting to look real skinny.
I mean, that's a call for TDK to make. Just using it to be unCCable, able to sort of escape just in this finer moment, but able to get a pick off the back of it. It's crazy stuff. Polly's trying to dive in to be a little bit more threatening, and it's in fact forced out the counter dive. You saw Vinny just leap in to the Savior Magneto to sort of peel away some of that damage. You've now got Terra that's over on the Bucky, away from that Doctor Strange, trying to go for the hooks. The Kraken's impact, able to get one, but there's no resets available. Citadel Gaming are giving this a wide berth to make sure that Terra can't have the same amount of success as he had on Krakoa.
Dive comes in, delays for Vinny, continuing to just burn through this quick. We're down to the final minute. Melio has that final judgment. Enzo dropped low, so they're going to create an opening. Freedom charge for the movement speed buff to push onto the point, but it's full evasive maneuvers. Everyone is fleeing. Psionic seduction to bring them out of hiding. And finally, Citadel are creating an opening. They're trying to trap Vinny to force them, to stop them from escaping. A Scourge Grenade could lock them down. They prevent the swing, and the cart continues to move. But we are 30 seconds remaining. 100 Thieves will be respawning before this final point. And now it's all about how well Citadel can hold zone and try and stagger the members of 100 Thieves.
You see, you hear these like coordinated war cries coming in from Citadel Gaming as well, which feel like full stops, exclamation marks, with how this coordination is working together with the amount of ultimate synergies. However, 100 Thieves, now that we get into that last 10 seconds of regulated time of Citadel's attack, the pick has gone in their favor. They are very far away. They have to leap in as and when needed, but 100 Thieves are going to try and put their bodies in the way. Able to touch, it's in LT.
Tanuki's up to 90%. They've lost Alex though, meaning there's not going to be any extra healing from the Invisible Woman. No Guardian Barrier. Tanuki falls pre-ult. Ken falls pre-ult. And 100 Thieves are smashing through Citadel. There's no portal. There's no cap. And there's no hope for a triple cap, as 100 Thieves are able to hold it on 2 points with 90 meters, 41 centimeters.
Decent considering it looked like Citadel Gaming could have been full held on first with how much time 100 Thieves bought up. And really the only moments that we've seen that looked a bit rough for Citadel is just out of sync ultimates, right? The Sharknado, it was Tanuki being a little bit late. That could have been a really good time set if they were able to win that fight on the first engagement really. But 100 Thieves managing to time the fights, throw themselves into engagements where they're down in numbers to just keep stalling for as much time as possible. They know how to butter the bread on maps like Yggdrasil's Path, and even with both teams moving away from triple Vanguard, triple strategies for the most part, you're still seeing that kind of same strategy in play.
No portals back for Citadel, so we of course see that rocket, but they're not going to go extra ambitious. There was a chance, if they really wanted to, where they could just try and just go for potential extra sustain, but you can see in these bans, it's a hard situation for them to actually bring themselves back in while that Doctor Strange is taken away. They did have access to, for example, the Adam Warlock and the Loki. They could have tried to sustain themselves that way. Citadel, they banned those away from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Tanuki and Melio having more final hits than the entirety of 100 Thieves combined. Nice to see that your duelist duo, even when they're not playing the duelists, still are able to find so much. And certainly for Citadel, when they were running the triple strategies, they missed a bit of that lethality, perhaps. Now 100 Thieves attacking themselves. We saw a brief look at Torch, but they've moved over to Terra on the Bucky, and Delane is actually going to bring out the Storm themselves.
So they're going forward, just a quick reset. They can of course use that Bionic Hook to try and isolate members of Citadel who have gone extremely aggressive. Captain America and the Angela forward to set up. They've got the Zootopia backline in the form of that Jeff and the Rocket. Enzo's dropping low, but they have a lot of healing with this setup.
Now Enzo full charge up with the left click, seeing exactly where that dive's going to come in, try and peel for it, as it really is just the Groot of Vinny, able to catch through, a little bit of a combination with Harvin. It's going to force the B right back out for Citadel Gaming. Quite early on in this fight, as 40 seconds has passed so far, now you've got the Kraken's Impact used in an instant response with the invisible boundary from Alex.
They're able to hold on through, no resets. Enzo tanks through the remainder here, with Alex going to be losing the rest of that. They're going to be reliant on the It's Jeff, which they're using defensively this time, trying to find in their way into the backline. Finds only the enemy Angela, so it's a full retreat to come out. Sorry, a friendly Angela. So Ken just moves back into position to heal up. Those Groot walls are proving extremely problematic for Citadel.
You have got the Strangler Prison for Vinny. It's what opportunity you're going to use it in. Actually, yeah, you've got the Omega Hurricane specifically focused on Ken. That's not how Jeff Nato works. He got isolated in that fight. He doesn't want to see it on the other side. And now it means the Citadel have to back up, try and buy a bit more time. They don't have Strange Portals, so they have to do it by foot.
They're trying to make their way back in. They have some extremely fast rotations, though. They have Jeff, they have Angela, they have Rocket, they have Cap. All of these are so fast for rollouts. Psionic Seduction for the sustain. They're trying to use the Groot Walls for at least a little bit of zoning, but they're going to try and trap in Vinny, but they're tagging through with the Soul Rejuvenation. Strangling Prison for the turnaround, and the engage from Citadel is being shut down. It looks like 100 Thieves are going to get this first point because there's no portals to sustaining here. Polly going to buy at least a couple extra seconds, once again doing exactly what 100 Thieves did, by trying to just melt through that timer. But 100 Thieves, they do make better time than Citadel.
Not too much left in the end. 4.5 minutes to try and push for a second and a little bit of third. For Citadel Gaming, if they change up too much, yeah, Melio's moved over towards the Adam Warlock, and you have got Polly that's now moved over away from the Cap back onto Groot to try and combine with what Tanuki's doing on the Bucky with that Kraken's Impact.
Polly is an incredible group player. Giving them that opening could be exactly what they need, but TTK building up towards an Eye of Agamotto for himself on Strange Gem, being able to portal back means that Citadel basically have to win twice as many fights in these. Melio trying to match that with that Karmic Revival option that they decided not to use on the first setup, but they've got a much better setup here. It's Jeff for the sustain, going for the Swallow Kraken Impact, not going to be able to find a huge pickup. Delena takes out Melio though, who will be able to come back from the Maker Coup with Eye of Agamotto into the backline, invisible boundary to sustain on through, and it's working! They hold the line, Omega Hurricane just to try and take down the fish, and they get him! Ken is taken out.
It feels a little bit personal at this rate, and it's just a Citadel trying to set up. Counter Revival is going to be forced in to try and bring some people back. Polly's gone down, so he's going to be brought in, and Terra's now looking to get some more resets in, a little bit far away from having the Kraken's Impact, but this Counter Revival is finding its money's worth as the entirety of Citadel Gaming were wiped just then.
And they are being pulling back 100 Thieves with that Psionic Seduction, trapping them with the Groot Wall, and Citadel Gaming are starting to create quite the containment here. They are going far out here, trapping Vinny, and they set up a beautiful choke point there. They're going to pull back here into the main doorway so that they don't overextend and have to fight through a healing spawn door. But this, Citadel were able to turn this round, this draft adaptation, working well for them, but they did just burn Karmic Revival, which is a long cooldown, and with that group proving to be a problem, it's time for Delena to adjust.
He's got a third of the percent ready for Melio. In fact, he's almost halfway. You have got Strangler Prison, Kraken's Impact as well as a combination. Might want to use it now for 100 Thieves as they're trying to set up Wolverine as a swap over for Delena to try and really make it a little bit more of a scrappy fight. Punish Polly that's moved over towards that Groot. And now that Strangler Prison, Kraken's Impact with Tanuki and Polly hasn't really found all that much. Yeah. That's a hell of a bulwark to actually protect the Wolverine there, just as he was hooked in from Tanuki, able to survive. 100 Thieves, they have bodies on the objective, but it's not moving anywhere just yet.
They're able to take out Melio, who does not have Cocoon. It's Jeff for the extra healing and see if they can get into any of those backliners. Find the isolated, they can get the Wolverine. It could be huge, which they do. The damage output is big. They really want Ken, but Ken really wants Logan. Gonna take him all the way, trying to feral lead back onto the point. And it looks like Wolverine survived.
Only just. And everybody else actually from Citadel is going down in that whole engagement. Seems that they were trying to do what 100 Thieves were doing and just trying to go for like the Storm play, trying to catch people, isolate them, take them out of this engagement. But it hasn't worked for Citadel. You've got 90 seconds left on the clock, and the Wolverine hiding, making sure that if Citadel Gaming go for this fight, it has to be for this choke point. He's going to try and go for the Psionic Seduction off the back of the dive, and Tanuki goes down from Terra.
Looking for the opening. Tanuki once again going to be the first to fall. Karmic Revival dropped early. They can't take this without Tanuki, and they need to build up that ultimate charge. Delay, they're going to get zoned away a bit, falls behind the walls to make sure that they have the sustain. And Citadel, they're throwing everything at this because they know they have to. Basically, every single fight facing the Abyss inside the doorway takes out Melio. They have Cocoon this time, so they can come on back. Straggling Prison from Polly, looking for the first setup. But final judge, final stand coming in with Wolverine with the percentage damage to try and burst on through that front line, but they're just taking too much damage. That Sonic Vortex zones them away from the point. Meteor M taking out Enzo as 100 Thieves are just picking up slowly, but they're finally picking up. Tanuki finally opens up. Kraken Impact takes out one, looks for the backline. The group wall is able to zone them away, but this time they've got that soul bond for the strategist healing, taking them down. 30 seconds. Portal available for 100 Thieves if they want to come back for one more.
They have to, really. It could be Citadel making this 1-1 in this series. And there's no ultimates to rely on outside of the It's Jeff for Ken. Are they going to be? They're going to have to try and touch it. I think Vinny's going to have to try and sneak in. They're going to try and save the Strange for a little bit later, hoping that they can get some more. They expect to sort of be able to finish out the second checkpoint and maybe go for the third.
Vinny's just going to rush the backline, going to dive the point. If they can knock him back, they tried Force Physics, not able to get so Vinny will touch. Buys time for overtime. They have that symbolic resilience for at least some kind of delay. Drops low, sustains for the overhealth for one more fight. They're healing up. They're going to try and use that Cloak and Dagger to build Ultimate Charge really quickly. Invincible Boundary comes out. It's Jeff! It's a triple! Running away off the point! And Citadel gaming even up the score!
It's their map. It's their home. They're going to make sure that 100 Thieves, even though we're on American soil, are not going to get anything done here. 100 Thieves not being bad at this map at all in the slightest at stage 2, but Citadel Gaming just know how to make it work. And finally we're starting to see that Adam Warlock, that Jeff, the focus of like getting Paulie on the Captain America, it's all starting to align for Citadel Gaming. It's looking good, and they're sounding good as well from the response that we heard from the players.
They are hyped, they are full of energy, and that was 100 Thieves. They basically had everything they needed for that. They had Venom, delay enough for the point, they were pushing up, they had Cloak and Dagger who was building up towards an ultimate, they had an Invisible Boundary on the point. That probably could have sustained them long enough to build up an Eternal Bond, which maybe they then could have sustained through, and Melio probably wouldn't have had Karmic Revival in time. But Ken, with the game-saving play, 3-man, it's Jeff, eating them off the point and taking out 100 Thieves, evening up the score and taking us to a map number 3.
Being able to pull out 40k healing as well. Like,
he's pretty good.
When he had so much of the focus as well from the Storm on the other side, like 100 Thieves had some really nice ideas. I really like taking out the Strange just at the end, because some teams do it, but I don't think Citadel have had that against them all that much, realistically. So it keeps them on their toes, but that's the kind of position that they like to be in. Unfortunately, I would say that there's only one map that 100 Thieves would take us to at this rate, is Jalia, but I think all of the Convergence maps for Citadel are a little bit not as dominant as they would be on Convoy, right? So I think the advantage for 100 Thieves is still there going into map 3.
We'll be finding out if it is Jalia. One's going to be 100 Thieves map choice, and they'll get to choose whether they attack or defend. So don't go anywhere. We apologize for the breaks, but the teams need to set up. We need to give them time to use bathrooms. They are human. So we will be right back with the final map of today. Who is going to take the lead in this group? Will it be 100 Thieves or will it be Citadel? Make sure you stay around to find out.
have what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Are back for our final game of today, and it's to decide the leader in Group B. 100 Thieves took a solid first set. Citadel bringing it back on their map of choice. And you've done a little bit of research. We have been told that we are going to Symbiotic Surface. What have you learned?
Yeah, it was not what we expected, really. It is a 4-0 map for, 3-0 for 100 Thieves. It is a common pick for them, but not necessarily like the main one. They try to divvy it up a bit more. But for Citadel, they've only played it once. This is 100 Thieves essentially saying, like, we have the read here. We don't really care too much what Citadel Gaming are doing, which makes sense considering the draft between Krakoa and Yggdrasil has been essentially the same from them. It's like a cookie-cutter format that they're trying to follow to put Citadel onto the back foot. But for here, Citadel, we haven't really seen that much of it since like mid-season finals.
We don't get a lot of Symbiotic Surface in our region at all, really.
Yeah, I mean, both teams tend to like avoid it like the plague to an extent, especially when there's like more focus on Central Park. There's a little bit more, I suppose, on Jalia, especially, which we assumed would be the case because it's been an abhorrent map, I think, for Citadel Gaming with their form losing it to Crazy Raccoon earlier. You would have assumed the 100 Thieves would go, yeah, we can give it a crack there, but instead they found something. It's whether it works out.
It's less of a gamble than Heart of Heaven. Let's at least put it that way. That is, of course, in the pool. We have yet to see it, at least in any of the games that we have cast, but it is there. We're just going to stick with what the teams are comfortable with as we go through, at least for now. There's
a content idea, I think, for playoffs. It's just like, which team is going to be picking Heart of Heaven first? Because we're also guessing who's going to be making playoffs, I think, at that rate. Because I think it's going to be playoffs by the time we see it, I think. Unless OUG, Crazy Raccoon, Rejects are like, we're going to bring it out now. Because teams are going to be prepared on it, but I imagine they're going to be very secretive on what kind of comp, strats, ideas, and where you're taking the fights. Because they're so important in game modes like this hybrid one where you need to take the objective and then move the payload along.
We're getting set up for our next map very shortly. When you look at this map, Strange actually falls down in priority for the first point, but raises for the second. This is due to the fact that the first defender spawn actually has some really weird tunnels that make it very hard to place a portal for those initial rollouts. You actually have to find the right rotations, and that can take a little bit longer and make it harder for a defense, so you'll oftentimes see a little more priority on the first point, at least for stuff like the rocket, to try and sustain on through, and also Groot rises up in priority here quite a bit. In terms of attackers, though, Strange is invaluable because it is a long walk from attacker's spawn to that first point.
Yeah, we even see like Mr. Fantastic used from Saipei to be the barrier to protect the Doctor Strange whilst he puts up the portal. So, you know, Citadel loved their portal plays, but we did see it just banned out in that second map of Yggdrasil. So I don't know if it's enough of a weight to it to do it, but I guess it wasn't a bad idea, I think, in the end for 100 Thieves. It's just what are they going to choose now that they've dropped that map, and the first map so far of the Grand Finals event here in Atlanta?
There's only one way to find out, and that's us head into the draft to find out where these teams choose to go in terms of characters. We start to have a look. We're looking at, of course, these big defensive characters. We start to look at stuff like the Venom for a little bit of harassment, of course, and just due to the value. The Mantis, when you're on attack, that sieging power is good. Rocket, raise in priority. And finally, Citadel remove Mantis.
Yeah, so far it's been Mantis or Jeff, so both teams really feels like Citadel Gaming having to basically say like, okay, yeah, we can't let it happen here. It's not an amazing map for Jeff because you don't have as many environmental picks that you can get outside of some like key areas, but also just Mantis seems to work in so many different comps, and the Emma Frost Protect from 100 Thieves, it can be protected here if Citadel want to. Are they going to choose something else instead? No, they're going to match it. In fact, this is looking very similar so far to what both teams are trying to run.
If we see an Adam ban from 100 Thieves, then we're full mirror so far. Again, this is a map where Adam gets a lot of value, but no, we just see the Jeff taken out. Prioritizing, of course, Tanuki and Ken, who can cause some extreme chaos when it comes to that Jeff, with Tanuki being the innovator, and now that it being a bit more of a heal focus, it's going to be Ken who's really taken up the torch when it comes to that.
Bucky Psylocke. I mean, the Psylocke has been free for free so far with 100 Thieves, regardless of what side that they start on. And they chose to attack first, actually. So Citadel Gaming on the defense wanted to make sure that Bucky isn't in play, which makes sense because Terra, despite him being a little bit under the weather, is pretty much putting the Citadel Gaming under with some of the plays that we've been seeing out of the Bucky.
So finally removing that from the board immediately with that Winter Soldier taken away, they remove the Groot. When you look at Groot, there's a couple counters, the main ones being Winter Soldier. How do you counter Groot? You remove him from his team and pick him off early by just forcing a mispositioning. The Punisher, because he burns through walls extremely quickly. Moon Knight, because he is able to just bounce off those Groot walls and set up extremely quickly. And Wolverine, for the same reason as the Winter Soldier. So with one of those big options removed, we see Groot banned away and 100 Thieves. They're going to secure it for themselves, taking the risk of running it into that Winter Soldier.
Yeah, seeing what kind of synergies, team-ups that you want to connect, going for the Hela instead. Nice idea, and it's the first time, like, so far for the series, all of, like, the bans that have come in have been non-mirrored. Up until at Mantis, where both teams shook hands and went, yep, no Mantis on this map, please, in this final map of the final best of 3 of today, day 1 of the Grand Finals. Nobody's lives, career lives, I suppose, in this tournament are up at stake yet.
No, this
but
will just
they
make
could
it 1-1.
Yeah, and it's like, good seeding is always important. You're going to fight for it. But it's also bragging rights, I think, for both sides. Citadel Gaming want to look sharp, and seeing some of the other teams being dropping maps from other teams that aren't Americas, it shows that it's a lot closer. Not only from Americas, but also from Asia, China, Pacific. It's a scary bunch.
Everyone is in the running right now. OUG, they may sit at 0-2, but they're still in the running. We have, of course, Crazy Raccoon. They are 0-2. They're still in the running, and Reject are literally dominating their group right now, putting on an incredible performance. So we are heading in with everything up in the air for our final map of our first day of play. We're seeing that Adam Warlock coming in, and this time they've brought the Loki.
The battle starts in 5.
Ooh, it's tense. I actually seen Terra maybe lock in the Jean Grey a little bit. No portal play off of the rip.
Yeah.
It is just that kind of rip one you approach, like you said, getting your steps in from distance, trying to just get those connections in when the Jean Grey for Terra is forced away from the book. He has to go into something a little bit different, but a character that has been knocked down in value so far in that duelist role.
Tanuki going to be sieging from above, looking for an opening, just trying to keep the pressure on. Terra, they were literally the Jean Grey from Stage 1 mid-season finals. They are trying to continue to find that opening here, try and burst through bonus health, try and just get these quick blow-ups. Strangling Prison into Ensom Inferno. Basically a one-shot for most people. Melio just keeping the healing up, at least for the moment. And of course, once again, going for those attack cancels. As more hits you get with Adam, the quicker your healing comes down.
No progression really being made so far from 100 Thieves. A minute has almost been bought up. Both squads wanted to try and build up these ultimates, see what they can grab first. But for Melio, it's a case of just waiting things out, trying not to be too offensive with these plays. And the attempt has gone in actually over onto Polly that's playing the Venom just because he leaps in. It seems 100 Thieves want to try and cut him across and make sure that he's not able to get through. And Song Inferno doesn't get too much, but it's the first ultimate farmed up. A Citadel are sitting on 6 right now.
Silent Seduction going to be dropped open, as well as the clone from Harvey. Visible Boundary is going to be traded out. It's going to be Delena dropping their Visible Boundary first, and the Silent Seduction from Enzo shuts down Harvey. He can't use his cloned ultimate. Tanuki resets through, and we are seeing 100 Thieves sent back to spawn, and they are happy about it.
Yeah, he's like, there's only one Bucky in the server. Quite literally, because I banned it out, but you get the point. Like, it feels like it's a little bit more specific, but I think Tanuki realizing that in that first map that Citadel lost, it was pretty much a diff on the side of Terra. Now forced away onto the Jean Grey. Very close to farming up another Endsong Inferno, mind you, but a lot of the ultimates that 100 Thieves had used up, and it's still free to sit back on for Citadel.
TTK just sieging in, trying to create an opening, and of course charge up that Emma Frost damage. Polly on the flank, on the Venom this time, which was allowed over to them. While they didn't get the Jeff, they do still have this as a great setup. Damage boost with the Tether to push on in. We see a Karmic Revival coming on in from Melio to bring back the team. Tanuki is taken down. Melio needs to find that body so that they can get the revive onto the fight. Enzo comes back after being taken down by Vinny, and Terra picked off by Melio on the match, meaning that we're seeing as much healing from Millennia coming in as possible, but the point control is looking good for Citadel with the clone as Invisible Boundary. Millennia's just going to try and remove them from the healing with the It's Jeff to try and take them off the point. The fish is fleeing and they're absconding with your team.
They're trying to be chased down. Melio gets picked off, does have the life cocoon, so he's trying to get back to somewhere safe, but it means that the rest of Citadel Gaming are trying to peel away to help protect him, which means that they're getting off at the point. Prison right in the doorway. A great sight for Vinny. He sees exactly the window that he needs to grab, and Citadel Gaming trying to protect Melio to keep him up off the back of that passive. It means 100 Thieves spot blood in the water, able to take first.
But they burn through a lot of time to do it. 3 minutes and 18 remaining. Terra back onto the Phoenix after the reinforcement there. But they already are built up towards an invisible boundary and a God of Mischief. Alex has their own invisible boundary, but they also have that Feast from the Abyss, meaning that they could try and just burst through 100 Thieves if 100 Thieves aren't able to get down that regeneration domain to try and sustain through it.
Well, he's in the back line. Is he going to have people take him down, try and focus on him? In fact, that just hesitation has allowed Tanuki to catch onto Vinny, able to CC him out, pull him in position, and it forces a sign of seduction from TPK. The one ultimate that we saw out first alongside that invisible boundary from Delena, it's both available for Citadel. They're going to go in thick and fast, but Citadel are not feeling threatened enough that they actually want to use these ultimates. They just need to be careful of that Ensong Inferno. They don't know where it is, so the invisible boundary goes down to just make sure that they're protected just in case.
They're staying on through. Terra's going to be punished, picked up by Polly, who keeps the pressure on. Cosmic Cluster is a blow-up onto Millennia as Melio just continues to siege on in. Adam Warlock, while being a strategist, the damage output is actually wild what you can get with this character, especially if you land a full Cosmic Cluster on your opponent.
In here, Tanuki having a Kraken's impact. He's almost inviting 100 Thieves to get a little bit closer, seeing if he can get the hook in, but it doesn't quite connect onto Vinny, who's going to be target number one. You have now got Polly, not on the Captain America, but playing in the same style of just being consistently irritating, alongside with some help from Enzo. This is comfortable for Citadel. It's less than 2 minutes left for 100 Thieves to keep pushing this, and they really haven't made much progression on this second checkpoint at all.
Melio charges up a Cosmic Cluster, just going to send it into a wall, not going to risk getting caught out with the silent seduction. Polly's going to be the first to fall. Invisible boundary, they're just going for a sustain. They can trust Polly to re-engage here. Not burning the Karmic Revival as of yet, but it's Jeff. May force a reaction out of the team here, but no, forced to retreat and used defensively. No one to swallow. It's just to make sure that you get that healing on the board and that Jeff is sustained and safe when he comes out of it.
I think that was a pretty late invisible boundary that was copied over from Harvey. Really wanted to try and make as much as possible and just keep himself somewhere to fight. Now you have the Counter Revival actually being used alongside the Feast of the Abyss. It's going to bring back Tanuki just in the nick of time, and it makes sense because you have got the Kraken's impact on the side of Citadel Gaming. Trying to prison a little bit like just early, potentially. The invisible boundary was still up and it's still comfortable, and now Polly's actually been able to get into the backline onto 100 Thieves.
Tanuki has to crack an impact to disengage here as the counter invisible boundary from Delena is allowing him to hold through the fight with Alex, Enzo, and Melio all taken down. No more Karmic Revival. It's all about just seeing if you can get any kind of stagger, any kind of trade-off, because there's no way Tanuki's getting away here. He's isolated from his team. He's trapped on this side of the map. He will be going down here. He's incredibly staggered. He was just trying to get one trade out.
Oh, portal play for Enzo, but you, like you said, you're still waiting for players like Tanuki to come back into the fray. Beast of the Abyss, Polly very close to having another one. He's been able to throw out so much damage. It feels like it was only 35 seconds ago that we just saw it in play. I don't think it was interrupted either. And you have got a God of Mischief now for Ken. Yeah, he's sort of sitting pretty, able to go in for the work. And Tanuki back into the engagement, gets to pick onto Terra. Silent Seduction forced out early again from 100 Thieves, just as we get into overtime. Still a lot more progress to make, and it's Jeff. Everybody's stacked up, seeing if he can catch people, pull some space, and create some time. Able to grab onto Free, and it looks like he's going to be able to get out scot-free. Citadel can't really chase in this engagement, but Agamotto's going to be used from Enzo on the other side. He connects onto the two players that are left.
Enzo's trying to take this by himself. Here comes Polly for the reinforcement with the Feast from the Abyss. The damage output while the team is zoned off the point. The Vanguard stay and fight. But Terra comes back in with the portal, allowing their team to at least kind of recontest the force physics to push TTK off the point. But they hold, they delay, they crack an impact, and it's going to be a hold. Citadel Gaming stop that cart. The essence of Null is ceased at 1 point, 133 meters.
That second point hold was good from Citadel. It really isn't a map that we've seen much since mid-season finals, and even then, think about the stage one. It didn't feel that Citadel Gaming were ever the kind to go here. Maybe like old Insomnia, for example, when you have that Wolverine team up throwing Demon across the map. Shout out to Demon, like, you still terrify me from the games that we saw. But here for like 100 Thieves, it was a gamble to try and go here. It's a map that we've not seen Citadel play too much. It's not a map that you've played a huge amount either. 3 wins, 0 losses in stage 2. It's not your like pedigree. So Citadel seeing if they can hold out. All they need to try and hit that line in the sand on their attacking side, and they go 2-0 in their groups.
That's all they need to do, but all 100 Thieves need to do is to simply just stop them. If they can hold them at this first point or partway through that second point, then they are going to be taking that early stage of the group and taking that same lead. And we're looking at Terra. They don't have access to the Winter Soldier, so they choose to go for a more dueling style. They're bringing out the Star-Lord.
There's no access to Hela as well, which...
No.
It's easy, like, the bans are a lot more discreet, I think, in this one. It isn't just like the obvious stuff, really. Going for stuff like the Groot, the Psylocke has been consistent for 100 Thieves. It's a little bit more subtle with their approach, trying to go for characters that they're just not maybe used to like having to draft without, because there's so many common conceptions to work with.
No portal for Citadel. They're just going to walk out manually with Polly leading the charge. Just going to try and cause a little bit of grief, but that's a big hitbox. And while you're able to get out of here safely, you just build up a lot of ult charge for Terra.
It's a little bit scary. Forces out some not too big cooldowns for 100 Thieves on this defense. And Terra's trying to scare him away playing up on the Star-Lord. He only has eyes for Polly, but that line of sight is a little bit broken. It's a blind spot. Polly is taking a lot of damage though. Has to use that symbiotic resilience in order to stay alive. But I think he sort of screws up. Yeah, he's not able to get the rollout, but he just has enough support, certainly from the regeneration domain that comes in on the side of Ken. That keeps him alive, but that's a big cooldown loss.
And Ken takes out Delena. Ken is actually popping off right now, creating the opening. Enzo gets 2. They're zoning them off the point. That Essence of Null is starting to look pretty vulnerable. Citadel creating the opening. They chase back the fish, trying to prevent Millennia from regrouping with their team and bubbling them back to a point as the Essence of Null is activated, and that's way more time for Citadel.
Paulie wants another crack at 100 Thieves, trying to see if he can go further into the back line. And now for Citadel, 5 minutes on the clock to just push this 100 more meters, which you sort of expect this point if it's going to be held. I haven't seen it held in second for quite a while because we've not seen it in quite a while. It's just before that final choke point. It's still like a 90-degree angle to work with, so it's not impossible for Citadel to set a really good timing here. But losing Terra that early for 100 Thieves is a disaster.
Vinny's going to delay it as best as they can, targeting onto the Venom, and down it goes. Vinny buys time. It's a quick rollout character, but it's given a little bit of time for 100 Thieves to set up. This will help them a little bit, and also Harvey's been able to build up some solid ult charges. They are on that Cloak and Dagger, so now they have the opportunity to make their way back in. Vinny's already basically back, and here's the opening. Tanuki with a double! Triple! Tanuki trying to open it up for Citadel. The cart's moving. They've got 2 people on it. With the time they've created, Terra's onto the Strange. They know that's their last chance. Vinny's potentially going to dive this to buy time, but he needs to do it now. That cart's moving. Portal's going to come in. Is it going to be in time? It's so close! Portal comes out for the last possible second. They have its definitely lead a bit of extra sustain and the eternal bond from Cloak and Dagger. Harvey, Shades of Season 0 for the extra sustain. Invisible boundary from Alex. Karmic Revival is available off to the side for Melio as they try to find a good position for that revive to hold it. Invisible boundary for Delena, but it doesn't save Terra. And we're starting to see 100 Thieves getting staggered, and Melio's literally just hanging out, just waiting for his team to win or for his moment to shine.
What a POV.
Beast from the Abyss comes on in. Tanuki goes down, which means revives is about to come on in. Welcome back, Tanuki. It's your turn to potentially take the lead in this group. Tower is down. Harvey is down. 100 Thieves have been robbed of this round. We see Venom retreating onto the point, zoned off the point with the frenzied arrival from Venom. Swings away, and Citadel swing into the lead.
They're so prepared in these fights. 100 Thieves, they go for a gamble on a map we don't see too often. But Citadel Gaming, no matter what meta you force them onto, they want the scrap, they want the reps, they want the time in the server because they can make statements like that. A hell of a turnaround for Citadel Gaming that looked a little bit slow to start with a map loss against Crazy Raccoon, making sure that they end up at the top of Group B with a 2-0 lead.
Citadel Gaming, they started off a little bit shaky.
Yeah.
And that just seems to be the theme for this tournament. But the theme for Citadel in general is they always pull through. They have found so few situations where they haven't. Mid-season finals and Ignite Stage 2 are the only times where Citadel have not been able to take it all the way to the end.
Yeah.
And third time with that level of play could be the charm.
And I mean, I'll level with like 100 Thieves fans for this one because there's always like a lot of cope. It's certainly when we're like EMEA casters. It is one of those cases that Terra is ill. I will give you that.
Yes.
Your best player that was terrific in that first map is not at 100%, is the best way to sort of put it. And this isn't a terrible like loss in the end either, right? You think back
if you're going to lose to a team.
Rad at mid-season finals, they lost to Envy twice, and then when they played in the grand finals, it was a turnaround. So like losses in series like this are not too worrisome for 100 Thieves. It's just more of a case of like who's going to be those top 4 players to get out. Crazy Raccoon OUG starting off a bit rough with 0-2, but they're definitely going to pick up a win here or there, and it's going to be a surprise who. 100 Thieves, they just have to deal with the composure. It's been a long day. They were the first game, they were the last game. You have to just try and reset and go again for day 2 tomorrow in groups.
But Citadel coming in for the redemption run. They really are looking to finally take the internationals, where they managed to get, like you said, to 4th place in last stage, being denied by Na'Vi, who are also in this group. And then Citadel Gaming able to snipe one of the players from Na'Vi as well to try and push even further. Melio believing in this roster, and it does show 100 Thieves. We finally saw Citadel start to realize that Terra is such a problem. They banned out their Winter Soldier, and it did seem to make a difference.
And even Hella, which I think like any of the duelists from 100 Thieves, like, it feels like it could be like enough of a risk up, but it's been a hell of a day. These players have to play again tomorrow. We have to cast again tomorrow, but it's just like the perfect way to just cap off what has been a crazy day of games, and certainly there's more action to come, and it's going to be unmissable, I would say.
We, of course, have the games happening on the other stream as well. They continue to progress. They're done. They finished ages ago. They've gone back. They're vibing at this point.
The day 2 casters are coming in now to do their hair and makeup. That's how long we've gone.
We've been going extremely long, but we've had some great games. We've had upsets, we've had surprises, and we've had some insane plays, and we've only just started, ladies and gentlemen, and anyone in between. We still have 2 more days of group stage, and then 3 days at DreamHack Atlanta to bring you these grand finals for Marvel Rivals Ignite. But today has been special.
It's been great to actually be online to cast some games as well, and sort of being able to sort of have a look at Americas a little bit more. It's the perfect eclectic mix. It's hard to know which teams are going to sort of be the top dogs in EMEA, in Americas. Pacific just as a whole are going to look really good. I don't know what else to tell you. It's a hell of a statement, and this is going to be a hell of an event.
And this event has only just begun. So thank you all very much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with even more games to find out potentially qualifiers. If one team's able to really get some 2-0s, we may start to see our first qualifiers for those playoffs. So make sure you tune back in, check out the other stream, just have us both on, just jump back and forth between them because the games are spectacular. This is such a delight. I hope you agree, and we will see you all tomorrow.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna